Greetings, travellers. Welcome to NOVELLUX. You've found your way to a sanctuary of original epic fiction, crafted entirely by our imagination. If you have a passion for stories that haunt the soul, pause for a moment. Give this journey a chance. You might just find the world you've been looking for. If you've ever been fascinated by the merciless ambition of Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, intrigued by the cutthroat industrial warfare of Peaky Blinders, and perhaps crave the cold, methodical vengeance found in the Count of Monte Cristo, then this is the story you deserve. So, pull your chair closer to the fire. Listen to the crackle of the wood, feel the rough texture of the page beneath your fingertips, and smell the faint, dusty scent of ink and history. You are safe here, in the sanctuary of your own mind, but outside these walls, beyond the comfort of your reality, a different wind is howling. It is the wind of Pittsburgh, 1919. The air tastes of sulphur and unfulfilled promises. The sky is not blue, but a bruised purple of coal smoke and furnace fire. We are about to walk in the footsteps of a woman who refused to burn. We will witness how a heart is turned to steel, not by strength, but by the crushing pressure of betrayal. This is not merely a story of business, it is a dissection of the human soul when it decides that love is a liability and power is the only currency. I must warn you, the ink on these pages is mixed with soot and blood. To read is to breathe in the fumes of the foundry. You will feel the heat of the blast furnace on your skin. You will hear the deafening silence of a conscience dying. We do not ask for your judgment. History is written by the victors, and she intends to be one. We ask only for your witness. So, wrap your coat tight. Take a deep breath of clean air while you still can. The factory whistle is blowing and the shifts are changing. The Queen of Rust. The story begins now. Chapter 1. The Grave in the Rain. The rain in Pittsburgh did not wash things clean. It stained them. It fell from a sky the colour of a fresh bruise, heavy and thick, dragging with it the suspended particulate of 1,000 smokestacks. It was not water, it was a liquid shadow, coating the world in a slick, oily sheen. It clung to the black umbrellas of the mourners like tar. It dripped from the brim of the priest's hat, running down his nose in a grey rivulet, trembling there before falling onto the leather cover of his Bible. Eleanor Vance watched the drop fall. She did not blink. She stood at the edge of the open grave, her posture rigid, a silhouette carved from obsidian against the backdrop of the grey hill. She wore black, of course. The veil over her face was a thick lace, purchased 3 years ago for a funeral that never happened. It was a barrier, a filter through which the world became a textured blur. Beneath the lace, her eyes were dry. They felt gritty, as if the coal dust of the city had settled directly onto her corneas, scratching with every movement. Around her, the cemetery of Saint Jude was a garden of stone teeth jutting from the mud. The other mourners, if one could call them that, shuffled their feet in the wet grass. The sound was a wet, sucking squelch, a rhythm of discomfort. Silas Vance was a man of industry, the priest intoned, his voice fighting a losing battle against the drumming of the rain on the umbrellas. He hesitated, searching for a word that wouldn't taste like a lie in a holy place. A man of conviction. Eleanor's gloved hands were clasped in front of her. She squeezed them, not out of grief, but to feel the resistance of the leather. Conviction, she thought. The word tasted metallic in her mind. Silas had conviction. Certainly. He had the conviction that whiskey was a food group. He had the conviction that a woman's silence was a commodity he'd purchased with a ring. And he had the conviction that the blast furnace was a toy, right up until the moment the catwalk gave way and the jagged metal below claimed his spine. They had closed the casket. The fall hadn't killed him instantly. That would have been mercy. It was the 2 days of screaming in the master bedroom, the marrow leaking from his shattered legs, that had finished him. Or perhaps it was the delay in calling the doctor. A delay of... how long had it been? 20 minutes? 30? Eleanor breathed in. The air smelled of wet wool, dying chrysanthemums, and the omnipresent stench of burning coke from the river valley below. She turned her head slightly, just a fraction of an inch. Through the black lace, she surveyed the pack of wolves standing behind her. There was Arthur Halloway. He stood nearest, a mountain of a man wrapped in a camel hair coat that cost more than her father had earned in a lifetime. Halloway owned the biggest steel mill in the district, a sprawling beast that swallowed iron ore and spat out rails for the Pacific lines. He was holding a cigar, unlit, rolling it between his thick, sausage-like fingers. He wasn't looking at the grave. He was looking at the back of Eleanor's neck. He was looking at the crumbling brick chimney of the Vance foundry visible in the distance. He was calculating the scrap value. Next to him was Mr. Sterling, the banker, a thin, weasel-faced man who looked as though he was made of dried parchment and ink. He checked his pocket watch, snapping the gold lid shut with an impatient click that cut through the rain. He was calculating the outstanding loans. They were not here to mourn Silas. They were here to ensure the carcass was truly dead before they began to feast. Ashes to ashes, the priest said, his voice rising, sensing the end was near. Dust to dust. A worker stepped forward, offering Eleanor a small silver spade. It was purely ceremonial, a delicate thing meant for manicured gardens, not the heavy, clay-ridden soil of Pennsylvania. Eleanor stared at the spade. She didn't take it. Instead, she stepped forward, her boots sinking into the softened earth at the precipice of the hole. She reached down. Her black glove touched the mound of excavated dirt. It was cold, wet, and heavy. It was real. It was the only honest thing in this entire charade. She grabbed a handful of the wet earth. The mud oozed between her gloved fingers, staining the pristine leather. It felt heavy, like a heart. The crowd held its breath. They expected a sob. They expected the young widow, only 29, to collapse, to need the steadying arm of a man, perhaps Mr. Halloway would step in, gallantly offering his support and a lowball offer for the deed in the same breath. But Eleanor did not collapse. Her spine was a rod of cold iron. She looked down into the darkness of the grave, at the polished mahogany box that held the man who had bruised her skin more times than she could count. The rain hammered against the wood, a chaotic drum roll. She leaned in, her lips moving beneath the veil. No one heard her. The sound of the rain was too loud, the wind too jealous. But if the dead could hear, Silas Vance would have heard a voice devoid of warmth, stripped of all pretense. "Finally," she whispered, the words slicing through the humid air. "You are useful to me. You are still." She opened her hand. The clod of wet earth fell. It hit the coffin lid with a dull, final thud. It was the sound of a heavy door slamming shut. It was the sound of the ledger being closed. Eleanor straightened up. She didn't wipe the mud from her glove. She wanted it there. She wanted to remember the weight of burying him. She turned around to face the wolves. The wind caught her veil, lifting it slightly, revealing a chin set in stone and lips painted a deep, bloodless red. Halloway stepped forward, a predatory smile stretching his cheeks. "Eleanor, my dear," he rumbled, his voice like gravel in a cement mixer. "A tragedy. A true tragedy. If there is anything the Halloway Corporation can do to burden the load." "Lighten," Eleanor corrected him, her voice clear, cutting through the droning rain. "You mean lighten the load, Arthur?" Halloway blinked, his smile faltering for a microsecond. "Of course. That is what I meant." "I am sure you did," she said. She didn't offer him her hand. The muddy glove remained at her side, a weapon in its sheath. "But the load is mine to carry. And I have a strong back." She walked past him. She walked past Sterling the banker, who was already mentally foreclosing on her house. She walked past the few workers from the foundry who'd come out of loyalty or curiosity, their faces streaked with soot and rain. She walked toward the black carriage waiting at the gate. The driver, an old man named Thomas who had served the Vance family since before Silas was born, held the door open. He looked at her with pity. She hated pity. It was a useless emotion, a rust that corroded the will. "Home, Mrs. Vance?" Thomas asked gently. Eleanor paused, one foot on the carriage step. She looked back at the city below. The smokestacks of the Vance foundry were cold. No smoke rose from them. It looked dead, a corpse of brick and mortar waiting for the demolition crew. Then she looked further, to the towering inferno of the Holloway mills, spewing orange fire into the grey sky, dominating the horizon, eating the very air they breathed. "No," Eleanor said. Her voice was low, barely audible over the rain. But it stopped Thomas from closing the carriage door. "Ma'am?" The old driver squinted, confused. "The house is prepared. The staff, they have laid out the tea." "Tea does not pay debts, Thomas," Eleanor said, stepping up into the carriage. She settled onto the velvet seat, the black fabric of her dress swallowing the dim light. She didn't lean back. She sat on the edge, alert, like a soldier in a trench. "Take me to the mill." Thomas froze, his hand still on the brass handle of the door. "The foundry? But Mrs. Vance. It's shut down, the fires are banked. There's not a soul there but the rats." "Then the rats will have company. Drive." She pulled the door shut herself. The carriage lurched forward, the iron-rimmed wheels grinding against the cobblestones. They began the descent from the manicured silence of St. Jude's Hill down into the churning gut of the city. Pittsburgh unfolded through the rain-streaked window like a map of hell drawn by a madman. They passed the row houses of the workers, endless lines of grey boxes stacked upon one another, soot-stained and miserable. Laundry hung limp on the lines, soaking up the dirty rain. Children with faces like coal smudges watched the black carriage pass, their eyes hollow. Eleanor watched them back. "This is the fuel," she thought. Silas saw them as cattle. I must see them as gears. The air grew heavier as they approached the river. The smell of sulphur became a physical taste on the tongue, acrid, bitter, like sucking on a penny. Then the Vance foundry loomed out of the mist. It was silent. That was the first thing that struck her. A steel mill should never be silent. It should roar. It should shake the earth. But the Vance stacks were cold, standing like tombstones against the sky. The gates were chained. "Wait here," Eleanor ordered as the carriage halted. "Ma'am, it's mud up to the ankles," Thomas protested. But she was already descending. She didn't have the key. She didn't need one. She knew the side entrance, a rusted door near the slag heap that the night shift used to sneak in cheap whiskey. Silas had never fixed it. His negligence was now her entry point. She pushed the heavy iron door. It groaned, a screech of protesting metal that echoed in the vast, empty cavern of the main floor. Eleanor stepped inside. The silence here was different. It was vast. The ceiling was lost in shadows high above. Massive hooks on chains dangled from the overhead cranes like the limbs of hanged giants. The blast furnaces, cold now, looked like dormant volcanoes. The floor was a treacherous landscape of scrap metal, puddles of oil and layers of black dust that muffled her footsteps. She walked through the nave of this cathedral of industry, her small figure dwarfed by the machinery. She ran a gloved finger along the side of a rolling mill. It came away black. Rust, she noted. It starts the moment the heat dies. She climbed the iron stairs to the overseer's office, a glass box suspended above the factory floor. This was Silas's throne room. She opened the door. The air inside was stale, preserving the smell of the dead man, stale cigar smoke, cheap rye whiskey, and the underlying sour scent of fear. The desk was a chaotic battlefield of papers, unpaid invoices, threatening letters from suppliers, and there, in the centre, the ledger, Eleanor walked around the desk. She didn't sit in his chair, a massive leather monstrosity that had begun to crack at the seams. Instead, she stood, looking down at the open book. The numbers were written in red ink, page after page of red. Silas hadn't just been losing money, he had been hemorrhaging it. He had borrowed from the banks, then from private lenders, and finally, judging by the jagged handwriting on the last page, from men who didn't use contracts, only brass knuckles. She turned the page. A letter fell out. It was on heavy, cream-coloured stationery. The letterhead was embossed in gold. Holloway Steel Corp. Silas, the offer stands. It decreases by 10% every week. Sell. Go back to your whiskey. Let the men who know iron handle the iron. Eleanor picked up the letter. She felt the texture of the expensive paper. It was a polite eviction notice. She looked up, through the grimy glass of the office window. Across the river, the Holloway stacks were vomiting thick, black smoke into the sky. Sparks flew from their Bessemer converters, lighting up the gloom like fireworks. They were alive. They were eating the world. A sudden noise made her turn. A rat, fat and bold, scurried across the top of a filing cabinet, knocking over an empty whiskey bottle. The glass shattered on the floor. Eleanor didn't flinch. She looked at the shards of glass. She looked at the red numbers in the ledger. She looked at the cold, dead furnaces below. Slowly, deliberately. She took off her rain-soaked black hat and placed it on the desk, right on top of the Holloway letter. She walked to the wall where Silas kept a dusty mirror. She wiped the surface with her sleeve, clearing a circle through the grime. The woman staring back was pale, her dark hair plastered to her forehead by the damp, her lips a thin, bloodless line. She stared into her own eyes, searching for any trace of the trembling girl she had been yesterday. She found none. "You are not a widow," she whispered to the reflection. The words hung in the stale air. "You are the Iron Master." She turned back to the desk. She pulled out the heavy leather chair. It squeaked in protest, a sound of old ghosts complaining. She sat down. The chair was too big for her. Her boots barely touched the floor. But she placed her hands flat on the desk, covering the red ink of the ledger with her black gloves. She picked up Silas's pen. The nib was bent, useless, much like the man who had owned it. She frowned. Slowly, she opened the top drawer and pulled out a small, bone-handled penknife. Snick! The blade opened. With calm, rhythmic strokes, she began to sharpen the quill. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound was harsh, like a butcher honing a blade. Shavings of the old quill curled and fell onto the pages of debt. She carved the nib until it was no longer a writing instrument, but a needle point, a lance. She tested the point against the ball of her thumb. A tiny bead of blood appeared. Satisfied, she dipped the pen into the black ink, deep, dark, and permanent. On a fresh sheet of paper hiding the red numbers beneath, she wrote a single line at the top. The stroke was sharp, aggressive. Protocol 1, purge the impurities, outside. Thunder rolled across the valley, sounding like the beat of a war drum. Eleanor didn't hear it. She was already working. Chapter 2. The Vultures. The carriage ride back to the Vance estate was a silent ascent into a different kind of darkness. Down in the valley, the darkness was industrial, soot, slag, and the honest grime of labour. Up here, on the ridge known as Baron's Row, the darkness was suffocated by velvet drapes and polished mahogany. When the carriage halted beneath the portico, the rain had softened to a persistent, icy drizzle. Thomas opened the door, his face a mask of anxious loyalty. He glanced at Eleanor's boots. They were caked with the reddish clay of the cemetery and the black grease of the foundry floor. "Shall I fetch a brush, Ma'am?" he whispered, glancing at the front door. "Before you go in, the guests. They are waiting in the parlour." Eleanor stepped down. Her boot hit the pavement with a heavy, dull thud. "No," she said. "Let them see the dirt." She ascended the stairs. The front door was opened not by her, but by Mrs. Gable, the housekeeper. The older woman's eyes were rimmed with red, her hands trembling as she clutched a lace handkerchief. She looked at Eleanor as if expecting the widow to collapse into her arms for a shared session of weeping. Eleanor walked past her. She didn't hand over her coat. She didn't remove her hat. She walked straight into the foyer, her muddy boots leaving jagged, dark footprints on the pristine cream tiles. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound was abrasive, echoing off the high ceiling like grinding gears. The house smelled of lilies and stale sherry. It was the smell of polite death. From the drawing room on the left, a low murmur of voices drifted out, punctuated by the clinking of crystal. It sounded like a cocktail party, subdued only by the pretense of respect. Eleanor stopped in the doorway. The room was warm, overheated by a coal fire that roared in the marble hearth. The air was thick with the smoke of expensive cigars, Cuban, illegal, and sweet. There were 6 of them. 6 men in dark suits scattered around her husband's drawing room like crows picking at a carcass. Arthur Halloway stood by the fireplace, one arm resting on the mantelpiece as if he already owned the masonry. He held a glass of Silas's best amber brandy, a bottle Silas had been saving for a victory that never came. Mr. Sterling, the banker, sat on the edge of the velvet sofa, his briefcase balanced on his knees like a shield. Then there was Lawyer Thorne, a man with a face like a dried apple, flipping through a stack of documents on the coffee table. And 3 others, minor creditors, suppliers of coal and limestone, hovering near the buffet table, devouring the ham sandwiches Mrs. Gable had prepared. They ate with a frantic, nervous energy, as if afraid the food would be snatched away. The conversation died the moment Eleanor's shadow fell across the Persian rug. Halloway turned. His face arranged itself into a mask of solemn concern, though his eyes lingered briefly on the mud staining the carpet. "Eleanor," he rumbled, stepping forward but stopping just short of a hug, perhaps repelled by the cold aura radiating from her wet clothes. "My dear girl, we were beginning to worry. Thomas said you took a detour." "I went to check the inventory," Eleanor said. Her voice was calm, stripping the room of its artificial warmth. Halloway let out a short, incredulous laugh, quickly stifled. "The inventory? Today? Eleanor, you're in shock. Grief makes us do irrational things." "Does grief make you drink a dead man's brandy, Arthur?" she asked, her gaze dropping to the snifter in his hand. The room went silent. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the rhythmic ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. The clock, a massive, ominous structure of dark oak, had been Silas's pride. It was an antique from Germany, intricate and loud. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was a sound Eleanor had always hated. It sounded like a countdown. Now, it felt like a metronome for the coming battle. Halloway cleared his throat, setting the glass down on the mantel with a sharp clink. "We are here to help, Eleanor. That is why we waited. We know you have no family here, no one to navigate the complexities of what Silas left behind." "What Silas left behind," Sterling the banker piped up, his voice thin and reedy, "is a significant amount of exposure. Financial exposure." Sterling stood up. He was a small man, but he wielded his ledger like a broadsword. He walked toward her, not too close, as if poverty were contagious. "The mortgage on this house is 3 months in arrears," Sterling said, ticking the points off on his fingers. "The credit line for the foundry was frozen last Tuesday. The coal suppliers," he gestured to the men eating sandwiches, "have not been paid since August. Mrs. Vance. To put it bluntly, you're destitute." Eleanor didn't flinch. She walked further into the room, the mud flaking off her heels and grinding into the expensive wool fibres of the rug. She approached the chair by the window. Her chair. It was a high-backed wing chair upholstered in blue damask. She sat down, keeping her coat on, keeping her gloves on. Destitute, she repeated the word, tasting it. A very final word, Mr. Sterling. It is a factual word, Lawyer Thorne added, shuffling his papers. Silas. Well, he was a visionary, but not a mathematician. The debts exceed the assets by a margin of nearly 40%. The bank is preparing to foreclose. On the mill, on the house, on the very silver those men are eating from. One of the coal suppliers paused mid-chew, looking guiltily at his fork. Halloway stepped in again. The benevolent patriarch. He moved to the centre of the room, blocking the firelight, casting a long shadow over Eleanor. But, Halloway said, raising a finger, it does not have to end that way. I have spoken with Sterling. I have spoken with Thorne. Out of respect for Silas. Out of respect for you. Eleanor. I'm willing to absorb the debt. He paused for effect, waiting for the gratitude, waiting for the tears of relief. Absorb it? Eleanor asked, tilting her head. I will purchase the Vance foundry, Halloway said. Lock, stock, and barrel. I will take on the liabilities, I will pay off the bank, and in addition, I will set up a trust fund for you and little Leo. A modest stipend, enough to rent a cottage in the countryside. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere appropriate for a widow. He pulled a folded document from his inside pocket. It was thick, bound in blue ribbon. The papers are drawn up, Halloway said, his voice dropping to a soothing purr. Just a signature, Eleanor, and this nightmare ends. You can go back to being a mother. You can grieve in peace. Eleanor looked at the document. Then she looked at the men. They were leaning forward. All of them. Even the coal suppliers had stopped eating. The air in the room was electric with greed. They weren't vultures. Vultures waited for death. These men were hyenas, circling something that was wounded but still breathing. She looked at the silver tea service on the low table in front of her. It was a wedding gift from her mother-in-law. It was sterling silver, engraved with vines and roses. But if you looked closely, right at the spout of the teapot, there was a deep scratch. Silas had thrown it at the wall 5 years ago in a drunken rage because the tea was lukewarm. Eleanor had polished it out, but the scar remained. Silver was soft. It bent under pressure. It scratched. Steel did not. Eleanor reached out and picked up the contract. The paper felt crisp, expensive. A cottage in the country, she mused. And the mill? What becomes of the mill? We will. Integrate it, Halloway said, shrugging. The equipment is old. Eleanor. The furnaces are inefficient. We will likely scrap the machinery and use the land for storage. It's the merciful thing to do. Put the old beast out of its misery. Scrap. The word echoed in her mind, linking back to the cold silence of the foundry she'd just left. They didn't want the mill. They wanted to kill the competition. They wanted to erase the name Vance from the skyline of Pittsburgh. Eleanor stood up. The movement was sudden enough that Sterling took a step back. You're right, Arthur, she said softly. Silas was not a mathematician. She walked over to the fireplace. The heat flushed her pale cheeks. She held the document near the flames. But I am, she said. I am a chemist. Halloway blinked, the condescending smile freezing on his face like wax. He exchanged a look with Lawyer Thorne, a look that said hysteria. A chemist, Halloway repeated, his tone dripping with patronising amusement. My dear, mixing flour and yeast is chemistry of a sort, I suppose, but the Bessemer process is not a soufflé. It is violence controlled by mathematics. And yet, Eleanor said, her eyes fixated on the blue ribbon of the contract, your rails, the ones the Halloway Corporation shipped to the Northern Pacific Line last winter, they cracked, didn't they? The room went deadly silent. Halloway's hand, which had been reaching for his brandy glass, stopped in mid-air. I beg your pardon? Eleanor turned from the fire. She held the contract loosely, dangling it over the flames. The heat curled the corners of the paper. Cold shortness, she said. The technical term sounded alien, coming from a woman standing in a drawing room. It happens when the phosphorus content in the iron ore is too high. It makes the steel brittle at low temperatures, like glass. She took a step closer to him. Holloway, a giant of a man, instinctively leaned back. Silas didn't know why your rails were failing. He thought it was bad luck. But I took a sample from your scrapyard. I dissolved it in nitric acid. I tested the precipitate. She lowered her voice to a whisper, intimate and dangerous. Your phosphorus levels are 0.08. You're selling brittle steel. Arthur, and if the Railway Commission knew that, your stock would be worth less than the cigar ash on your coat. Holloway's face turned a mottled shade of puce. The vein in his temple began to throb. He looked at Sterling. He looked at the coal suppliers. They were staring at him now, their suspicion aroused. You're speaking nonsense, Holloway sputtered, but the fear in his eyes betrayed him. Lies of a grieving widow. Then sue me for libel, Eleanor said, or listen to my counter-offer. She didn't wait for his permission. She turned to Mr. Sterling. The banker was watching her with narrow, calculating eyes. He didn't care about metallurgy. He cared about risk. Mr. Sterling, Eleanor said, you hold the debt. If you foreclose today, you get a defunct mill with rusted machinery and a piece of land that Arthur here will buy for pennies on the dollar. You will recoup, perhaps, 30% of your loan. Sterling pursed his thin lips. He didn't deny it. Give me 90 days, Eleanor said. 90 days? Sterling scoffed. To do what? Pray? To pour a new heat, she said. I have a formula. A high-strength, low-weight alloy that uses the very impurities Silas tried to remove. It is lighter than standard steel and twice as durable. The automobile industry in Detroit is screaming for it. A fantasy, Thorne sneered. A woman's fancy. If I fail, Eleanor continued, ignoring the lawyer, her gaze locked on the banker. If in 90 days I cannot produce a profitable run, then I will sign the deed over to the bank. Without a fight, she paused. And I will include this house, the estate, the jewellery, and my personal dower rights, everything. A collective gasp went through the room. Mrs. Gable, standing in the hallway, covered her mouth with her hand. To offer the dower rights, her legal safety net, was suicide. It meant she would be left on the street with literally nothing but the clothes on her back. Holloway found his voice again. She is insane. Sterling, foreclose now. She will burn the place down before you get a dime. Sterling looked at Holloway, then at Eleanor. He looked at the muddy boots on his Persian rug. He saw a woman who had just diagnosed a metallurgical failure that had baffled his own analysts. Greed warred with caution in his watery eyes. If she succeeded, the bank would make a fortune on the interest. If she failed, he would get the estate, a prime piece of real estate, as a bonus. It was a win-win for the bank. 90 days, Sterling said slowly, not an hour more. Sterling, Holloway roared, you can't be serious. The bank accepts the terms, Sterling said, snapping his notebook shut. But I will require the deed to the house in escrow by tomorrow morning. You shall have it, Eleanor said. She turned back to the fireplace. She looked at the contract Holloway had offered her, the cottage in the country, the safe, quiet life of a widow. She opened her fingers. The heavy document fell into the fire. The blue ribbon caught first, flaring up in a bright chemical green before the paper blackened and curled. The safety turned to ash in seconds. Get out of my house, Eleanor said. She didn't shout. She didn't have to. Holloway stared at the burning paper, then at her. His eyes were full of a new emotion. It wasn't pity anymore. It was hate. Pure, unadulterated hate. You have made a mistake, Eleanor, he hissed, grabbing his coat. You think you're a wolf because you learned to bark? But you are just a sheep in a wolf's den, and winter is coming. I am counting on it. Arthur, she replied. Cold weather breaks weak steel, he stormed out. The others followed, scrambling like rats fleeing a sinking ship. Sterling was the last to leave. He tipped his hat, a gesture of mocking respect, and closed the heavy oak door behind him. Bang! The sound echoed through the foyer. Eleanor was alone. Her knees, which had been locked straight for the last hour, suddenly gave way. She grabbed the mantelpiece to steady herself. Her breath came in short, jagged gasps. She looked at her hands. They were trembling, not from fear, but from the adrenaline of the kill. She had bought time, but she had sold her safety to get it. Madam? Mrs. Gable was standing in the doorway, her face pale. Madam. Surely you didn't mean it. The house. It's Master Leo's inheritance. Eleanor straightened up. She smoothed her black dress. The trembling stopped. Where is he? Eleanor asked. In the nursery, madam. He's been asking for his father. Eleanor walked past the housekeeper. She climbed the grand staircase, her hand trailing along the polished banister. The house felt huge, empty, and cold. It was no longer a home. It was collateral. She reached the nursery on the 3rd floor. She opened the door quietly. Leo was sitting on the floor, surrounded by wooden blocks. He was 5 years old, with Silas's sandy hair and soft, round eyes. He was building a tower. It was crooked, leaning precariously to the left. He looked up when she entered, his face lit up with a desperate hope. "Mamma, is Papa coming home now?" Eleanor stood in the doorway. She looked at the boy. She didn't see a child who needed comfort. She didn't see a son who had lost a father. She saw the heir. She saw the reason she had just bet her life. But more than that, she saw a weakness. He was soft, like Silas, like silver. She walked over to him. She didn't hug him. She knelt down, her black dress pooling around her like oil. She reached out and touched the crooked tower of blocks. "Papa is not coming home. Leo," she said. Her voice was flat. "Why?" Tears welled up in his eyes. "Because he built his tower on sand," Eleanor said. With one finger, she pushed the wooden block at the base. The tower collapsed with a clatter. Leo flinched, a sob escaping his throat. Eleanor grabbed his small chin, forcing him to look at her. Her grip was tight, perhaps too tight. "Stop crying," she commanded. Tears rust iron. She stood up, leaving him amidst the scattered blocks. She walked to the window and looked out at the rain-soaked city. The Holloway stacks were still smoking, but in her mind she could already see the cracks in their rails. She touched the cold glass. "We are going to build a new one, Leo," she whispered to the window pane. "And this one will never fall." Chapter 3: The Chemist's Apothecary. The grandfather clock in the hallway struck 3. The sound was heavy, vibrating through the floorboards like the heartbeat of a dying giant. Dong, dong, dong. The Vance estate was asleep. The servants had retreated to their attic quarters, whispering prayers for their uncertain employment. Leo was in the nursery, dreaming of towers that didn't fall. But Eleanor was awake. She stood in the centre of the master bedroom. The room was oppressive, filled with the heavy, dark furniture Silas had favoured, mahogany wardrobes that looked like coffins standing on end, velvet drapes that shut out the moonlight. The bed was vast and cold. It still smelled of him, hair tonic, stale tobacco, and the cloying scent of the camphor oil the doctors had used on his legs. Eleanor walked to the vanity mirror. She looked at the woman in the black dress. The Widow Vance. It was a costume. A suit of armour made of silk and crepe. Slowly, she reached behind her neck and unhooked the collar. She unlaced the bodice. She stepped out of the heavy black fabric and let it pool on the floor. She kicked it aside. She walked to the wardrobe, but not to the section holding her dresses. She opened the far door, where Silas had kept his hunting gear. She pulled out a pair of men's trousers, tweed, rough to the touch, and a white linen shirt. They were too big, of course. She had to cinch the waist of the trousers with a leather belt, pulling it to the last notch and then punching a new one with the tip of her shears. She rolled the sleeves of the shirt up to her elbows. Her forearms were pale, veined with blue, deceptively fragile. She did not look like a lady anymore. She looked like a labourer or a scientist. She left the bedroom, moving through the silent house with a candle in her hand. The flame flickered, casting long, dancing shadows against the wallpaper. She didn't go to the library. She didn't go to the study. She went to the kitchen. It was a cavernous space, smelling of lye soap and onions. But Eleanor didn't stop at the stoves. She walked to the pantry, a narrow room lined with shelves of pickled beets, jars of jam, and sacks of flour. She knelt down in the corner, where a heavy sack of potatoes sat against the wall. She dragged it aside. Behind it, the floorboards were loose. She pried them up. Beneath lay a small iron ring set into a trapdoor. Silas had thought this was just a crawl space, a root cellar for keeping wine cool in the summer. He'd never gone down there. The ladder was too steep for a drunkard, and the air too damp for a man who complained of rheumatism. It had become her sanctuary. Eleanor descended. The air grew colder with every step, smelling of earth and something sharper, something acrid and chemical. She reached the bottom and set the candle on a wooden workbench. The light illuminated a strange subterranean laboratory. It wasn't the clean, white-tiled lab of a university. It was a hovel of genius. Shelves were crammed not with wine, but with glass beakers, retorts, and jars filled with powders of varying colours, the bright yellow of sulphur, the deep red of iron oxide, the metallic grey of manganese. This was her dowry, not the linens or the silver upstairs. This. She ran a hand over the surface of the workbench. It was scarred with acid burns and scorch marks. A memory flashed, unbidden and sharp as a scalpel. London, 1905, the back room of her father's apothecary shop. Girl, her father's voice roared, slurred by gin. The mixture, it's clouding. Young Eleanor, only 15, her hands trembling, held the pipette. Her father, a failed chemist turned drug peddler, was slumped in the chair, his hands too shaky to measure the laudanum. He needed her steady hands. He needed her mind, though he cursed her for having one. It precipitates at 40 degrees. Father, she had whispered. Don't lecture me, you little witch. Just pour. She'd poured. Perfect execution. The liquid turned clear. He had sold it for a fortune to a duke with gout, and then beaten her for wasting a drop. Eleanor blinked, banishing the ghost. Her father was dead. Buried in a pauper's grave in London. Silas was dead. Buried in a rich man's grave in Pittsburgh. She was the only one left standing. She walked to a locked cabinet at the far end of the cellar. She pulled a key from a chain around her neck, a key she never took off, not even when she bathed. Click. The cabinet swung open. Inside, resting on a velvet cushion, was not jewellery, but a set of notebooks. Thick, leather-bound journals filled with her handwriting, and next to them a small sample of metal. A jagged, silvery lump no bigger than a walnut. She picked it up. It was heavy, denser than iron. It was an alloy she'd created 3 years ago, in secret, using the scrap filings from Silas's coat pockets. She had melted it down right here, over a modified coal brazier. She called it Vance X in her mind, but really, it was Eleanor's revenge. It contained vanadium. Nobody in Pittsburgh was using vanadium yet. It was too expensive, too temperamental. Henry Ford was experimenting with it in Detroit for his Model T axles. But the steel barons of Pennsylvania were too stubborn, too addicted to the cheap, brittle Bessemer process. 90 days, she whispered to the lump of metal, to scale this up. To take a formula that worked in a crucible the size of a teacup and apply it to a 50-ton blast furnace. It was madness. The chemistry changed at scale. The heat distribution was different. The variables were infinite. She needed to recalculate everything: the carbon ratio, the blast temperature, the cooling rate. 1 degree wrong, and the steel would be too soft. 1% too much carbon, and it would shatter like glass. She opened the first notebook. The pages were covered in dense, frantic equations. She pulled a stool up to the bench. She dipped a fresh pen into a bottle of ink. This was not the red ink of debt, nor the black ink of contracts. It was blue, the colour of a blueprint. The colour of the future. She began to write. Phase 1. Source the vanadium. The Peruvian mines are the only reliable source. Holloway controls the rail lines, but the river is free. Phase 2. The furnace modification. The lining must be changed to basic magnesium brick to withstand the higher temperature. Phase 3. The men. I need a crew who will follow orders, not instincts. I need to break them before I can build them. The candle burned lower. Wax dripped onto the wood, marking the passage of time. Above her head, the house creaked as the wind battered the shutters. Eleanor didn't look up. She was lost in the atomic structure of iron crystals. She was rearranging the world at a molecular level, because that was the only place where she had total control. Suddenly, a sound broke her concentration. Not the wind, not the house settling. Footsteps. They were soft, hesitant, but distinct. They were coming from the top of the trapdoor ladder. Eleanor froze. Her hand moved instinctively to the heavy iron pestle sitting on the bench. A weapon, the trapdoor, which she had left propped open for air, cast a rectangle of dim light from the kitchen above. A shadow fell across it. "Mama?" It was a small voice, terrified. Eleanor let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She didn't put the pestle down immediately. "Leo," she said. Her voice was harsh in the confined space. "Go back to bed. I had a nightmare," the boy whimpered. He was peering down into the dark hole, clutching a stuffed bear that was missing an ear. "The tower fell on me. It was a dream," Eleanor said, dipping her pen again. "Go upstairs." "It's dark up there," Leo whispered. Can I come down?" Eleanor paused. She looked at the dangerous chemicals on the shelf, the open flame of the Bunsen burner she was about to light, the equations that would determine whether they lived as royalty or died as beggars. A mother would go up. A mother would tuck him in, sing a lullaby, and chase away the shadows. But the Eye Master had 90 days. "No," Eleanor said. She didn't look up. "Stay in the dark, Leo. Your eyes will adjust." "Mama, please?" I said no. The command cracked like a whip. Silence followed. Then, the sound of small, bare feet shuffling away. A soft sob, quickly stifled. The kitchen floorboards creaked as he retreated. Eleanor stared at the empty ladder. A pang of something hit her chest. Sharp. Hot. Guilt? No. Guilt was a luxury. He must learn, she told herself. The world is dark. Nobody holds a lantern for you. She turned back to the notebook, but her hand was shaking now, just a little. She slammed her hand down on the table. Stop it. She grabbed a bottle of clear liquid, pure ethanol. She didn't drink it. She poured a splash onto a rag and wiped her hands, the harsh sting of the alcohol burning away the tremors, burning away the feeling of the boy's fear. She was ready to work. She worked through the witching hour. The candle burned down to a stubborn nub of wax, drowning in its own tallow. The air in the cellar grew thick with the fumes of heated reagents, but Eleanor did not open the trapdoor again. She needed the containment. Her mind, sharpened by desperation and caffeine, moved like a piston. She filled 3 pages with calculations. Vanadium, it was a temperamental element. Add too much, and the steel became unworkable. Hard, but impossible to shape. Add too little, and it was just expensive iron. The ratio had to be precise to the 4th decimal. 0.15% vanadium. 0.8% manganese, quenched in oil, not water. She circled the final formula. It was beautiful. On paper, it was perfect. It was a molecular lattice that could withstand the crushing weight of a locomotive or the explosive torque of an engine block. But paper was patient. The blast furnace was not. Eleanor rubbed her eyes. Her fingers were stained with blue ink and charcoal. She felt a strange hollow ache in her stomach. She hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. She closed the notebook. She had the map. Now she needed the territory. She reached for the brass key to lock the cabinet. As she did, her sleeve caught the edge of the wooden drawer, pulling it out further than usual. Something rustled behind it, a sound like dry leaves. Eleanor paused. She pulled the drawer all the way out, setting it on the bench. She reached into the dark cavity of the desk's frame. Her fingers brushed against paper. Not a notebook. A single, crumpled sheet, shoved all the way to the back, as if someone had tried to hide it in a hurry. She pulled it out. It was a blueprint. But not for a new machine. It was a schematic of the foundry's Catwalk 4, the very walkway where Silas had fallen. Eleanor held it up to the dying candlelight. The paper was old, stained with something brown. Coffee, or perhaps whiskey. But the markings were fresh, red ink. There were X marks drawn over the support bolts of the main railing, and in the margin, in Silas's shaky handwriting, a single scrawled note. They know Holloway's man, Brannigan, saw him with the wrench. If I speak, they burn the house. God help me. The breath left Eleanor's lungs in a sharp hiss. She stared at the diagram. The official coroner's report had called it structural fatigue, an accident, a tragic consequence of a rusting mill. But this was a confession and a death warrant. Silas hadn't just fallen. He had been murdered. And worse, he had known it was coming. He had been too much of a coward to fight, and too much of a coward to run. He had let them loosen the bolts, hoping that his silence would buy their mercy. It had bought him a coffin. Eleanor placed the paper on the bench. Her hand was trembling again, but this time it wasn't from fear. It was from a cold, white-hot fury that started in her gut and froze her veins. They hadn't just come for the money. Holloway had killed for it. "You fool," she whispered to the ghost of her husband. "You thought silence would save you. Silence is just consent." She folded the diagram carefully. She didn't put it back in the desk. She slipped it into the breast pocket of her oversized shirt right next to her heart. It felt heavy there, heavier than the vanadium. This changed everything. This was no longer a business transaction. This wasn't about paying off a loan or saving a legacy. This was blood for blood. If she failed in 90 days, she wouldn't just lose the house. She would be the next accident. A fire in the lab. A carriage brake failure. A slip on the icy stairs. She stood up. She blew out the candle. Darkness swallowed the room, but she knew the way. She climbed the ladder, emerging back into the kitchen. The house was grey with the first light of dawn. The storm had passed, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy, pregnant with threat. The windows were pale, unblinking eyes staring in at her. Eleanor walked to the sink. She washed the ink from her hands. She scrubbed until her skin was raw and red. She needed to be clean. She needed to be perfect. She was just drying her hands when a sound shattered the morning silence. Thud. 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 It came from the front door. It wasn't a polite knock. It was the heavy, authoritative pounding of a fist that expected no resistance. Eleanor froze. The towel dropped from her hands. She looked at the grandfather clock. It was 5 a.m. Too early for the milkman. Too early for the post. Thud. 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 "Mrs. Vance!" A voice boomed through the thick oak door, muffled but distinct. "Open up! By order of the sheriff!" The sheriff? Halloway's pocket dog. Eleanor's eyes darted to the pocket where the diagram lay hidden. They knew, somehow. They knew she was awake. They knew she was digging. She looked around the kitchen. There was a knife block on the counter. A meat cleaver glinted in the dim light. She took a step toward it, but then another sound, from the back of the house. The sound of glass breaking. The kitchen window. A gloved hand reached through the shattered pane, fumbling for the latch. They weren't waiting for her to open the door. They were coming in. Chapter 4. The Wolf at the Door. The glass shattered inward, scattering across the linoleum floor like diamond dust. Eleanor didn't scream. Screaming was a waste of oxygen. Her hand, already reaching for the meat cleaver, changed trajectory. She grabbed the blueprint of the catwalk, the death warrant of Silas Vance, and shoved it deep into the waistband of her oversized trousers. Beneath the heavy linen shirt, she felt the paper crinkle against her skin, cold and stiff. The gloved hand in the broken window fumbled for the latch. Click. The sash slid up. A man's head appeared. He wore a flat cap pulled low, and a bandana obscured his face. But Eleanor saw the eyes. They weren't the desperate eyes of a thief. They were the bored, dull eyes of a man on a payroll. He vaulted through the window, his boots landing heavily on the glass shards. "Good morning, Mrs. Vance," he grunted, straightening up. He held a short wooden club in his hand, a truncheon. At the same moment, the front door's pounding ceased, replaced by the ominous sound of wood splintering. The lock had given way. Eleanor stood in the centre of her kitchen. She was trapped. A thug in front of her, the sheriff behind her. She didn't retreat. She picked up the meat cleaver. It was heavy, the blade stained with the patina of years of use. "One step," she said. Her voice was terrifyingly calm. "Take one step and you will leave this house without a hand." The thug paused. He looked at the small woman in men's clothes, her hair wild, wielding a butcher's blade with the ease of a surgeon. He laughed, a wet, ugly sound. Now, Missy. No need for... "In here!" a booming voice echoed from the hallway. Sheriff Miller filled the kitchen doorway. He was a man built like a barrel of lard held together by brass buttons. His uniform was strained at the seams, and his face was a roadmap of broken capillaries from too much cheap whiskey. He took in the scene, the broken window, the thug, the woman with the cleaver. Well, Miller drawled, hooking his thumbs into his gun belt. What a domestic disturbance we have here. "Arrest him," Eleanor said, pointing the cleaver at the intruder. "Breaking and entering." Miller looked at the thug. He didn't reach for his handcuffs. He winked. "Breaking and entering?" Miller scratched his chin. "I don't see any breaking, Mrs. Vance. I see a concerned citizen." "Deputy Brannigan here, assisting the police in a welfare check." The thug, Brannigan, pulled down his bandana, revealing a smirk that was missing a tooth. "That's right. Sheriff." Saw the window broken. Climbed in to help. Eleanor lowered the cleaver slowly. The coldness in her chest spread outward, numbing her fear. This wasn't a raid, it was a message. Halloway owned the police. "A welfare check," Eleanor repeated. "At 5 a.m, with a truncheon." "We received reports," Miller said, stepping into the kitchen, his muddy boots desecrating her sanctuary. "Reports of instability. Grief can do strange things to a woman's mind. Eleanor. Neighbours heard strange noises. Smelled. Chemical fumes." He sniffed the air theatrically. The scent of sulphur and ethanol from the open trapdoor was faint, but present. Miller's eyes dropped to the floor. To the loose boards. To the trapdoor she hadn't had time to close completely. "And what do we have here?" Miller grinned. "A distillery? Prohibition is coming. Mrs. Vance. Making moonshine is a federal offence." "It's a root cellar," Eleanor said. "Then you won't mind if we look?" Miller nodded to Brannigan. The thug stepped forward, shoving Eleanor aside with his shoulder. She stumbled back against the counter, the cleaver clattering from her hand. Brannigan kicked the trapdoor fully open. He whistled. "Sheriff, look at this. Looks like a witch's kitchen down here." Miller walked over and peered down. Well, beakers, powders. Silas didn't dabble in chemistry, did he?" He turned to Eleanor, his eyes hard and predatory. "What are you cooking down there?" "Eleanor? Poison?" "I am conducting metallurgical experiments," Eleanor said, straightening her shirt, checking that the blueprint was still hidden. "It is my factory, my house, my research." "It's a fire hazard," Miller declared, "and a public safety risk. I have the authority to confiscate any dangerous materials." "You have no warrant," Eleanor said. Miller laughed. It was a deep, belly-shaking sound. He walked up to her, invading her personal space until she could smell the stale tobacco on his breath. "I am the warrant, darling. This is Pittsburgh. The law here is made of iron and paid for in gold, and right now, you have neither." He turned to Brannigan. "Clear it out. Smash anything glass. Confiscate the rest." "No!" Eleanor lunged forward, but Miller caught her arm. His grip was bruising. "Careful," he whispered, his voice dropping to a hiss. "Resist, and I'll have you committed to the asylum by noon. Hysteria is a very easy diagnosis for a grieving widow." He squeezed her arm harder. "Arthur Halloway sends his regards. He says the cottage offer expires at noon. After that, accidents happen." Eleanor stopped struggling. She went limp in his grip. She watched Brannigan descend the ladder. She heard the sound of glass shattering, the crash, the beakers, crash, the jar of manganese, crash. Every smash was a blow to her body. Years of work, the samples, the equipment, destroyed in seconds by a hired goon. But she didn't cry. She didn't beg. She stared at Sheriff Miller's ruddy face. She memorized every pore, every broken vein. "You think you're breaking me," she thought. "You're just tempering me. Are you done?" she asked quietly. Miller let go of her arm, surprised by her lack of fight. He dusted off his uniform. "For now," he said. "Brannigan, that's enough. Leave the rats some room to play." Brannigan climbed out of the hole, dusting white powder, her precious magnesium, off his hands. He grinned at Eleanor. "Nice place you got, ma'am. Shame if it burned down." "Let's go," Miller said. "I think Mrs. Vance understands the situation." They walked out the way they came, through the broken front door, leaving it hanging off its hinges. The wind blew in, cold and wet. Eleanor stood in the ruins of her kitchen. The trapdoor gaped open like a wound. She walked to the door and looked out. Miller's patrol car was pulling away. She closed the door. She couldn't lock it. The mechanism was shattered. She dragged a heavy oak chair from the dining room and wedged it under the handle. Then, she ran back to the trapdoor. She climbed down into the cellar. It was a graveyard of glass. Shards glittered everywhere. The powders were mixed in a useless slurry on the floor. But the cabinet, the locked cabinet, was untouched. Brannigan had been too lazy to pick the lock, content to just smash what was visible. Eleanor fell to her knees. She unlocked the cabinet. The notebooks were safe. The sample of Vance X was safe. And against her skin, the blueprint burned. She sat there in the broken glass, breathing in the toxic dust. "They want a witch," she whispered. She reached for a shard of glass, gripping it until it cut her palm. "Then I will show them magic." She swept the glass into a pile. It took 20 minutes. 20 minutes of methodical, rhythmic scraping. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound was similar to the sharpening of the quill, but harsher. The dust of the smashed beakers mingled with the spilled reagents, creating a paste that smelled of copper and failure. Eleanor did not try to salvage the mixtures. Once contaminated, chemistry was unforgiving. Impurity was absolute. She only retrieved the notebooks and the walnut-sized lump of Vance X alloy. She wrapped the metal in a handkerchief and placed it in her pocket. It clinked against the bone handle of her penknife. When she climbed back up the ladder, Mrs. Gable was waiting in the kitchen. The housekeeper was clutching a rosary, her knuckles white. "Madam?" "Mrs." Gable whispered, her eyes darting to the broken window. "The sheriff," he said. "I heard what he said," Eleanor interrupted. She walked to the sink and began to wash the chemical paste from her hands again. The water turned grey. "He said he is the law. He's mistaken. He's merely an employee. But they will come back. We must leave. My sister in Ohio. She has a farm." "We could take Master Leo and—" Eleanor turned off the tap. The sudden silence in the kitchen was heavy. "Run?" Eleanor turned slowly. Her face was wet, her hair escaping its pins, but her eyes were dry and terrifyingly clear. "You think safety lies in running, Mrs. Gable. Foxes run, rabbits run, and they are all caught eventually." She dried her hands on a dish towel, wiping each finger with deliberate care. "Take Leo to the attic," Eleanor commanded. "Move his bed away from the windows. Lock the door from the inside. Do not open it for anyone but me, not even for the priest. The attic? But it's dusty. It's for storage." "It is defensible," Eleanor said. "Do it." She didn't wait for an answer. She walked out of the kitchen, her boot heels clicking on the linoleum like hammer strikes. She went to the front hall. The heavy oak door was splintered near the lock, hanging askew. A cold draft blew through the gap, carrying the smell of wet pavement and coal smoke. She couldn't fix the door. Not now. She grabbed her coat, not the black wool of the grieving widow, but a heavy, oilskin trench coat that had belonged to Silas. It smelled of him, but it was waterproof and tough. She buttoned it up to her chin. She jammed a wide-brimmed felt hat onto her head. She looked like a scarecrow dressed for a funeral. She stepped out onto the porch. Thomas was there, polishing the brass handle of the carriage. He was trying to look busy, trying to ignore the fact that the police had just raided the house he served. He looked up as she approached. He saw the grim set of her jaw. He saw the way her hand stayed in her pocket, clutching something heavy. "The mill. Thomas," she said. "Ma'am?" Thomas hesitated, twisting his cap in his hands. "The men down at the foundry. They heard about the bank freeze. They heard the sheriff was here. They're gathering at the gates. They want their wages." "Good," Eleanor said, climbing into the carriage. "I was afraid I'd have to go looking for them." The ride to the river was different this time. The morning traffic of Pittsburgh was in full swing. Drays pulled by massive Clydesdales hauled coal up the cobbled streets. Trams sparked and screeched along the rails. Men with tin lunch pails walked in grim columns toward the factories, their faces grey with soot before the shift even began. Eleanor watched them through the glass. Energy, she thought. Kinetic energy waiting to be directed. When the Vance foundry came into view, Thomas pulled on the reins. The horses danced nervously. A crowd had formed at the main gates. There were perhaps 200 of them. Men in rough-spun shirts and flat caps, their faces smeared with grease and anger. They weren't shouting. That would have been better. Shouting men could be reasoned with. These men were silent. They stood with their arms crossed, a wall of flesh and resentment blocking the entrance. They held tools, wrenches, hammers, iron bars, not as weapons, but as extensions of their idle hands. Thomas stopped the carriage 50 yards back. "I can't drive through that, Ma'am," he said, his voice trembling. "They'll overturn us." "Stay here," Eleanor said. She opened the door and stepped down into the mud. The moment her boot hit the ground, 200 pairs of eyes shifted to her. The silence deepened. It was a heavy, suffocating weight. Eleanor Vance, 5 feet 3 inches of refined society, began to walk toward the mob. She didn't hurry. She didn't slow down. She walked with the rhythm of a metronome. Click, click, click. A man at the front of the crowd stepped forward. He was huge, a giant with a beard like steel wool and arms as thick as tree trunks. He held a large pipe wrench loosely in one hand. It was Big Kovac, The foreman of the melting floor. Eleanor stopped 3 feet from him. She had to crane her neck to look him in the eye. Mrs. Vance, Kovac rumbled. His voice was deep, resonating in his chest. We heard the whistle didn't blow today. The whistle is broken, Eleanor said. Like many things in this mill. We also heard the bank is coming. Someone shouted from the back. We want our pay! 3 weeks back, pay! A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd. Pay, money, bread. The words were a low growl. Kovac didn't look back. He kept his eyes on Eleanor. The men are hungry, ma'am. Hungry men don't work. They eat the rich. It was a threat, plain and simple. Eleanor didn't blink. She reached into her pocket. The crowd flinched. They expected a pistol, or a purse of coins. Instead, she pulled out the walnut-sized lump of metal, the sample of Vance X. She held it up. It caught the dull morning light, gleaming with a strange silvery lustre that was different from the dull grey of pig iron. Do you know what this is? Kovac? She asked. Kovac squinted. Looks like slag. It is the future, Eleanor said, her voice projecting clear and sharp, cutting through the murmurs. It is an alloy that is lighter than aluminum and stronger than the rails Halloway is selling. It is the metal that will build the engines of the next century. She tossed it to him. Kovac caught it instinctively. His eyes widened slightly at the weight. It was dense, heavy. I don't have your money, Eleanor said loudly, addressing the crowd. The growl turned into a roar of anger. Men stepped forward. Silence! Eleanor screamed. It wasn't a lady's scream. It was a command that tore her throat. The crowd paused, shocked by the ferocity. I don't have your money, she repeated, lowering her voice to a deadly calm. Because Silas Vance spent it on whiskey and bad bets. The bank is coming. The sheriff is coming. Halloway is waiting for you to starve so he can hire you for half your wages to sweep his floors. She pointed a gloved finger at the factory gates behind them. This mill is dead. You're guarding a corpse. Then why are you here? Kovac asked, gripping the metal sample. To resurrect it, Eleanor said. I have a contract. I have 90 days. I have the formula for that metal in your hand. If we pour this heat, if we make this steel, the automobile plants in Detroit will pay us in gold. Not credit. Gold. She took a step closer to Kovac, invading his space. I cannot pay you for the last 3 weeks, she said. But if you fire these furnaces today, if you follow my orders exactly, I will pay you double wages for the next 3 months. And I will give you 5% of the net profit. Profit sharing? A laugh from the back. With a woman? She's mad. I am not mad, Eleanor said. I am desperate. And so are you. She looked at Kovac. You have a choice, foreman. You can use that wrench to smash my skull and take the jewellery off my neck. It might buy you bread for a week. Or, she pointed to the chained gates, you can use it to break that chain, and we can take back what is ours. Kovac looked at the small woman. He looked at the heavy, strange metal in his hand. He looked at the Halloway stacks across the river, spewing smoke, mocking them. He hated Halloway. Every man here did. Kovac weighed the metal sample one last time. Then he turned to the gate. He didn't say a word. He walked to the heavy chain that secured the entrance. He raised the pipe wrench high above his head. Clang. The sound rang out like a bell. Clang. The rust flaked off. Clang. The lock shattered. The chain fell away with a heavy rattle. Kovac pushed the iron gates open. They shrieked on their hinges, a banshee wail that signalled the awakening of the beast. He turned back to Eleanor. He gestured with the wrench toward the dark, gaping maw of the foundry. After you, Iron Master, he grunted. Eleanor nodded. She adjusted her coat. She didn't smile. She walked past the wall of men, through the open gates and into the shadow of the mill. As she crossed the threshold, she whispered to herself, Protocol 1 initiated. Chapter 5. The Impurity. The beast woke up slowly, coughing and sputtering like a dying man trying to remember how to breathe. It started with the boilers. The stokers, stripped to the waist, shoveled coal into the maws of the furnaces. The fire caught orange and angry, turning the water in the pipes to steam. Pressure gauges, their glass faces cracked and yellowed with age, began to twitch. The needles climbed, hiss. Steam vented from loose joints, screaming into the cavernous space. Then came the belts. The massive leather straps that drove the blowers began to slap against their pulleys. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The floor began to vibrate. Dust that had settled for weeks danced on the iron gratings. Eleanor stood on the overhead walkway, catwalk 4. She gripped the railing, the very same railing where Silas had leaned, where the bolts had been loosened. She checked them. They were tight now. Kovac had seen to it personally, a silent offering of loyalty, or perhaps insurance. Below her, the foundry floor was a chaotic ballet of shadows and fire. Men moved with the practiced lethargy of those who were paid by the hour, not the output. They dragged chains, shouted over the rising din, and prepared the ladles. But Eleanor wasn't watching the men. She was watching the colour of the smoke. It was wrong. It wasn't the clean white plume of a proper melt. It was dark, tinged with a sickly yellow-brown. Sulphur, she thought. Too much sulphur. She turned and descended the metal stairs, her boots ringing on the steel. She didn't go to the office. She went straight to the stockyard, the muddy expanse behind the furnaces where the raw mountains of iron ore, coke and limestone were piled. This was the kitchen. If the ingredients here were rotten, the meal would be poison. A group of labourers were loading a cart with limestone. They stopped when they saw her approach. A woman in the stockyard was bad luck. A woman in men's clothes was an abomination. "Who's in charge of the mix?" Eleanor shouted over the noise of the crushers. The men looked at each other. Finally, a man stepped forward. He was older, his face a map of deep wrinkles filled with coal dust. He was chewing a plug of tobacco, spitting a stream of brown juice onto the pile of white stone. "I am," he grunted. His name was Gorski. He had been melting steel since before Eleanor was born. He looked at her with open contempt. "Something wrong with the rock. Mrs. Vance? Too dusty for your shoes?" Eleanor ignored the insult. She walked to the pile of limestone. She picked up a chunk. It was greyish, streaked with bands of flint. "This is dolomite," she said, tossing the stone back. "Low grade, high silica content." "It's what we always use," Gorski shrugged. "It melts, it fluxes, it makes steel." "It makes garbage," Eleanor corrected him. "Silica prevents the lime from bonding with the phosphorus in the ore. If we don't remove the phosphorus, the vanadium alloy won't hold its crystalline structure. It will shatter the first time a train runs over it." She looked around the yard. "Where is the high calcium lime? The white stone?" Gorski spat again, missing Eleanor's boot by an inch. "Too expensive, and Silas said to use the cheap stuff. Said the Holloway buyers didn't know the difference." "Silas is dead," Eleanor said coldly. "And Holloway is not our buyer. The Ford Motor Company is, and Henry Ford has engineers who measure steel down to the molecule." She turned to the cart. "Dump it." "What?" Gorski barked. "That's 2 tons of rock. We're charging the furnace in an hour." "I said dump it, no." Eleanor's voice was like a whip crack. "Empty the bins. All of it. This entire pile is useless." "You're crazy," Gorski laughed, looking around at the other men for support. They snickered. "Listen, little lady, you might know fancy words from your books, but out here we know the heat. You don't throw away good stone just because it has a few stripes." He grabbed the shovel and tossed another load onto the cart, defying her. "We charge with this," Gorski declared, "or we don't charge at all." Eleanor didn't argue. She didn't scream. She walked over to a nearby tool rack and picked up a sledgehammer. It was heavy, a 10-pound head on a hickory handle. She dragged it across the ground. She walked to the cart. "Hey!" Gorski shouted. "What the hell are you?" Eleanor swung. It wasn't a perfect swing, but it had the weight of desperation behind it. Crack! The hammerhead struck the wooden axle of the cart. The wood splintered. The wheel buckled. With a groan of timber and metal, the cart tipped over. 2 tons of grey limestone spilled out onto the muddy ground, burying Gorski's boots. The yard went silent. The crushers seemed to quiet down. Every eye was on the small woman breathing hard, leaning on the handle of the sledgehammer. She looked up at Gorski. Her eyes were blazing. "I am not the little lady," she said, her voice low and dangerous now. "I am the ironmaster, and in my mill we do not cook with garbage." She pointed the handle of the hammer at him. "You are fired, Gorski." "Get your things. Get out." Gorski's face turned purple. He stepped out of the pile of rocks, his fists clenched. He was twice her size. He took a threatening step forward. "You can't fire me," he growled. "I'm the only one who knows the mix ratios. You fire me, this whole melt freezes in the pot. I wrote the mix ratios while you were still learning to wipe your own nose," Eleanor retorted. "Kovac!" Big Kovac materialized from the shadows of the loading bay. He had been watching. He stepped between Eleanor and Gorski, a wall of muscle. "You heard the boss," Kovac grunted. "Walk away, Gorski, before I make you—" Gorski looked at Kovac, then at Eleanor. He spat one last time, hitting the spilled limestone. "You'll ruin us," he sneered at Eleanor. "You'll burn this place down." "Better to burn it down than to sell it out," she replied. Gorski stormed off toward the gates, cursing in Polish. Eleanor dropped the sledgehammer. Her hands were stinging from the impact, but she didn't show it. She turned to the remaining men. They were staring at her with a mixture of fear and newfound respect. Violence was a language they understood. "You," she pointed to a young lad, no older than 16, who was holding a shovel like a spear. "What is your name?" Stan. Ma'am," the boy stammered. "Stan, take a team to the river warehouse. There are 50 sacks of burnt lime stored there. It was intended for the masonry repair, but we will use it for the flux. It's pure calcium oxide. Bring it here. Now." "Yes, Mum." Stan dropped his shovel and ran, signalling 2 others to follow him. Eleanor turned back to the remaining pile of bad limestone. "Clear this mess," she ordered, "and someone get me a sample of the coke. If the stone was cheap, I bet the fuel is wet." She walked away back toward the furnace floor. She could feel the eyes on her back. They weren't snickering anymore. She climbed the stairs to the lab, a small, grime-encrusted room next to the overseer's office. This was where the samples were tested. She kicked the door open. It was worse than she thought. The equipment was archaic. The microscope was covered in dust. The titration barrettes were cracked. Silas hadn't tested a sample in years. He had been flying blind. "Protocol 1, she muttered to herself, wiping a layer of soot off a workbench. "Purge the impurities." She wasn't just talking about the limestone. She was talking about Gorski. She was talking about the laziness. She was talking about the good enough attitude that had let Holloway win. She began to set up her workspace. She pulled the walnut-sized sample of Vance X from her pocket and set it on the table as a reference. Then, the floor trembled. A siren wailed, not the shift whistle, the alarm. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It was the heat alarm. Eleanor dropped her notebook and ran out onto the catwalk. Below, at blast furnace number 2, chaos had erupted. Men were shouting, running back from the tapping hole. A jet of white-hot gas was screaming out of the side of the furnace, like a blowtorch from hell. "Pressure spike," someone yelled. "The valve is stuck. If the pressure kept rising, the furnace wouldn't just vent, it would explode. It would take out the entire west wall of the foundry and kill everyone near it." Eleanor gripped the railing. "Kovac," she screamed. "Vent the top! Open the bleeder valve!" "It's jammed!" Kovac's voice came up from the smoke, sounding desperate. "The rust seized it!" Eleanor looked at the screaming jet of fire. She looked at the pressure gauge on the wall near her. The needle was vibrating in the red zone. She didn't think. She acted. She didn't think. She acted. Eleanor vaulted over the railing of the observation deck and onto the main service gantry. The metal grate was hot enough to burn through the soles of her boots. The air here was thin. replaced by scorching waves of heat shimmering up from the belly of the furnace. "Mrs. Vance, get back!" Kovac shouted from below, his face a mask of soot and terror. "She's gonna blow!" Eleanor ignored him. She ran toward the stack. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched scream of steam and gas escaping through micro-fissures, sounding like 1,000 tea kettles boiling at once. The bleeder valve was 30 feet up, accessible only by a narrow, vertical ladder welded to the side of the furnace shell. She grabbed the rungs. The iron was blistering hot. She hissed in pain, the leather of her gloves smoking, but she didn't let go. She climbed. Wind from the river buffeted her, mixing with the updraft of the fire. Her heavy coat flapped like broken wings. Below her, the men had stopped running. They were looking up, frozen in disbelief. They were watching a woman climb into the mouth of the volcano. She reached the top platform. The heat here was physical, a solid wall pushing her back, her eyes watered, tears evaporating instantly. There it was, the emergency release wheel. It was a massive iron circle caked in layers of orange rust and coal tar. It hadn't been turned in years. Eleanor grabbed the rim of the wheel with both hands. She pulled. Nothing. It was fused solid. The furnace beneath her groaned, a deep, subterranean rumble that shook the fillings in her teeth. The pressure gauge next to her face cracked, the glass spider webbing. "Think," she screamed internally. "Leverage." She looked around the platform. Debris, old bolts, and there, a 3-foot length of steel pipe, left behind by some careless maintenance crew years ago. She grabbed the pipe. It was heavy. She jammed one end of it through these spokes of the valve wheel, creating a makeshift lever. "Come on," she gritted out. Her teeth clenched so hard her jaw ached. She threw her entire body weight against the pipe. She hung from it, her feet dangling off the platform, suspended over a 50-foot drop to the concrete floor. The rust held. The wheel didn't budge. The screaming of the gas grew louder. The metal plating of the furnace began to groan, expanding outward. It was seconds away from rupture. Eleanor closed her eyes. She thought of Silas, falling. She thought of Holloway, laughing. She thought of Leo, building towers that fell. "I'm not silver," she thought. "I do not bend." She pulled herself up, planted her boots against the furnace wall, and pushed with her legs while pulling with her arms. A primal scream tore from her throat, raw and ugly. Creak, a sound sharper than the siren. Metal shearing against metal. Snap. The rust gave way. The wheel spun violently. Boom. The valve opened. A pillar of black smoke and white steam erupted from the vent, shooting 100 feet into the sky. The force of the release knocked Eleanor backward. She slammed into the safety railing, the breath driven from her lungs. The noise was apocalyptic, the pressure vented with the fury of a hurricane. But the furnace held. Slowly, the screaming hiss began to die down. The needle on the pressure gauge dropped back from the red zone. The vibration in the floor subsided. Eleanor lay on the metal grating, staring up at the bruised purple sky. Her coat was scorched. Her hands were shaking uncontrollably. Her face was smeared with black soot. She was alive. She rolled over and pushed herself up. Her ribs ached, probably bruised from hitting the railing. She looked over the edge. The silence below was absolute. 50 men stood on the foundry floor, their faces turned upward. Big Kovac was standing by the control panel, his mouth slightly open. Eleanor didn't wave. She didn't smile. She began the long climb down. When her boots hit the concrete floor, her legs felt like jelly, but she locked her knees. She refused to stagger. The crowd parted for her as she walked toward Kovac. The men shrank back, not out of fear, but out of awe. She smelled of brimstone and victory. She stopped in front of the giant foreman. She pulled off her ruined gloves and tossed them onto a pile of slag. Her hands were red, blistered where the heat had soaked through the leather. "The valve," she rasped, her voice hoarse from the smoke. "Grease it, every shift." Kovac looked at her blistered hands. Then he looked at her eyes. He slowly took off his cap. "Yes, boss," he said quietly. "And Kovac?" "Mom?" "That pressure spike wasn't an accident," Eleanor said, looking at the gauge readings on the wall. "The intake was opened too fast. Someone tried to blow the mix." Kovac's face darkened. "Sabotage?" "Impurity," Eleanor corrected. "We purged Gorski, but the rot goes deeper." She turned to face the factory floor, addressing the sea of dirty faces. "Listen to me," she shouted, though her voice cracked. "Holloway wants you to fail. He wants this furnace to blow so he can buy the scrap. He tried to kill us all just now." A murmur of anger rippled through the men. They were simple men. They understood survival. "I am the only thing standing between you and the breadline." Eleanor continued. "I just saved your jobs. I just saved your lives. Now, get back to work." For a second, nobody moved. Then, Kovac slammed his wrench against a metal pillar. Clang. "You heard the Iron Master," Kovac roared. "Move your asses, check the seals, stoke the fires." The men scrambled. The lethargy was gone. The fear was gone, replaced by adrenaline and a grudging loyalty. Eleanor watched them run. She felt a strange sensation in her chest. It wasn't happiness. It was colder, harder. It was power. She turned and walked toward the office stairs. She needed to bandage her hands. She needed to rewrite the safety protocols. But as she reached the first step, she saw a shadow in the corner of the stockyard, near the side exit. A figure in a flat cap, watching her. It wasn't a worker. It was too clean. It was Brannigan, the sheriff's thug. He'd been watching the show. He tipped his cap to her, a mocking gesture, and slipped out the side door. Eleanor stopped. Her blood went cold. They had watched. They had waited for the explosion. And now they knew she was harder to kill than they thought. Next time, she thought, gripping the rail with her blistered hand. They won't rely on rust. Chapter 6. Walk Among the Wolves. The burn on her palm throbbed in time with her heartbeat. It was a rhythmic, searing pain, a constant reminder of the metal she had conquered. Eleanor sat in the overseer's office, biting her lip as she tightened the gauze bandage around her right hand. She did not have a doctor. She had a bottle of iodine and a strip of clean linen torn from her petticoat. The door opened. Big Kovac ducked his head to enter. The room was too small for him. He seemed to suck the oxygen out of the air. "The men are calm," Kovac said, his voice low. "They're eating. But Mrs. Vance, we have a problem." "Only one?" Eleanor asked, tying off the bandage with her teeth. She held up her hand, flexing the fingers stiffly. "I count at least 3. The limestone you ordered, Stan brought it. It's good. But the coke..." Kovac shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "The stockpile is wet. Gorski left the tarps off on purpose. It's useless. And the coal bins are empty." Eleanor closed her eyes for a second. Of course. Gorski hadn't just been lazy. He'd been thorough. Without high-grade coke, the furnaces couldn't reach the melting temperature for the vanadium alloy. They would just produce lukewarm slush. "We need 50 tons of metallurgical coke," Eleanor said. "By tomorrow morning." "Holloway owns the coal yards," Kovac reminded her. He put the word out. "No one sells to Vance. Not a lump." "Then we don't buy from the yards," Eleanor said, standing up. She grabbed her coat. The scorched patch on the sleeve smelled of burnt wool. "We buy from the river." Kovac frowned. "The river? You mean the smugglers? The coal rats?" "I mean the men who don't care about Arthur Holloway's permission slip." "Mrs. Vance, those aren't businessmen," Kovac warned, stepping in front of the door. "They are cutthroats. They operate out of the strip district." "It's not a place for a lady. It's barely a place for a priest." "Then it is a good thing I am neither," Eleanor said. She reached into the desk drawer and pulled out the sample of Vance X alloy. She slipped it into her pocket, next to the penknife. "Stay here, Kovac. Keep the fires banked. If I'm not back by dawn, well, then you can sell the scrap." She pushed past him. Underscore 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 underscore. The Strip district at night was a wound in the side of the city that never healed. It was a chaotic sprawl of slaughterhouses, wholesale markets, and illegal gambling dens huddled along the Allegheny River. The air here didn't smell of iron. It smelled of old blood, rotting cabbage, and the muddy stink of the river. Eleanor walked alone. She had left the carriage 3 blocks back, ordering Thomas to wait near a street lamp. This was a journey she had to make on foot. She kept her head down, the brim of her felt hat casting a shadow over her eyes. She walked with a purposeful stride, her hands deep in her pockets. In this part of town, looking lost was an invitation to be robbed. Looking confident was a challenge. Shadows moved in the alleyways. Men huddled around trash fires, their faces gaunt and hollow. Prohibition wasn't federal law yet, that would come next year, but the temperance leagues had already dried up the legal saloons. So the drinking had moved underground, becoming darker, harder, and more desperate. She stopped in front of a nondescript warehouse with a sign that read O'Malley's Ice and Storage. This was it. Silas had mentioned it once, in a drunken stupor. If you ever need something that doesn't exist, go to the ice house. Ask for Bishop. 2 men stood by the loading dock. They were big, wearing heavy butcher's aprons stained with things that looked too dark to be grease. Eleanor walked up the ramp. "Lost little bird?" one of them sneered, stepping into her path. He had a scar running from his ear to his jaw. "I am looking for Bishop," Eleanor said. Her voice was steady, cutting through the damp air. The men exchanged a look. "Bishop doesn't see stray birds. He's busy." "Tell him Eleanor Vance is here," she said. "Tell him I have a business proposition that involves the Holloway rails." The man with the scar looked her up and down. He spat on the ground, missing her boot by an inch. "Check her for a wire," he grunted to his partner. "Touch me," Eleanor said softly, her hand tightening around the penknife in her pocket. "And you will lose a finger." She didn't shout. She didn't tremble. She simply stated a fact. The second man hesitated. There was something in her eyes, something cold and dead, that unsettled him. It wasn't the look of a society woman. It was the look of someone who had just climbed out of a grave. "Wait here," Scarface muttered. He disappeared inside the warehouse. A minute passed. The sounds of the river lapped against the pilings below. A distant police siren wailed, lonely and useless. The door opened again. "He'll see you," Scarface said, "but keep your hands where I can see them." Eleanor stepped into the darkness. The interior of the warehouse was freezing. Blocks of ice, harvested from the frozen lakes in winter, were stacked in sawdust-covered piles. The air was misty with cold. In the centre of the room, sitting at a table made of a wooden crate, sat a man. He was impeccably dressed in a white suit that seemed to defy the filth of his surroundings. He was eating a pomegranate, picking out the red seeds with a silver pin, one by one. He looked up as Eleanor approached. His eyes were pale blue, almost colourless. "Mrs. Vance," the man said. His voice was smooth, cultured, and utterly devoid of warmth. "The widow who buried her husband this morning and is buying coal tonight. Grief takes many forms, I suppose." "Mr. Bishop," Eleanor said, stopping across the table from him. "I need 50 tons of high-grade coke, delivered to the Vance Foundry side gate. Tonight." Bishop popped a pomegranate seed into his mouth. He chewed slowly. "Coke is scarce," he said. "Holloway has bought the surplus. The price has escalated. I don't have cash, Eleanor said. Bishop sighed. He looked disappointed. Then you are wasting my time. I'm a businessman, not a charity. He waved a hand at Scarface. Show her out, and check her pockets for anything shiny before you throw her in the river. Scarface stepped forward, grabbing Eleanor's arm. I have something better than cash, Eleanor said quickly, wrenching her arm free. She pulled the sample of Vance X from her pocket and slammed it onto the wooden crate. Thud. The sound was heavy. Solid. Bishop looked at the lump of metal. He didn't touch it. What is this? He asked. Silver? Platinum? Better, Eleanor said. It's the end of the Holloway Empire. Bishop paused. The silver pin hovered halfway to his mouth. He looked at Eleanor. Really looked at her. For the first time. You have my attention, he whispered. This, Eleanor said, keeping her hand on the metal, is the proof that Arthur Holloway is selling glass coffins to the railroad. Bishop stopped chewing. He placed the pomegranate seed on the table, a drop of red juice staining the wood like fresh blood. Explain, he commanded softly. Holloway's steel has a high phosphorus content. It suffers from cold shortness. When the temperature drops below freezing, which it will in 3 months, his rails will become brittle. The vibration of a heavy locomotive will shatter them. Eleanor leaned forward, her eyes locking with Bishop's pale gaze. There will be derailments, deaths, a scandal that will destroy his stock price. And when that happens, the industry will look for a replacement. They will look for a steel that doesn't break. She tapped the lump of Vance X alloy. Click, click. This is the replacement, and I'm the only one who can make it. Bishop picked up the metal sample. He weighed it in his hand, feeling its unnatural density. He ran a thumb over the smooth silver-grey surface. He wasn't a metallurgist, but he was a gambler. He knew the weight of an ace in the hole. You want me to bet on a horse that hasn't even run yet, Bishop mused, against the favourite. I want you to bet on the inevitable, Eleanor corrected. Holloway is built on a lie. I'm offering you the truth, and for 50 tons of coke, you can buy a share of the execution. Bishop smiled. It was a thin, razor-sharp expression that didn't reach his eyes. You have a wicked tongue, Mrs. Vance. Silas never deserved you. He tossed the metal alloy back to her. Eleanor caught it. 50 tons, Bishop said, standing up. He brushed an invisible speck of dust from his white suit. I will have my barges divert a shipment tonight. It will be at your dock by 4 a.m. And the price? Eleanor asked, bracing herself. She expected him to ask for the deed to the house, or perhaps the patent itself. Bishop walked around the table. He stopped close to her, too close. He smelled of cologne and rot. 10%, he whispered. 10% of the profit. 10% of the company, Bishop said. Equity. Silent partner. When Vance Iron rises from the ashes, I want a seat at the table, and I want access to your logistics for my own shipments. He meant smuggling. He wanted to use her legitimate steel shipments to hide his illegal cargo. Alcohol, guns, perhaps worse. Eleanor hesitated. A partnership with Bishop was a deal with the devil. It would stain her hands forever. But then she thought of the sheriff breaking down her door. She thought of Holloway laughing at her husband's grave. She needed a devil. Done, Eleanor said. Bishop extended a hand. It was cold, like the ice surrounding them. Then we have an accord, Ironmaster. Underscore 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 underscore. Eleanor walked out of the warehouse. The adrenaline that had sustained her during the negotiation began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. Her knees felt weak. She had done it. The fuel was coming. The furnace would burn hot. She walked back through the foggy labyrinth of the Strip District. The shadows seemed longer now, stretching out like grasping fingers. She reached the street lamp where she had left the carriage. The circle of yellow light was empty. The carriage was there. The black lacquered wood gleamed in the mist. The horses were there, stamping their hooves nervously on the cobblestones, their breath steaming in the cold air. But the driver's seat was empty. "Thomas?" Eleanor whispered. She stepped closer. The street was silent. Too silent. Even the distant wail of the riverboats had ceased. She walked around to the side of the carriage. Thomas was not on the seat. He was lying on the ground, slumped against the wheel. His cap had fallen off. A dark, wet stain was spreading across the back of his grey uniform coat. Eleanor's hand flew to her mouth to stifle a scream. She rushed to him, kneeling in the muck. "Thomas!" She touched his shoulder. He groaned. He was alive, but barely. His face was a mask of blood, beaten brutally. "Ma'am?" He wheezed, his eyes fluttering open, unfocused. "Run." "Who did this?" Eleanor demanded, her hand shaking as she tried to stem the bleeding with her scarf. "Run." A sound behind her, the scrape of a boot on stone. Eleanor spun around, her hand diving into her pocket for the penknife. A figure stepped out from the shadows of the alleyway. It wasn't Bishop's men. It wasn't a common thug. The man wore a long, grey duster coat and a bowler hat. He held a heavy walking stick in one hand, tapping it rhythmically against his leg. His face was clean-shaven, indifferent, professional. A Pinkerton agent, Holloway's private army. "Mrs. Vance," the man said. His voice was polite, bored. "Mr." Holloway is very disappointed. He thought the message this morning was clear. He took a step forward. Behind him, two more shapes emerged from the gloom. They held lengths of lead pipe. "It seems," the Pinkerton said, "we need to break something more valuable than a window to make you understand." Eleanor stood up. She backed away until her spine hit the carriage wheel. Thomas was unconscious at her feet. She had a penknife. They had lead pipes. She was trapped. The Pinkerton raised his walking stick. "The hands," he ordered his men. "Break her hands. She can't mix chemicals if she can't hold a beaker." The men advanced. Eleanor gripped the knife. She wouldn't scream. She wouldn't beg. But as the first man lunged, a shadow detached itself from the roof of the carriage above them. Chapter 7. The Hammer and the Anvil. The shadow did not land like a cat. It landed like an anvil dropped from a third-story window. Crunch! The wooden roof of the carriage groaned under the impact, but the figure didn't stop there. It vaulted off the carriage top, descending into the circle of light with the force of a landslide. It was Big Kovach. He didn't have a weapon. He didn't need one. He was 6 feet 4 inches of blast furnace muscle, hardened by 20 years of lifting pig iron. The first thug, the one raising the lead pipe, didn't even have time to turn his head. Kovach's boots slammed into his chest. There was a sickening crack of ribs giving way, and the man was launched backward into the brick wall of the alley. He slid down, gasping for air that his lungs couldn't hold. The second thug hesitated. That was his mistake. Kovach roared, a sound that was less human and more like the venting of a steam valve. He grabbed the man by the lapels of his coat and headbutted him. Thud, bone met bone. The thug went limp instantly, dropping like a sack of wet cement. The Pinkerton agent, the man in the bowler hat, was faster. He stepped back, his face losing its bored expression. He flicked his wrist, revealing that the walking stick was actually a sheath for a long, thin steel blade. A cane sword. Big mistake, the agent hissed, assuming a fencing stance. You're just meat, giant. I'll carve you like a... He lunged. The blade flashed in the gaslight, aiming for Kovach's throat. Eleanor opened her mouth to scream a warning, but Kovach didn't dodge. He caught the blade with his bare left hand. Kovach grabbed the steel. The edge sliced into his palm, blood welling up instantly between his thick fingers. But he didn't flinch. He squeezed. His grip was a vice. The Pinkerton's eyes widened in horror. He tried to pull the sword back, but it was stuck in the trap of Kovac's flesh. "You use steel to kill," Kovac growled, stepping closer, ignoring the blood dripping down his wrist. "I use it to build." With his free hand, a fist the size of a sledgehammer, Kovac delivered a single, piston-like punch to the agent's face. Smash! The sound was wet and terrible. The agent's nose exploded. His bowler hat flew off into the mud. He crumbled to the ground, the sword clattering from his hand. Silence returned to the street, broken only by the heavy, ragged breathing of the giant and the whimpering of the thug with the broken ribs. Eleanor stood frozen against the carriage wheel. Her heart was hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. She looked at the carnage. 3 men down in less than 10 seconds. Kovac stood over the unconscious Pinkerton, shaking his injured hand. Blood splattered onto the cobblestones. He turned to Eleanor. His face was dark, terrifying in the shadows. "I told you," he rumbled, his voice thick with adrenaline. "I didn't trust the river." Eleanor let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She pushed herself away from the wheel. Her legs were shaking, but she forced them to move. "Thomas," she whispered. She knelt back down beside her driver. Thomas was still unconscious, his breathing shallow. The back of his head was matted with blood. "He needs a doctor," Eleanor said, looking up at Kovac. "Help me load him into the carriage." Kovac didn't argue. He scooped up the old driver as effortlessly as if he were carrying a child. He laid Thomas gently on the velvet seat inside the carriage. "I'll drive," Kovac said, closing the door. "We go to St. Mary's. The nuns don't ask questions." "Wait," Eleanor said. She walked over to the Pinkerton agent. The man was groaning, trying to push himself up on his elbows. His face was a ruin of blood and cartilage. Eleanor looked down at him. She saw the fear in his eyes. The arrogance was gone. She reached into her pocket. She didn't pull out the knife. She pulled out the handkerchief she had used to wrap the Vance sample. It was clean white linen. She dropped it onto his bleeding face. "Tell Halloway," she said, her voice cold and clear, "that if he sends wolves, I will feed them to the dogs." The agent coughed, spitting blood. He will burn you." "He can try," Eleanor said, "but steel is forged in fire." She turned and climbed into the carriage, sitting opposite the unconscious Thomas. Kovac climbed onto the driver's seat. The carriage dipped under his immense weight. He snapped the reins. "Hya!" The horses, eager to leave the smell of blood, bolted forward. The carriage rattled over the cobblestones, leaving the 3 broken men in the dark. Inside the cabin, Eleanor pressed her hand against the window, watching the strip district fade away. She looked at her own hands. They were trembling, not from fear this time, but from the realization of what she had just become. She wasn't just a chemist anymore. She was a warlord, and Kovac was her champion. She looked at Thomas's pale face. Casualties, she thought. The war has barely started, and I already have casualties. She closed her eyes, but she didn't sleep. She saw the blueprint of the furnace. She saw the formula. She saw the look in Bishop's eyes. 90 days. The carriage sped through the night, carrying the Queen of Rust back to her fortress. St. Mary's Hospital was a fortress of red brick, located on the edge of the Irish slums. It smelled of boiled cabbage and carbolic acid, the scent of charity. Kovac kicked the doors open, carrying Thomas like a broken doll. A nun, her habit starched so stiffly it looked like white armour, intercepted them. She didn't flinch at the sight of the blood-soaked giant. Sister Agatha had served in the field hospitals of France during the Great War. She had seen worse than a Pittsburgh street fight. "Trauma ward," she commanded, pointing down the hall. "Bed 4 is empty." Kovac laid Thomas down on the thin mattress. The old driver's breathing was ragged, a wet rattle deep in his chest. "Concussion," Sister Agatha diagnosed, checking his pupils with a small flashlight, and likely broken ribs puncturing the lung. "We will need to drain it." She looked at Eleanor. "Does he have insurance?" "He has me," Eleanor said. She reached into her coat, pulling out a wad of bills, the last of the household cash. She placed it on the bedside table. Do whatever's necessary. If he dies, sister, I will hold God personally responsible. Sister Agatha looked at the money, then at Eleanor. God does not take bribes, Mrs. Vance, but we will do our best. The nuns swarmed around the bed. Eleanor stepped back. She could not help here. Chemistry could fix steel, but it could not fix broken men. She walked out into the hallway. Kovac was sitting on a wooden bench, a young novice nurse trying to clean his hand. The blade had sliced deep across his palm, exposing the red meat of the muscle. It needs stitches, the nurse whispered, her hand shaking. Just wrap it. Kovac grunted. I have work to do. Stitch it, Eleanor ordered, stepping into the light. Without anaesthesia if you must, but stitch it tight. If that hand gets infected... Kovac, you're useless to me. Kovac looked up at her. His face was bruised, a purple welt forming on his cheekbone, but his eyes were clear. He nodded to the nurse. Stitch it. He didn't make a sound as the needle pierced his skin. He just watched Eleanor. Why? He asked. His voice was low, rumbling in the quiet corridor. Why what? Eleanor asked, leaning against the wall, her arms crossed to hide her own trembling. Why did you throw the handkerchief on him? The Pinkerton? Kovac watched the needle thread through his callus. You marked him. Halloway will not forgive that insult. Halloway was never going to forgive us. Kovac, Eleanor said. He wants us dead. If I beg, he kills me. If I fight, he tries to kill me. The outcome is the same. The only difference is the dignity of the death. She looked at his bandaged hand. You saved my life tonight, she added. It was a statement of fact, devoid of sentimentality. You pay my wages, Kovac shrugged, though there was something more in his eyes, a respect that hadn't been there yesterday. I will add a hazard bonus, Eleanor said. Keep your bonus. Kovac grunted as the nurse tied off the final knot. He stood up, flexing his hand. The bandage was stark white against his grime-stained skin. Just give me the coke. The furnace is hungry. And let's go feed it. Underscore 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 underscore. They returned to the mill at 3:55 a.m. The foundry was quiet, but it was an expectant silence. The men were awake. They sat in clusters around small fires, smoking pipes, watching the river. They had heard the rumours. They knew the sheriff had come. They knew the coal was gone. They were waiting for the miracle, or the end. At 4 a.m. exactly, a low, mournful horn sounded from the fog on the river. Boom. Eleanor stood on the dock, the wind whipping her coat. Out of the mist, a dark shape emerged. A barge. It sat low in the water, heavy. It didn't fly a flag. It didn't have lights. It was a ghost ship of the Allegheny. The barge drifted toward the Vance dock. Ropes were thrown. The men scrambled to catch them, pulling the heavy vessel against the wooden pilings. The tarps were pulled back. Underneath lay a mountain of black gold. 50 tons of high-grade metallurgical coke. Dry, dense, perfect. A cheer went up from the men, ragged at first, then louder. It wasn't a cheer of joy, it was a cheer of relief. They would work tomorrow. They would eat. Get the cranes, Kovac roared, his voice booming over the water. Start the conveyors, we charge the furnace in 1 hour. The mill exploded into activity. The lethargy of the last month vanished. The conveyor belt screeched to life. The clamshell buckets descended into the barge. Scooping up the fuel with hungry bites, Eleanor watched the first load travel up the belt and disappear into the maw of blast furnace number 2. She felt a vibration under her feet. The heart of the factory was beginning to beat. She turned to walk back to the office. She had calculations to finalise. She had to oversee the temperature curve, but she stopped. Stan, the young boy she had sent for the lime earlier, ran up to her. He was holding an envelope. "Ma'am," he panted. "A messenger boy. Just dropped this at the gate, said it was urgent." Eleanor took the envelope. It was plain, cheap paper, no return address. She tore it open. Inside was a single index card. On it, typed in clean, impersonal font, were 3 words. "Holloway knows about the boy." Eleanor froze. The noise of the factory, the grinding gears, the shouting men, the roaring fire, faded into a dull buzz. The boy, Leo. She had locked him in the attic. She had told Mrs. Gable to barricade the door. But Holloway knew the threat wasn't about the mill anymore. It wasn't about her. It was about the one thing she couldn't replace with chemistry. She crushed the note in her hand. She looked up at the smokestacks of the Holloway plant across the river. They were glowing red in the pre-dawn dark. "You want a war, Arthur?" she whispered into the wind. She turned to Kovac, who was barking orders at the crane operator. "Kovac!" The giant turned. "When the shift changes," Eleanor commanded, her voice vibrating with a deadly intensity. "I want 2 men sent to my house. Armed. They sit outside the attic door until I say otherwise." Kovac saw the look on her face. He didn't ask questions. He nodded. "Done." Eleanor shoved the note into her pocket, right next to the sample of Vance X. She walked toward the furnace. The heat hit her face, drying the dampness of the river. "Let's make some steel," she said. Chapter 8. The First Heat. The dawn did not break over the Vance foundry. It was incinerated. Inside the main casting hall, the sun was irrelevant. Here, the light came from the belly of the beast, blast furnace number 2. It was a towering cathedral of fire brick and riveted steel, rising 80 feet into the soot-stained rafters. It groaned. It hissed. It vibrated with a low-frequency thrum that rattled the teeth of every man on the floor. Eleanor stood on the charging platform, high above the ground. The air up here was thin, scorched of oxygen and smelled of sulphur and impending violence. She wore a heavy leather apron over her men's clothes. Her face was smeared with a mixture of grease and charcoal to protect her skin from the radiant heat. Over her eyes, she wore a pair of cobalt blue welder's goggles, making her look like an insect queen surveying her hive. "The coke bed is ready, ma'am," Big Kovac shouted over the roar of the blowers. He was standing by the skip hoist, his massive chest heaving. Even he, a man made of iron, looked small next to the furnace today. Eleanor nodded. She looked at the cart filled with the bishop's coke, black, porous, and dry. It was high-grade fuel. It would burn hot, but fuel was not enough. She reached into the deep pocket of her apron, her hand closed around a canvas bag. Inside was the vanadium. It wasn't much. Just 5 pounds of refined ferrovanadium powder she had salvaged from her lab before the sheriff's raid. It was worth more than the entire building she was standing in. "Clear the hoist," Eleanor ordered. She stepped forward to the open maw of the charging bell. The heat blasted her face, dry and fierce, threatening to singe her eyebrows even through the goggles. She opened the canvas bag. The grey powder shimmered. This was the moment of alchemy. In the old days, they threw bones into the fire for luck. Today, she threw science. She upended the bag. The powder fell into the inferno, disappearing instantly into the swirling vortex of orange and white. "Charge it!" she screamed. Kovac pulled the lever. The skip car tilted. Tons of iron ore, limestone, and coke cascaded down into the throat of the furnace. The bell sealed shut with a heavier, metallic clang that echoed like a prison door. "Blast pressure," Eleanor barked, turning to the pressure gauge on the wall. 12 pounds, the operator yelled back. "Take it to 15. The operator, a skinny man named Miller, no relation to the sheriff, paled beneath the soot. 15, Mrs. Vance. The bustle pipe is patched with rust. If we go over 13, the seals might blow. If we stay at 12, The vanadium won't bond with the ferrite, Eleanor said, her voice cutting through the noise like a razor blade. It will just float in the slag. We need 3,000 degrees. Miller, not a degree less. But do it, she said. She didn't shout. She didn't have to. The look in her eyes behind the blue glass was hotter than the fire. Miller swallowed hard. He gripped the iron wheel of the throttle valve. Creak. Groan. He turned it. The sound of the furnace changed. It went from a roar to a scream. The air intake howled. The ground beneath their boots began to tremble violently. Dust shook loose from the corrugated tin roof, raining down like black snow. Eleanor walked to the railing of the platform. She looked down at the casting floor below. 50 men stood there. They were silent, motionless statues in the flickering light. They held their tapping rods and skimmers, waiting. They knew what was happening. They knew the woman up there was pushing the old machine past its breaking point. If the furnace exploded, there would be no bodies to bury, just ash shadows on the wall. Eleanor gripped the railing. The metal was hot enough to be uncomfortable even through her gloves. "Hold," she whispered to the machine. "Just hold." She watched the pyrometer needle climbing. 2,800. 2,850. 2,900. Suddenly, a jet of steam burst from a flange on the main bustle pipe, 20 feet below her. Pshh! It sounded like a gunshot. "Leak on the main line," Kovac shouted, pointing. "Ignore it," Eleanor commanded, though her heart hammered against her ribs. "It's just steam. Watch the pressure." 2,950. The vibrations were getting worse. The rivets on the steel plating seemed to be dancing. The beast was fighting its cage. 2,980. "She's bucking, Mum!" Miller yelled, his hands shaking on the wheel. "The vibration is cracking the refractory lining. I can hear the bricks falling inside." Eleanor closed her eyes for a split second. She visualized the atomic structure of the steel. She saw the carbon atoms vibrating, looking for a place to settle. She saw the vanadium atoms slipping into the gaps, locking the iron lattice together, creating a structure that would never yield. It needed heat. Painful, destructive heat. "Hold!" she screamed, her voice raw. 3,000. The needle hit the mark. The roar was deafening, a physical pressure that pushed against her eardrums. "Maintain!" Eleanor checked her pocket watch. The second hand swept past the 12. 5 minutes. "Hold it at 3,000 for 5 minutes." Those 5 minutes were the longest of her life. Every groan of the metal sounded like a death knell. Every hiss of escaping steam sounded like a betrayal. She stood rigid, a small figure in a coat too big for her, counting the seconds while the world around her threatened to disintegrate. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. 2. A bolt popped off the casing of the tuyere pipe below. It flew across the room like a bullet, pinging off a steel beam. The men ducked. "Steady!" Kovac roared at them. "Stand your ground." 1 minute. Eleanor stared at the needle. It wavered, threatening to dip. But Miller held the wheel, his knuckles white, his eyes wide with terror. 0. Eleanor snapped the watch shut. "Cut the blast!" she screamed. "Tap the hole!" Miller spun the wheel back. The screaming intake died down, replaced by the heavy, rhythmic chugging of the idle engine. Eleanor didn't wait. She practically slid down the ladder to the casting floor. "Drill it! Kovac!" Big Kovac revved the pneumatic drill. He drove it into the clay plug at the base of the furnace. This was the moment of truth. If the mix was wrong, a sluggish, grey sludge would ooze out, useless pig iron. If the temperature was too high, the metal would be wild, bubbling with trapped gas that would leave holes in the steel like Swiss cheese. The drill broke through. Whoosh. A blinding stream of liquid metal shot out, hitting the runner trough. It wasn't grey. It wasn't bubbling. It was white. A pure, incandescent white that hurt to look at. It flowed like water, smooth and fast, running down the sand-lined channels toward the waiting ladle. The heat hit Eleanor like a physical blow, singeing the loose strands of hair that had escaped her cap. But she didn't step back. She pulled out her spectroscope. She had to be sure. She aimed the lens at the flowing river of fire. She squinted against the glare. She looked for the lines, the signature of the chemistry she had cooked in the dark. Through the lens of the spectroscope, the blinding white light broke apart into a rainbow of spectral lines. Eleanor ignored the strong bands of iron and carbon. She hunted for the ghost, and there it was, nestled between the blue and the indigo. A faint, sharp violet line appeared. It was steady. It was distinct. Vanadium. It hadn't burned off. It hadn't floated into the slag. It had bonded. The atoms had locked arms with the iron, creating a lattice structure stronger than anything Halloway had ever poured. Eleanor lowered the device. Her hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the electric shock of validation. "Flow is good," Kovacs shouted, his voice cracking with relief. "Viscosity is low! It's running like water, boss!" "Fill the ladle," Eleanor ordered. "Do not waste a drop." The molten river filled the massive iron bucket. Sparks danced in the air like fireflies, beautiful and deadly. When the ladle was full, Kovacs plugged the hole with the mud gun. The roar subsided to a dull rumble. The crane lifted the ladle. It swung through the smoky air, glowing like a captured sun, moving toward the ingot moulds. Eleanor descended the stairs. She walked to the testing station near the anvil. "Pull a sample," she commanded. A worker dipped a long-handled spoon into the top of the ladle, pulling out a small amount of liquid steel. He poured it into a shallow test mould. It glowed angry red, then orange, then dull grey as he quenched it in a bucket of water. Hiss! Steam exploded. He pulled the cooled puck out with tongs and set it on the anvil. The men gathered around. They were dirty, exhausted, their faces streaked with sweat and soot. They didn't know about atomic structures. They didn't know about spectral lines. They only knew one way to test steel, the hammer test. Kovacs reached for the sledgehammer. "I'll do it." "Ma'am, no," Eleanor said. She stepped forward, stripping off her heavy leather gloves. "I need to feel it." She grabbed the handle of the 10-pound hammer. It was heavy, straining her wrists, but adrenaline gave her strength. If the steel was brittle, like Halloway's, it would shatter into shrapnel under the blow. If it was soft, it would dent deeply, absorbing the energy like lead. But if it was Vance X, Eleanor raised the hammer high above her head. She gritted her teeth. She swung with everything she had. Clang. The sound was not a thud, it was a note. A pure, high-pitched, resonant ring that pierced the air like a church bell. The hammer bounced back from the puck, vibrating up her arms, shaking her bones. Eleanor dropped the hammer. She looked at the puck. There was no crack. There was barely a dent. The surface was smooth, defiant, silver grey. It was harder than the anvil it sat on. "Perfect," she whispered. Kovacs stared at the metal. He reached out and touched it, burning his finger slightly, but he didn't pull away. "It sings," Kovacs said, looking at Eleanor with wide eyes. "By God, it sings!" "We did it," someone shouted from the back. The cheer that went up was primal. Caps were thrown into the air. Men hugged each other, their laughter sounding strange in the grim factory. They had done the impossible. They had cheated failure. Eleanor stood in the centre of the celebration, but she felt apart from it. She looked at the ingot moulds filling up with her creation. This was power. This was the currency that would buy her freedom. She allowed herself a small, cold smile. Checkmate. Arthur. But the smile didn't last. The heavy side door of the foundry burst open, slamming against the brick wall. A gust of cold, wet wind blew in, swirling the coal dust. The cheering died down. The men turned. Standing in the doorway was Mrs. Gable. The housekeeper was unrecognisable. Her dress was torn at the shoulder. Her hair was wild, plastered to her skull by the rain. There was blood on her apron, not hers. "Madam!" she screamed. The sound was raw, tearing her throat. Eleanor felt her blood freeze. The heat of the furnace vanished instantly. She ran to the woman. Mrs. Gable. Mrs. Gable collapsed, her knees hitting the dirty concrete floor. She gasped for air, her hands clutching Eleanor's coat. "The attic," she choked out. "They came through the roof. The skylight. Ropes." "Who?" Eleanor demanded, grabbing the woman's shoulders. "Who came?" "Men in masks. The guards. Kovac's men." "Mrs." Gable sobbed. "They cut their throats before they could draw their guns." "Leo," Eleanor whispered. The name was a prayer and a curse. "Where is Leo?" "Mrs." Gable shook her head violently. "Gone. They took him, snatched him from his bed." She opened her trembling hand. They left this on his pillow." Eleanor looked down. Lying in the housekeeper's palm was a wooden building block. One of Leo's toys. It was charred, blackened by fire. And carved into the wood with a knife was a single symbol, a stylized H, Holloway. Eleanor stared at the burnt block. The world tilted on its axis. The ring of the perfect steel was still echoing in her ears, but now it sounded like a funeral toll. She had won the battle for the mill. But while she was watching the fire, the wolf had entered her den. She slowly reached out and took the block. It was light, so much lighter than the steel, but it weighed 1,000 tons. She closed her fingers around it until the sharp edges dug into her skin. Big Kovac stepped up behind her. He saw the block. He saw the blood on Mrs. Gable. He didn't say a word. He just gripped his pipe wrench until his knuckles turned white. Eleanor turned to face the furnace. The fire was still roaring, indifferent to her loss. "He wants to trade," she whispered to the fire. "My steel for my son." She looked at the ingot moulds, glowing red in the dark. "Kovac," she said. Her voice was unrecognizable. It was devoid of humanity. It was the voice of the machine. "Yes, boss?" "Lock down the mill. No one leaves. No one enters." She put the burnt block in her pocket, right next to the sample of Vance X. The two metals, one of creation, one of destruction, clinked together. "Send a runner to the ice house," she commanded. "Tell Bishop I'm calling in the debt. Tell him to bring guns. All of them." "We're going to the police?" Kovac asked. Eleanor turned to him. Her eyes were dry. They were empty holes where a soul used to be. "No," she said. "The police are for justice. I don't want justice." She looked out at the rainy dawn, toward the Holloway mansion on the hill. "I want ash." Chapter 9. The Mother of Wolves. The office of the Vance Foundry had been transformed into a war room. The desk, once cluttered with unpaid invoices and threats of foreclosure, was now cleared. In its centre sat two objects, starkly illuminated by the harsh electric bulb hanging from the ceiling. On the left, the puck of Vance X steel, silvery, smooth, unbreakable, the symbol of the future. On the right, the burnt wooden block, charred, fragile, blackened, the symbol of the present. Eleanor sat behind the desk. She had washed the soot from her face, but she hadn't changed her clothes. She still wore the oversized men's shirt and trousers, now stained with the sweat of the casting floor. Her hair was pulled back so tightly it strained the skin at her temples. She sat with her hands clasped on the desk, staring at the two objects. She was not crying. Tears were water. She needed fire. The door opened. It didn't creak. It swung open smoothly, pushed by a hand that knew exactly how much force to apply. "Mister." Bishop entered. For the first time, the Lord of the Ice House looked out of place. His white suit was pristine, a ghost moving through the grime of the industrial world. He wore a silk handkerchief over his nose, shielding himself from the smell of sulphur and unwashed men. Behind him, two of his enforcers squeezed into the small room. They carried Thompson's submachine guns, Chicago typewriters, wrapped in oilcloths. Bishop looked at the small room. He looked at Big Kovac, who stood in the corner sharpening a machete with a whetstone. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound was rhythmic, hypnotic. Then Bishop looked at Eleanor. "You summoned me. Ironmaster," Bishop said, his voice muffled by the silk. "Usually, people come to the ice house. They do not demand the ice house come to them." "Situation changed," Eleanor said. Her voice was flat, devoid of the tremor that had been there yesterday. "I see." Bishop lowered the handkerchief. He walked to the desk. He picked up the sample of Vance X. He didn't look at it with awe this time. He looked at it with calculation. "The pour was successful. I hear. The river is buzzing with the news. You have made the magic metal." "I have thirsted," Eleanor said. "Then we are rich." Bishop smiled thinly. "Why the gloom? Is the celebration over so soon?" Eleanor didn't speak. She simply pointed a finger at the burnt wooden block. Bishop picked it up. He turned it over in his manicured fingers. He saw the stylized H carved into the charred wood. His smile vanished. "Holloway," he whispered. "Crude. I expected him to use lawyers, not kidnappers. He's getting desperate." "He took my son," Eleanor said. Bishop sighed. He placed the block back on the desk, wiping the charcoal dust from his fingers with distaste. "A tragedy," he said. "Truly. But Mrs. Vance. This is a domestic matter. A police matter. My contract with you is for steel, not for babysitting. It is not a domestic matter." Eleanor stood up. She wasn't tall, but in that moment she cast a shadow that swallowed the room. "It is a breach of asset security. Leo is the heir. He is the future owner of the company you just bought 10% of." "I bought 10% of the profit," Bishop corrected gently. "Not the problems." He turned to leave. "Pay the ransom. Eleanor." "Holloway doesn't want the boy. He wants the mill. Give him the deed. Save your son. We can start over somewhere else." Click. The sound of a hammer cocking. Bishop froze. His bodyguards stiffened, their hands tightening on the oilcloth-wrapped guns. Big Kovac had stopped sharpening the machete. He was holding a heavy revolver, aimed directly at Bishop's chest. "Sit down," Kovac rumbled. Bishop's eyes narrowed. He looked at Eleanor. "You threaten me? In front of my own men? That is a very short-sighted strategy." "I am not threatening you, Bishop," Eleanor said, walking around the desk. "I am educating you." She stopped in front of him. "You think Holloway will stop with the mill?" she asked softly. "You think he doesn't know about your barges? About the ice shipments that weigh too much? Holloway owns the sheriff. He owns the judges. If he takes Vance Iron, he controls the entire riverfront. Your smuggling routes will be closed within a month. Your ice house will be melted down." Bishop watched her. He saw the logic behind the desperation. "You need me," Eleanor hissed. "You need a legitimate front for your operations. You need my steel to build your empire. Holloway is a monopoly. Monopolies don't share. Bishop, they consume." She leaned in closer. "This isn't a rescue mission. It's a hostile takeover. We are not just getting the boy back. We're going to cut off Holloway's hand so he can never reach for us again." Bishop was silent for a long moment. He looked at the gun in Kovac's hand. He looked at the fire in Eleanor's eyes. He slowly pulled out a silver cigarette case. He lit a cigarette, the flame illuminating his pale face. "You have a plan?" he asked. "I have a location." Eleanor lied. She didn't, but she knew Bishop did. "But I need your eyes. You know the dark places of this city better than anyone." Bishop exhaled a plume of smoke. "Holloway has a facility, an old rolling mill in the Hazelwood district. It was shut down 5 years ago, after a boiler explosion killed 20 men. He never reopened it. It's off the books. No inspectors go there. No police. The dead sector," Kovac nodded grimly. "I know it. It's a fortress. High walls. Private guards. That is where he will be," Bishop said. "If I were Holloway, and I wanted to hide a stolen heir, That is where I would put him. How many men? Eleanor asked. 20, maybe 30. Pinkertons, trench sweepers, men who learned to kill in the trenches of the Somme. Bishop looked at Kovac, then at his own 2 bodyguards. We have 4 guns and a machete. It's suicide. We don't need to outgun them, Eleanor said. She walked back to her desk. She opened the drawer and pulled out a rolled-up schematic. It wasn't a map of the city. It was a diagram of a chemical reaction. We just need to flush them out. She looked at Kovac. Load the truck, not with steel, with the magnesium powder and the fertilizer. Kovac's eyes widened. The blasting mix. Ma'am, that's unstable. Everything is unstable tonight, Eleanor said. She turned back to Bishop. I need your cars, she said. Fast ones. And I need your men to create a diversion. A loud one. A diversion? Bishop raised an eyebrow. Like what? A bank robbery? No, Eleanor said. A fire. Halloway loves fire. Let's give him one. She pointed to the map on the wall, a map of the Halloway rail yards across the river. Burn his coal stockpile, she ordered. While his men are busy trying to save his money. We will take back my son. Bishop stared at her. He started to laugh. It was a dry, rattling sound. You're not a chemist, Mrs. Vance, he said, shaking his head. You are an anarchist. I'm a mother, Eleanor replied. It is the same thing. Bishop crushed his cigarette under his heel. He looked at his bodyguards. Get the boys, he commanded. Bring the Tommy guns, and bring the gasoline. He turned back to Eleanor. He bowed slightly, a gesture of genuine mock chivalry. Lead the way, mother of wolves. The preparations took less than an hour. In the loading bay, Eleanor supervised the mixing of the cargo. It wasn't steel. She took the bags of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, usually used for the company garden, and mixed them with drums of fuel oil. It was a crude chemistry, the kind used by anarchists and desperate miners. Anfo, she thought as she packed the sludge into empty milk crates. Cheap, volatile, ugly. She placed a blasting cap in each crate, wired to a simple clockwork timer salvaged from the office wall. You handle the chemistry, Kovac said, watching her work with a wary eye. I'll handle the delivery. He loaded the crates into the back of the foundry's heavy truck. It was a rusted beast of a vehicle, armour-plated with scrap sheets of iron during the strikes of 1916. Outside, the convoy assembled. Bishop's car, a sleek black Duesenberg that looked like a shark on wheels, took the lead. Inside sat Bishop and his 2 Thompson-wielding guards. Behind them, the Vance truck, driven by Kovac with Eleanor in the passenger seat. We move in silence, Bishop ordered, leaning out of his window. No headlights until we hit the bridge. My boys in the Strip District will start the party at Halloway's yard in 20 minutes. That is our window. Drive, Eleanor said to Kovac. The convoy rolled out of the gates. The rain had returned, a cold drizzle that slicked the cobblestones. They crossed the Smithfield Bridge, the tyres humming on the metal grating. Below, the Monongahela River churned, black and swollen. Eleanor stared out the window. Every shadow looked like a threat. Every passing car looked like a police cruiser. But she didn't look away. You okay, boss? Kovac asked quietly, his hands tight on the steering wheel. I am fine, Eleanor lied. Her hand was in her pocket, gripping the burnt wooden block so hard her knuckles ached. We're crossing the line. You know, Kovac said. Breaking gates is one thing. Explosives. Kidnapping. This is war. If we lose tonight, there is no court that will save us now. We hang. Then we better not lose, Eleanor said. Suddenly, the sky to the east lit up. It started as a dull orange glow, pulsing against the low clouds. Then, a pillar of fire erupted, turning the night into a hellish twilight. Boom! The sound of the explosion rolled across the river seconds later, shaking the windows of the truck. Bishop's men! Kovac grinned, his teeth white in the gloom. They hit the coal yard. Look at that fire! Every cop in Pittsburgh is going to be heading that way. The diversion worked, Eleanor said, checking her watch. We have 10 minutes before they realise it's a trick." The convoy turned sharply, heading away from the fire, deep into the industrial wasteland of Hazelwood. The streets here were unpaved, tracks of mud winding between abandoned warehouses and rotting timber yards. This was the dead sector, the part of the city that industry had chewed up and spat out. Bishop's car slowed down, then stopped. The brake lights flared red in the mist. They were parked in the shadow of a massive derelict structure. The old rolling mill. It was a fortress of blackened brick, surrounded by a 10-foot wall topped with rusted barbed wire. The windows were boarded up. The main gate was a solid slab of iron. It looked dead, abandoned. But Eleanor saw the signs. Fresh tyre tracks in the mud. A thin wisp of smoke from a chimney that shouldn't be active. And the faint hum of a generator. Kovac killed the engine. Silence descended. Bishop stepped out of his car. He walked back to the truck. He didn't look happy. He held a pair of brass binoculars in his hand. Eleanor climbed down. "Why are we stopping? The gate is right there. Ram it." "No," Bishop said sharply. He handed her the binoculars. "Look at the gate. Top left corner." Eleanor raised the glasses. She focused on the iron slab. There, barely visible in the shadows, was a small grey box wired to the hinges. And running from the box, a thin wire disappeared into the ground. "Tripwire," Bishop whispered. "Gelignite. You ram that gate. You vaporise the truck and everyone inside." "We cut the wire," Kovac suggested, reaching for his machete. "It's a tension wire." Eleanor analysed, lowering the binoculars. "If you cut it, it blows. If you pull it, it blows." "Holloway isn't just hiding the boy," Bishop said, his voice cold. "He's fortified the position. This isn't a kidnapping holding cell. Mrs. Vance. It's a kill box." He turned to look at the high walls. "We can't go through the front. We can't climb the walls. They'll have snipers in the tower." "There is always a way in," Eleanor insisted, though panic was beginning to claw at her throat. "Every system has a flaw." "Not this one," Bishop shook his head. He looked at the grim fortress. "I know the man who designed this security. Captain Thorne, ex-military engineer. He builds traps, not prisons." Bishop turned to Eleanor. His pale eyes were serious. "If we trigger an alarm, he won't fight us. He will execute the hostage and burn the building to cover the evidence. That is his protocol. So, we can't break in," Kovac growled. "And we can't knock. We have to be invited," Eleanor realised. She looked at the explosive crates in the back of the truck. Then she looked at the burning skyline in the distance. An idea formed. It was insane. It was suicidal. It was chemistry. "Bishop," she said. "You said you used to smuggle ice out of here." "Years ago. Why?" "The drainage tunnels," Eleanor said. "The ones used to drain the melted ice water into the river. Do they still exist?" Bishop hesitated. "They are submerged. The river level is high. You would have to swim underwater for 50 yards in pitch black, through a pipe barely wide enough for a man's shoulders." "Not a man," Eleanor said, taking off her heavy coat. "A woman." "You?" Kovac grabbed her arm. "No, you'll drown." "Or you'll get stuck! Let me go!" "You're too big." "Kovac," Eleanor said, pulling away. "You'd clog the pipe like a cork." "It has to be me." She looked at the fortress. Somewhere, inside those cold brick walls, Leo was alone. "I go in through the drain." She outlined the plan rapidly. "I find the generator. I cut the power. When the lights go out, the electric triggers on the gate will fail. That is your signal. You blow the wall and storm the place." "And if you don't make it to the generator?" Bishop asked. "Then you're the owner of 100% of a dead company," Eleanor said. She turned to the riverbank. The water was black, oily, and freezing. "Give me a flashlight," she commanded, "and a knife." Kovac handed her his hunting knife. He looked at her with a mixture of terror and awe. "Bring him back, Iron Master," Kovac whispered. Eleanor nodded. She didn't look back. She walked down the muddy bank and waded into the freezing water. It hit her like a hammer, sucking the breath from her lungs. She waded deeper until the water reached her chest. She found the opening of the pipe, a dark, slime-covered mouth just below the surface. She took a deep breath, the last clean air she might ever taste. And she dove. Chapter 10. The Black Vein. The world narrowed down to a circle of absolute blackness. The water was not water. It was a freezing, viscous soup of oil, river mud, and industrial runoff. It tasted of copper and death. Eleanor pulled herself forward by her fingertips. The concrete pipe was slick with algae, slimy against her palms. It was barely wider than her shoulders. If she panicked, if she thrashed, she would wedge herself tight, and she would die here, a cork in the city's plumbing. Don't think. Just pull. The cold was a physical agony. It pierced her wet clothes, driving needles into her skin, numbing her extremities. Her boots felt like lead weights dragging her down. She held her breath. Her lungs, filled with the last gasp of air from the riverbank, began to burn. 10 seconds. She counted in her head. Pull. 20 seconds. The darkness pressed against her open eyes, heavy and suffocating. Something brushed against her face. Something soft and rotting. A dead rat? A rag? She clamped her mouth shut, suppressing the urge to gag. To gag was to inhale. To inhale was to drown. 30 seconds. Her chest was screaming now. The carbon dioxide building up in her blood made her head pound. Red spots danced in the darkness, phantom lights of a dying brain. Suddenly, her hand hit a barrier. Metal. Cold. Rusted bars. A grate. Panic flared, white hot. Bishop hadn't mentioned a grate. Eleanor reached out, fumbling in the dark. The bars were thick, rusted iron. She shook them. Solid. She was trapped, 50 yards under the earth, with 10 seconds of air left, facing a dead end. Think, a voice whispered in her mind. Not her voice. It was the cold, analytical voice of the scientist. Rust is weakness. She shifted her grip. She felt along the rim of the grate where the iron met the concrete. The bolts. She felt the top bolt. It was jagged, corroded. She reached for the knife in her belt. Her fingers were numb, clumsy. She almost dropped it. She jammed the blade into the gap between the grate and the wall. She used it as a lever. 40 seconds. Her vision was greying out. Her diaphragm spasmed, demanding air. Push. She threw her remaining strength into her wrist. Creak. Underwater. The sound was a dull vibration. The rusted bolt snapped. The grate shifted an inch. It wasn't enough to remove it, but it was enough to bend it. Eleanor sheathed the knife. She grabbed the bars with both hands. She braced her knees against the slimy walls. She pulled. She imagined the grate was Halloway's neck. Snap! The bottom hinge gave way. The grate swung upward just enough to squeeze through. She propelled herself forward, scraping her back against the iron. 50 seconds. She was through, but she was out of air. Her mouth opened reflexively, the instinct to breathe overpowering her will. She swallowed a mouthful of the foul water. She kicked upward. Her hand broke the surface. Then, her head. Eleanor erupted from the water, gasping. The sound of her own inhalation was loud, ragged, echoing off stone walls. She coughed, retching up the river water, clinging to the edge of a concrete basin. She was alive. She wiped the slime from her eyes and looked around. She was in a sump pit, a dark, circular hole in the floor of a basement. The only light came from a single, caged bulb high above, casting long, swaying shadows. The room smelled of mould, wet coal, and ozone. The hum of the generator was loud here, a rhythmic thrumming that vibrated through the floor. Eleanor dragged herself out of the pit. She collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, shivering uncontrollably, Her teeth chattered so hard her jaw ached. Clack, clack, clack. She checked her pocket. The burnt wooden block was still there, wet but solid. She checked her belt. The knife was there. She forced herself to stand. Her clothes dripped a puddle around her. She was freezing, hypothermia already clawing at her mind, making her thoughts sluggish. Move, she commanded herself. Movement creates heat. She crept forward, staying low in the shadows of the massive boilers that lined the room. This was the utility sub-level. She saw a heavy metal door at the far end, and next to it, the source of the hum, the generator. It was a massive diesel engine, painted industrial green, connected to a wall of circuit breakers. This was the heart of the fortress. It powered the lights. It powered the electric fences. It powered the tripwire on the front gate. Eleanor approached it. Her steps were silent, her wet boots making no sound on the oil-stained floor. She looked at the machine. There was a large red lever marked Main Cutoff. Too simple. If she pulled that, the lights would go out. Yes. But the guards would just come down here and turn it back on. Or worse, the backup batteries would kick in. She needed to kill it. Permanently. She looked around the room. Her eyes landed on a shelf of maintenance supplies. Cans of oil, rags, and a bag of rock salt for de-icing the walkways. Eleanor smiled. It was a grim, shivering baring of teeth. She grabbed the bag of salt. She grabbed a metal bucket. She scooped up water from the sump pit she had just crawled out of. She poured the salt into the bucket, stirring it with her knife until it was a supersaturated brine solution. Then she turned to the generator's air intake vent. If she poured this into the fuel tank, it would just stall the engine. But if she poured it into the electrical alternator coils... Salt water conducts electricity. It creates a short circuit, a massive, catastrophic arc flash. She climbed onto the maintenance platform next to the generator. She poised the bucket over the ventilation slats of the alternator, but before she could pour, the metal door opened. Clang. Eleanor froze. Two men walked in. They wore the grey uniforms of Holloway's private security. They were laughing, lighting cigarettes. "Did you hear something?" one asked, pausing. "Probably just the rats," the other replied. "Kicking a piece of coal." "This place is crawling with them." They were walking straight toward the generator. Straight toward her. Eleanor crouched behind the engine block. She was trapped again. If she poured the water now, the spark would light up the room and they would shoot her. If she waited, they would see her. She gripped the bucket. Her hands were slippery with oil. She needed a distraction. She looked down. A loose nut lay on the platform near her boot. She picked it up and threw it, not at the men, but into the far corner of the room, behind a stack of crates. Clink clatter. The men spun around, reaching for their holsters. What was that? Over there, by the coal bin. They moved away from the generator, stepping cautiously toward the dark corner, guns drawn. It was her only chance. Eleanor stood up. She lifted the bucket. "Let there be darkness," she whispered. She upended the brine into the spinning heart of the machine. The reaction was instantaneous. The salt water hit the copper coils of the spinning alternator. Zzz, crack. It wasn't just a spark. It was a localized lightning storm. An arc flash of blinding electric blue light exploded from the machine, brighter than the sun, hotter than the surface of the furnace. The air instantly turned into plasma. The smell of ozone and burning insulation flooded the room, choking and acrid. The force of the blast threw Eleanor backward. She flew off the maintenance platform, slamming hard onto the wet concrete floor. Her ears rang with a high-pitched whine that drowned out all other sound. Then, darkness. Absolute, crushing darkness. The single bulb overhead shattered. The hum of the engine died with a groaning shudder of seizing metal. The red lights on the control panel winked out. For a moment, There was silence. Then, panic. "My eyes! I can't see!" one of the guards screamed. The flash had burned his retinas. "It's an ambush! Open fire!" the other yelled. Bang! 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 Muzzle flashes strobed in the dark, brief snapshots of terror. Bullets sparked off the generator casing, whining as they ricocheted around the concrete room. They were shooting blindly at the machine, at the shadows, at nothing. Eleanor pressed herself flat against the floor, behind the cover of a boiler. She was trembling, her shoulder throbbing from the impact, but her mind was crystal clear. The power is out. The tripwire is dead. Above them, muffled by layers of concrete, a dull thud shook the ceiling, then a screech of tearing metal, then the roar of an engine. Kovac. He had rammed the gate. "They're breaching the perimeter," the blinded guard shouted, stumbling over a crate. "Call the captain! Get to the stairs!" The two guards scrambled toward the exit, their boots splashing in the sump water, abandoning the basement to join the fight upstairs. Eleanor waited until their footsteps faded. She forced herself up. Her body screamed in protest, cold, bruised, exhausted. But she reached into her pocket. The burnt block was still there. "Coming, Leo," she whispered. She navigated the darkness by touch, finding the metal stairs the guards had used. She climbed, gripping the cold railing, ascending from the belly of the fortress. She emerged into a hallway on the ground floor. It was chaos. The main factory floor of the rolling mill was a cavernous space, lit only by the headlights of the Vance truck which had smashed through the main doors. The iron gate lay twisted on the ground. Gunfire erupted everywhere. Rat-tat-tat-tat, Bishop's men had deployed. The Thompson's submachine guns barked, spraying the upper walkways where Holloway's Pinkertons were entrenched. Eleanor ducked behind a pillar. She scanned the room. It was a battlefield. Kovac was using the truck door as a shield, firing his revolver with deliberate precision. Bishop's men were moving in a flanking maneuver, using the crates of explosives which they hadn't needed to detonate as cover. But Eleanor wasn't looking at the fight. She was looking for the prize. Where would they keep a high-value hostage? Not on the floor. Too exposed. Not in the offices. Too many windows. She looked up. Suspended high above the factory floor, in the centre of the ceiling, was the old foreman's control booth. It was a steel cage, accessible only by a single, narrow catwalk. It had a 360-degree view. It was defensible, and in the window of that booth, illuminated by the stray beams of the headlights, she saw a silhouette, a tall man holding something small in front of him. Human shield, Leo, and the man holding him. Eleanor recognised the long duster coat, the bowler hat. The Pinkerton agent, the one Kovac had beaten in the alley. His face was bandaged, but his posture was unmistakable. He had a gun pressed to Leo's head. Eleanor felt a surge of cold fury that eclipsed all fear. She looked around. The stairs to the catwalk were on the far side of the room, blocked by crossfire. She could never make it in time. She looked at the pillar next to her. It had a ladder. A maintenance ladder that led up to the crane tracks running along the ceiling. The crane track ran right past the control booth. Eleanor holstered her knife. She tightened her belt. She began to climb. Below her, the war raged. Men screamed. Bullets chipped the brickwork. But Eleanor was a ghost in the rafters, climbing into the smoke, ascending toward her son. She reached the top. The crane track was a narrow I-beam, 12 inches wide, covered in grease and dust. It was 50 feet above the concrete floor. One slip meant death. She stepped onto the beam. She didn't look down. She looked at the booth. The Pinkerton was shouting something, but the gunfire drowned him out. He was backing away from the window, dragging Leo with him. He was preparing to execute the boy and flee out the back exit of the booth. Eleanor began to run, running on a 12-inch beam, 50 feet in the air, in the dark. It was madness. It was physics. It was a mother's love converted into kinetic energy. She reached the roof of the booth just as the Pinkerton kicked the door open to leave. She didn't have a gun. She didn't have a club. She had a bag of rock salt in her pocket, still wet from the brine, and she had the element of surprise. She dropped from the roof of the booth, landing on the metal walkway right behind the Pinkerton. He spun around, eyes wide with shock. He levelled the gun at her. "You!" he snarled. Eleanor didn't hesitate. She threw the handful of wet salt directly into his eyes, the eyes that were already damaged, the face that was already broken. "Ah!" the man screamed, clawing at his face, the salt finding the open wounds from Kovac's beating as he stumbled back, blinded by pain. He let go of Leo. "Run, Leo," Eleanor screamed. The boy, terrified and small, didn't move. He stared at his mother, this wild, wet, terrifying woman in men's clothes. The Pinkerton recovered blindly, swinging the gun around. Eleanor tackled him. She hit him with the force of a train wreck. They both slammed into the railing. The railing, rusted and old, groaned. They grappled. He was stronger, but she was feral. She jammed her thumb into his bandaged nose. He howled. The gun went off. Bang! The bullet tore through the floor grating. Eleanor grabbed his wrist, twisting it with the leverage she had learned from opening rusted valves. "Let go!" she shrieked. She kicked his knee, shattering the joint. He buckled. With a final shove, she pushed him over the railing. He fell. He didn't scream. He just fell into the darkness below, landing with a sickening crunch on top of a pile of scrap metal. Eleanor stood panting, gripping the railing. She turned to Leo. The boy was cowering in the corner of the catwalk. He looked at her with huge, tear-filled eyes. "Mama," he whispered. Eleanor walked over to him. She knelt down. She didn't hug him gently. She grabbed him, pulling him into her wet coat, crushing him against her chest. She smelled his hair, smoke and fear, and it was the sweetest scent in the world. "I told you," she whispered fiercely into his ear. "I told you we would build a tower that never falls." She picked him up. He was heavy, but she didn't feel the weight. She looked down at the factory floor. Kovac saw her. He raised his gun in a salute. Bishop's men were mopping up the resistance. The Holloway guards were surrendering. The fortress had fallen. Eleanor Vance stood high above the carnage, holding her air. The Queen of Rust had reclaimed her crown. Chapter 11. The Calm. The rain finally stopped as the convoy rolled through the shattered gates of the Vance foundry. It was the grey hour, that ambiguous stretch of time between night and dawn where the world loses its colour. The foundry yard, usually empty at this hour, was alive with grim activity. Bishop's men had set up a perimeter. They stood on the rooftops of the warehouses, their Thompson submachine guns silhouetted against the lightening sky. Barrels of sand had been rolled out to form makeshift barricades. The Vance foundry was no longer just a factory. It was a fortress. Eleanor climbed down from the cab of the truck. Her legs shook when her boots hit the mud. The adrenaline that had fueled her insane climb across the crane beam was fading, replaced by a crushing exhaustion. Her shoulder, where she had hit the concrete floor, throbbed with a dull, sickening rhythm. She reached back into the cab. "Come," she whispered. Leo slid across the seat. He was wrapped in a worker's wool blanket, so small he looked like a bundle of rags. He reached out for her. Eleanor lifted him. He buried his face in her neck. He smelled of that terrible place, damp basement and old fear, but underneath, he still smelled like milk and soap. She carried him not to the house. The house was compromised. A broken shell with a smashed door, but to the main office. Kovac walked beside her, his pipe wrench resting on his shoulder like a scepter. "I'll double the watch, Kovac said quietly. "Stan and the boys. They know how to use shotguns. We dug some old repeaters out of the storage locker." "No one comes in," Eleanor said, her voice a rasp. "Not the sheriff. Not the mailman. Not God himself." "Understood." She entered the office. It was warm here. The radiator hissed softly. The two objects were still on the desk, the steel puck and the burnt block. She set Leo down on the leather sofa. He sat rigidly, his eyes darting around the room, tracking the shadows. "Leo?" she said. He didn't answer. He was shivering, though the room was warm. Shock. Eleanor went to the wash basin in the corner. She filled a bowl with water. She found a clean rag. She knelt in front of him. "Look at me." Leo turned his eyes to her. They were wide, glassy. The eyes of a soldier who'd seen too much, set in the face of a 5-year-old. She wiped the soot from his cheek. She scrubbed the grease from his small hands. Her touch wasn't gentle, it was efficient, rhythmic. Clean the wound, assess the damage. "Did they hurt you?" she asked. Leo shook his head slowly. "The man with the bandages, he said Papa owed him money." "Papa owed everyone money," Eleanor said, dipping the rag again. "But Papa is dead, and we are not." "He held a gun to my head, Mama," Leo whispered. The words came out in a rush, a dam breaking. "He said he was going to make a painting on the wall with my brains." Eleanor's hand froze. The rage flared up again, hot and white, but she pushed it down. She couldn't afford rage now. She needed steel. She took Leo's face in her hands. She forced him to look at her. "Listen to me, Leo. Listen carefully." She waited until he focused. "The world is a machine," she said. "It wants to crush you. It wants to grind you down into scrap. Most people, they let it happen. They are soft metal, they bend, they break." She pointed to the silver puck of Vance X on the desk. "But we are not soft. We are alloy. We have been through the fire now. Both of us." She pulled the burnt wooden block from her pocket, the one Holloway had left as a threat. She held it up. "Do you see this?" Leo nodded, shrinking back slightly. "This is wood," Eleanor said. "Wood burns. Wood turns to ash." She tossed the block into the metal trash can. Clunk. Then she picked up the steel puck. She pressed it into Leo's small hand. It was heavy, cool, and dense. "This is what we are," she whispered. "This does not burn. This does not break. And this..." She closed his fingers around the metal. "This is what hits back." Leo held the metal. He looked at it. The trembling in his hands seemed to lessen, grounded by the weight of the object. "Are the bad men gone?" he asked. "The ones who took you are gone," Eleanor said. "But there will be others." She stood up, her knees cracking. She went to the cabinet where Silas used to keep his emergency bottle of scotch. She poured a small amount into a glass. She drank it in one swallow. It burned, cauterizing the fear in her throat. "But next time," Eleanor said, turning back to the window to look at the armed men patrolling her yard, "we won't be waiting in the attic." There was a knock at the door. "Enter," Eleanor commanded. It was Bishop. The gangster looked impeccable, despite the night's violence. Only the mud on his Italian leather shoes betrayed that he had been in a war zone. He looked at Leo, then at Eleanor. He removed his hat. "The boy is safe?" Bishop asked. "He is," Eleanor said. "Good." Bishop walked to the window, peering out at his men. "My associates have secured the perimeter. The police are swarming the Holloway coal yard. The fire is spectacular. It will burn for days." "You enjoyed it," Eleanor noted. "I enjoy efficiency." Bishop turned to her. "But now, Mrs. Vance, the sun is rising, and with it, the reality of what we have done." He lit a cigarette. "We attacked a private facility. We assaulted Pinkerton agents. We used explosives within city limits. By noon, Holloway will have a warrant for your arrest signed by the governor himself. He will paint you as a terrorist." "Let him," Eleanor said. She walked to the desk and picked up the spectroscope. "He can't arrest me." "And why is that?" Bishop exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Because you are the Ironmaster." "Because," Eleanor said, looking him dead in the eye, "if he arrests me, I will release the chemical analysis of his rails to the press. I will prove that Holloway Steel is responsible for the train derailment in Ohio last week. Bishop paused. You have proof? I have the science, Eleanor said, and I have the Vance X alloy. If I go to prison, the formula dies with me, and the automobile industry loses its miracle metal. She leaned forward. Greed. Mr. Bishop. Greed is stronger than law. The car manufacturers want this steel. They will protect me. They will protect us. Bishop smiled. It was a genuine smile this time. You play a dangerous game, Eleanor. I told you, she replied. I'm not playing. She looked at Leo, who was asleep on the sofa, clutching the steel puck like a teddy bear. Now, she said to Bishop, get your men some coffee. We have a factory to run. The shift starts in 10 minutes. Bishop tipped his hat, gathered his coat, and slipped out of the office. The door clicked shut, sealing out the damp morning air, but leaving behind the scent of expensive tobacco and gunpowder. Eleanor was alone. She stood by the window, watching the shift change. It was a surreal tableau. The morning whistle blew, woo-it, a sound that usually signalled the drudgery of another day. But today, the men didn't shuffle. They marched. They walked past the burnt hull of the truck Kovac had used to ram the gate. They walked past the sandbag barricades manned by Bishop's gangsters in pinstripe suits. They saw the submachine guns resting on the crates. Any other workforce would have turned around and run. A steel mill occupied by the mob was not a workplace. It was a target. But the men of Vance Foundry walked in. They nodded to the gangsters. Some even offered cigarettes. There was a grim solidarity in the air. They knew what had happened last night. The rumours had already flown through the tenements. The widow raided Halloway. The widow took back her cub. They weren't just workers anymore. They were accomplices. And for the first time in their lives, they weren't afraid of the giant across the river. Eleanor turned away from the window. She felt a sharp stab of pain in her side. The bruise from the generator room was darkening, blooming like a black flower across her ribs. She ignored it. She walked to the telegraph machine in the corner of the office. It was a dusty, clunky device that Silas had rarely used. She sat down. Her fingers hovered over the keys. She needed a shield. Bishop was the sword, but swords dull. She needed armour that Halloway couldn't penetrate. She needed corporate legitimacy. She began to type. Click-clack, click-clack. To Henry Ford, Ford Motor Company, Detroit. From Vance Iron Works, Pittsburgh. Message. Bessemer is dead. Stop. Have developed vanadium alloy with 0 cold shortness. Stop. Tensile strength double standard rail. Stop. Sample en route via courier. Stop. Exclusive rights available for 48 hours. Stop. Signed, E. Vance, Ironmaster. She stared at the message. It was a bluff. A massive, arrogant bluff. She didn't have a patent yet. She didn't have a lawyer. She barely had enough fuel for a week. But she knew Henry Ford. He was a man who hated the establishment. He hated the railroad monopolies. He would love the idea of a rogue foundry undercutting the steel barons. She pulled the paper strip from the machine. She called for Stan. The boy entered, looking tired but alert. He had a shotgun propped against the door frame. Take this to the telegraph office, Miss, Eleanor said, handing him the strip. Do not stop. Do not speak to anyone. If the sheriff tries to stop you... I run, ma'am, Stan said. Good lad, go. Stan bolted out the door. Eleanor walked back to the sofa. Leo was still asleep, his breathing soft and rhythmic. She adjusted the blanket over his small shoulders. She looked at her reflection in the glass of the window. The woman staring back was a stranger. Her face was pale, gaunt. Her eyes were shadowed circles. She was 29 years old, but she looked ageless, ancient. Like the stone gargoyles on St. Jude's Cathedral. She realised then that the Eleanor who arranged flowers and poured tea was dead. She had died in the rain at the cemetery. The woman who remained was something else. Something forged. She walked to the desk and picked up the puck of Vance X steel. It was cool to the touch now. She sat down in Silas's big leather chair. It didn't feel too big anymore. Outside, the hum of the factory floor grew louder. The rhythmic thumping of the rolling mills began. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like a heartbeat. The calm was here, but Eleanor knew it was a lie. Holloway was bleeding. He was humiliated. He would not sue. He would not arrest. He would escalate. "Let him come," she whispered to the empty room. She placed the steel puck on the ledger, right on top of the red ink. She closed her eyes, just for a moment, listening to the music of her empire rising from the rust. The war had begun. Chapter 12. The Silver Cigarette Case. Pittsburgh, winter 1921. The city had changed. It was louder now, faster. The war was a distant memory, buried under layers of ticker tape and gin. The stock market was climbing a ladder that seemed to have no top. Automobiles, Model Ts, Packards, Duesenbergs choked the streets where horses had once trudged. The air smelled less of manure and more of gasoline and expensive perfume, but the soot remained. It was the one constant. In the private dining room of the Union Club, a sanctuary of leather and oak where the captains of industry decided the fate of the working man, Arthur Holloway sat waiting. He was older. The last 2 years had etched deep lines around his mouth. His hair was thinning, retreating from a forehead that was permanently creased in a frown. He checked his pocket watch. 12:15 p.m. "She's late," Holloway grumbled to his lawyer. Thorne. "Deliberately late. It is a power play." "Cheap theatrics." Thorne wiped his glasses. "She holds the contract for the Ford chassis. Arthur. She can afford to be late. The Vance X alloy is currently the market standard." Holloway slammed his fist on the table, rattling the silverware. "It is my standard, stolen from my rail yards. If I could prove it." "But you can't," Thorne whispered. "And the governor has made it clear. Vance Iron Works is a protected entity, essential to the modernization of America, he called it." Holloway poured himself a whiskey. His hand shook slightly. It wasn't Parkinson's. It was rage. For 2 years he had watched her. He had watched the smoke rise from the Vance stacks, black and thick day and night. He had watched her trucks roll out, guarded by men who looked more like mobsters than teamsters. He had watched her buy up the shoreline, warehouse by warehouse. She hadn't attacked him. She hadn't sued him. She had simply outgrown him. She was suffocating him, not with violence, but with efficiency. The heavy oak doors opened. The chatter in the main dining room outside died instantly. Eleanor Vance entered. She did not wear a dress. She wore a suit. It was tailored, cut from midnight blue velvet that absorbed the light. The trousers were wide-legged, scandalous for the time, flowing like water as she walked. The jacket was fitted, accentuating a waist that seemed too thin to support the ambition it contained. She wore a white silk shirt open at the collar, exposing the hollow of her throat. She didn't wear a hat. Her hair was cut short, a sharp, angular bob that framed her face like a helmet. She was followed not by a maid, but by a young man of 18, Stan. He wore a grey suit that bulged slightly under the left armpit. Eleanor walked to the table. She didn't apologise for the time. She pulled out her own chair before the waiter could rush over. "Arthur," she said. Her voice had changed. It was lower, smoother. The jagged edges of desperation were gone, replaced by the polished veneer of absolute control. "Mr. Thorne, you look tired." "I am a busy man." "Mrs. Vance," Holloway said, trying to regain his composure. "Unlike some, I do not have the leisure to play dress-up." Eleanor smiled. It was a cold, practiced expression. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a cigarette case. It wasn't silver. It was made of Vance X steel, polished to a mirror shine. Snick. She opened it. She tapped a Turkish cigarette on the lid. Stan immediately produced a gold lighter. Flicking it open, click. She inhaled deeply, blowing a thin stream of smoke toward the ceiling. "I didn't call this meeting to discuss fashion." "Arthur," she said, "I called it to discuss the rolling mill in Hazelwood." Halloway stiffened. The rolling mill, the fortress where he had held Leo. The place she had sabotaged. He had repaired it, of course, but he had never reopened it. It stood as a silent monument to his failure. What about it? Halloway asked defensively. It is not for sale. Everything is for sale, Eleanor said. It is just a question of currency. She signalled the waiter. Gin Ricky, dry. She turned back to Halloway. I need expansion space. My foundry is running at 120% capacity. Your Hazelwood site has a deep-water dock and a rail spur that connects directly to the Detroit line. It is convenient. I will never sell to you, Halloway spat. I would rather burn it to the ground. You already tried that, Eleanor noted dryly. It didn't work. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. The smoke curled around her fingers. Here is the situation. Arthur, you are currently supplying rails to the Pennsylvania Railroad. But your contract expires next month. I happen to know that the new safety regulations require a tensile strength of 80,000 psi. Your Bessemer steel maxes out at 60,000. Thorne looked up, alarmed. How do you know the new regulations? They haven't been published. I helped write them, Eleanor lied smoothly. Or perhaps it wasn't a lie. Henry Ford had powerful friends in Washington. When you lose that contract, Eleanor continued, your stock will drop. The banks, specifically Mr. Sterling, who I believe we both know, will call in your loans. You'll be insolvent within the quarter. Halloway's face turned purple. You witch. Chemist, Eleanor corrected. It is just cause and effect. Arthur, action and reaction. She tapped ash into the crystal tray. I am offering you a lifeboat. I will buy the Hazelwood Mill, cash, today, at 20% above market value. Why? Halloway asked, suspicious. If I'm going to fail anyway, why pay me? Because I want the land now, Eleanor said. I don't want to wait for the bankruptcy courts to clear the deed. I have orders to fill. She slid a folded napkin across the table. Inside was a check. Take it, she said. Retire. Arthur, go to Florida. I hear the sun is good for old bones. Halloway stared at the check. The number was staggering. It was enough to save him. It was enough to walk away with his dignity intact, or what was left of it. But it was surrender. He looked at Eleanor. He looked at the steel cigarette case. He remembered the mud at the cemetery. No, Halloway whispered. He pushed the napkin back. You think you have won, Eleanor. But you haven't seen the winter yet. You have friends in Detroit? Fine. But I have friends in Chicago. Chicago. The home of the unions and the home of the bigger mobs. You're playing a dangerous game with Bishop, Halloway said, a malicious glint in his eye. But Bishop is a small fish. There are sharks in the water. Eleanor. And blood attracts them. Eleanor didn't blink. She picked up the napkin. She struck a match from Stan's book. She set the check on fire. She dropped the burning paper into the ashtray. Then we will hunt sharks, Arthur, she said. She stood up. The offer is rescinded. When you go bankrupt, I will buy the mill at auction for scrap prices, and I will turn your office into a changing room for my workers. She turned to leave. Oh, and Arthur? Halloway looked up, his face grey. Tell your friends in Chicago, Eleanor said, that the Ironmaster sends her regards. She walked out of the Union Club, the smoke trailing behind her like a veil. Underscore 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 outside. The air was brisk. Snow flurries danced in the wind. Stan opened the door of the black Duesenberg waiting at the curb. Did he take it, ma'am? Stan asked. No, Eleanor said, climbing in. He's stubborn. It will be the hard way. Where to? The foundry? No. Eleanor checked her wristwatch, a platinum piece encrusted with diamonds. The Academy. It is visiting day. Stan froze for a second. The Academy? But ma'am, Leo, he usually doesn't want to. Drive, Eleanor ordered. The car pulled away, merging into the chaotic traffic of the roaring city. Eleanor leaned back against the leather seat. She was tired. The meeting with Holloway had been a skirmish, a probing attack, but his mention of Chicago worried her. If Holloway was reaching out to the syndicates in Illinois, the war was about to escalate from local smuggling to interstate crime. But that was a problem for Bishop. Her problem was Leo, 7 years old now. She'd sent him to the St. Ignatius Academy for Boys, a boarding school with high walls and strict discipline. It was for his safety, she told herself. The foundry was too dangerous. The house was too lonely. But in her heart, she knew the truth. She couldn't look at him without seeing the burnt block. She couldn't look at him without remembering the fear in his eyes on the catwalk. He was a living testament to her vulnerability, so she had sent him away to be forged by strangers. The car wound its way up the hills, leaving the smog of the city behind. St. Ignatius stood on a cliff overlooking the river, a Gothic structure of stone and ivy. Stan parked at the gate. Eleanor stepped out. She walked through the courtyard. Boys in grey uniforms were playing stickball. They stopped to stare at the woman in the velvet suit. She found Leo in the library. He was sitting alone at a large oak table, a book open in front of him. He wasn't reading. He was drawing. "Leo," she said softly. The boy flinched. He didn't turn around immediately. He carefully closed his sketchbook, hiding the drawing. "Mother," he said. His voice was polite, distant. Too old for a 7-year-old. "Happy birthday," Eleanor said. She placed a wrapped box on the table. It contained a set of German drafting compasses. Cold, precise, useful. Leo didn't touch the box. He finally turned to look at her. He'd grown. He was thin, pale, with Silas's jawline but Eleanor's dark eyes. "Thank you," he said. "How are your studies?" "Fine. Father Thomas says my mathematics are advanced." "Good," Eleanor nodded. "Mathematics is the language of truth. Steel does not lie. Numbers do not lie." "People lie," Leo said. Eleanor paused. "Yes, they do. Do you lie, Mother?" The question hung in the dusty air of the library. "I do what is necessary," Eleanor said. "To keep you safe. To keep the fires burning." Leo looked at the gift box, then back at her. "I don't want to be safe," he whispered. "I want to come home. Home is a battlefield. Leo, you are not ready. When will I be ready?" "When you stop drawing pictures," Eleanor said, glancing at the sketchbook, "and start drawing plans." Leo's hand tightened on the sketchbook. "It is a plan," he said defiantly. He opened the book. Eleanor looked down. It wasn't a child's doodle. It was a drawing of the foundry. But it was twisted. The smokestacks were monsters with gaping mouths. The river was made of skulls. And in the centre, towering over it all, was a figure in a black coat, holding a hammer. The figure had no face, just a smooth steel mask. "Who is that?" Eleanor asked, a chill running down her spine. "That's the Iron Master," Leo said. "That is me." "No," Leo shook his head. He looked at her with a frightening intensity. "That is what ate my mother." Eleanor stared at the drawing. The monster in the black coat, the Iron Master, was faceless, towering over a world of smoke and bone. It was a child's nightmare, rendered in charcoal. She reached out. Her gloved hand hovered over the paper. For a second, she wanted to tear it up. She wanted to slap him. She wanted to hug him. Instead, she smoothed the corner of the page. "He eats the weak, Leo," she said softly. "The Eye Master eats the weak so the strong can survive." She withdrew her hand. She stood up straight, smoothing the velvet of her jacket. "Keep the compasses," she said, her voice returning to the cool, professional tone of the boardroom. Learn to draw circles, perfect circles. Chaos is our enemy. Will you visit next week? Leo asked. He didn't look up from the drawing. If the market allows, Eleanor said. She turned and walked out of the library. Her heels clicked on the stone floor, a sharp, lonely sound that echoed in the vaulted ceiling. She didn't look back. If she looked back, she might turn to salt. Or worse, she might turn back into a mother. Underscore 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 underscore. The drive back to the city was silent. Stan drove with the efficiency of a machine, weaving the heavy Duesenberg through the evening traffic. Outside, Pittsburgh was waking up for the night shift. Neon signs flickered to life, jazz, gin, girls. The roaring 20s were screaming their lungs out. Eleanor sat in the back, sipping from a silver flask. It wasn't whiskey. It was ice water. She needed to be cold. "Mom," Stan said, catching her eye in the rearview mirror, "we have a problem." "What kind?" "Bishop's car is at the Foundry gate and he wasn't scheduled for a sit-down until Friday." Eleanor capped the flask. "Step on it." When they arrived at the Vance Ironworks, the atmosphere had shifted. The usual rhythmic hum of the mill was underscored by a tension she recognised, the tension of violence. Bishop was waiting in her office. But he wasn't sitting. He was pacing. And for the first time in 2 years his white suit was dishevelled. There was a smear of grease on his sleeve. Kovac was there too, nursing a bloody nose. "What happened?" Eleanor asked, throwing her coat onto the rack. She walked straight to the desk. "We lost a shipment," Bishop said. He didn't sugarcoat it. "Which one? The coal? The lime?" "The steel," Kovac rumbled. "The Detroit shipment. 10 tons of Vance X ingots. Truck number 4. Eleanor stopped. The Vance X alloy was the most valuable commodity in the state. Losing 10 tons wasn't just a loss, it was a catastrophe. It was a breach of contract with Ford. "Hijacked?" Eleanor asked. "Ambushed," Bishop corrected. "Route 30 near the Ohio border." It wasn't a random stick-up. Eleanor, it was a military operation. They blocked the road with a burning tree. They had high ground, machine guns. My drivers didn't even have time to draw. And the steel? Gone, transferred to another truck and vanished. "Holloway," Eleanor whispered. The name tasted like ash. He said he had friends in Chicago. "It gets worse," Bishop said. He walked over to the desk and tossed something onto the blotter. It was a calling card, but it wasn't paper. It was a playing card, the King of Diamonds. But the face of the king had been burned out with a cigar, leaving a black hole. "The Chicago Combine," Bishop said gravely. "Alarico, the butcher Vanzetti. He controls the Teamsters unions in Illinois. He breaks strikes with baseball bats and breaks competitors with dynamite. Holloway hired Vanzetti to steal my steel?" "No," Bishop shook his head. "You don't hire Vanzetti to steal. You hire him to send a message. Holloway gave him the steel as payment." Eleanor looked at the defaced card. "Payment for what?" "For a contract," Bishop said. He looked at Kovac, then back at Eleanor. "Word on the wire is that Vanzetti has been paid to flatten the competition. Not financially, physically." Eleanor picked up the card. She traced the burnt hole in the centre. 2 years of peace. 2 years of building the tower. And now the wolves were back. Bigger wolves. "They took my steel," Eleanor said softly. Her eyes were fixed on the card. "My formula. They can't replicate it," Kovac said. "They don't know the mix." "They don't need to replicate it," Eleanor snapped. "They just need to stop me from delivering it. If I miss the Ford delivery deadline next week, the contract is void. Ford goes back to Holloway." She looked up. The coldness in her eyes was terrifying. "Stan," she commanded. Yes. Ma'am. Go to the lab. Bring me the crate marked magnesium flares. Ma'am. Stan blinked. We use those for signalling. Not anymore, Eleanor said. She turned to Bishop. You know where Vanzetti operates? He has a safe house in the Strip District, a speakeasy called the Red Velvet. But Eleanor, you can't go after Vanzetti. He has an army. He has my steel, Eleanor said, and he is standing on my tracks. She walked to the wall safe. She spun the dial. Left, right, left. The heavy door swung open. Inside, stacked neatly, were bundles of cash. And lying on top of the money was a gun. It wasn't a revolver. It was a sleek, semi-automatic Colt 1911, a soldier's weapon. She picked it up. She checked the magazine. Click-clack. Holloway wants to bring Chicago to Pittsburgh, she asked. She turned to face her war council, the giant foreman, the gangster, and the young driver. Then let's show them how we treat tourists. She shoved the gun into the waistband of her velvet trousers. Kovac, prep the trucks. Bishop, get your best shooters. We aren't just getting the steel back. She looked at the burning stacks outside the window. We're going to send Holloway a message written in his own blood. Chapter 13. The Red Velvet. The rain over the Strip District fell like needles of ice, washing the blood and coal dust into the gutters, but it could not wash away the scent of sin that permeated these streets. The black Duesenberg idled in a dark alleyway, 2 blocks from the main entrance of the Red Velvet. The red neon glow from the club's sign reflected in the muddy puddles, looking like a severed artery bleeding onto the cobblestones. Inside the car, the air was thick with the smell of gun oil and tension. The Red Velvet, Bishop said, checking the drum magazine of his Thompson submachine gun before sliding it under his long coat. Vanzetti bought the place 3 weeks ago. Upstairs is jazz and bootleg gin. Downstairs is storage. If he's hiding your steel anywhere in this city without the police knowing, though, it is down there. Eleanor adjusted the collar of her velvet suit. She carried no purse. In the deep pockets of her jacket were 2 heavy items, a semi-automatic Colt .45 and a coil of magnesium ribbon. The plan remains, Eleanor said, her voice ice cold. Bishop, you and I take the front door. We are VIPs. Stan, you circle to the back alley. Find the breaker box. When I give the signal, kill the lights. And me? Big Kovac asked from the front seat. The giant was wiping his machete with an oily rag. You are the sledgehammer. Kovac, Eleanor said. When the lights go out, you breach the rear door. Do not let anyone escape from the basement. Anyone holding a weapon is a target. Kovac nodded. A slow, lethal movement. Eleanor opened the car door. The frantic energy of jazz music spilled out from the red brick building, the trumpet screaming like a wounded animal. Let's go, she said. Underscore 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 underscore. The entrance to the Red Velvet was guarded by 2 men in pinstripe suits, their fedoras pulled low. These were not local thugs with calloused knuckles. They were Chicago muscle. Their hands were deep in their pockets, their eyes scanning faces with the bored efficiency of predators. As Bishop approached, one of them stepped forward to block the path. Full house. Old man, he grunted, his accent thick with the flat vowels of the Midwest. Beat it, Bishop smiled. It was the smile of a shark sensing blood. He didn't reach for a weapon. He simply produced a crisp, high-denomination banknote, folded between 2 ring-adorned fingers. I think you should check the guest list again, Bishop said smoothly. I am Mr. Bishop, and this is Mrs. Vance. We're here to congratulate the new owner. The guard looked at the money, then at Bishop. The name Bishop carried weight in this city. He hesitated, then smirked, snatching the bill. Go on in, but behave. The boss doesn't like trouble. We are the very definition of polite, Eleanor said as she swept past him. The heavy oak doors opened. The sound hit them like a physical wall. Laughter, the clinking of crystal, and the driving manic rhythm of the Charleston. The air was a haze of Turkish tobacco smoke and cheap gin masked by lemon peel. This was the underworld of the roaring 20s. Flapper girls in fringed dresses spun on the wooden floor, strings of pearls whipping through the air. Men drank from teacups to fool the police, though there were no police here. Eleanor walked through the chaos like a black blade cutting through silk. She didn't look at the dancers. She scanned the room. 10 o'clock position, a round table with 4 large men, jackets bulging at the armpits. Guards. 2 o'clock position, the kitchen entrance, waiters moving in and out. 12 o'clock. Behind the long mahogany bar was a steel-reinforced door, guarded by the biggest man in the room. The entrance to the basement. Vanzetti isn't on the floor, Bishop whispered in her ear, keeping his social smile fixed. He never sits with the crowd. He's in the office behind that steel door. They approached the bar. 2 sidecars, Bishop ordered. Eleanor didn't drink. She placed her gloved hand on the polished mahogany surface. She felt a vibration through the wood. It wasn't the bass of the music. It was a rhythmic, mechanical thrumming coming from below. My steel, she thought. Are they melting it down, or moving it? She checked her wristwatch. 10:15 p.m. Was Stan in position? Suddenly, the music dipped. The steel door behind the bar opened. A man stepped out. He wasn't large like Kovac, nor elegant like Bishop. He was stocky, wearing a cream-coloured suit that cost more than a worker's yearly wage. A red carnation was pinned to his lapel. His face was round, doughy, but his eyes were small, black beads like peppercorns. Alarico the Butcher Vanzetti. He walked with the arrogance of an emperor. He stopped at the guard's table, whispered something, and laughed. A dry, hacking sound. He raised a glass high. "To Pittsburgh!" Vanzetti shouted, his voice cutting through the smoke. "City of smoke and fools!" His men roared with laughter, raising their glasses. The patrons around them laughed too, but theirs was a nervous, fearful sound. Eleanor watched him. She saw the diamond ring on his pinky finger. She saw the contempt in his eyes. She reached into her pocket. She pulled out the coil of magnesium ribbon. It was thin, silver, innocuous. "Bishop," she murmured without turning her head. "Get ready." "What are you doing?" Bishop asked, his hand drifting toward his coat. "We are waiting for the blackout." "Stan will kill the lights," Eleanor said, taking the gold lighter from Bishop's hand. "But before the darkness comes, I want them to taste the light." She wrapped the magnesium wire around the neck of a bottle of high-proof gin sitting on the bar. Vanzetti was moving toward the bar. He'd seen Bishop, and he had seen Eleanor. He stopped. The smile vanished from his lips. He recognized her. "Well? Well?" Vanzetti sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. "Look who came to visit, the scrap widow." He stepped closer, ignoring Bishop, his eyes locked on Eleanor. "Did you come to beg for your junk back, sweetheart? Or did you come to ask me for a job?" Eleanor flipped the lid of the lighter. Click. The blue flame danced. "I came to teach you a chemistry lesson." "Alarico," she said calmly. "Chemistry?" Vanzetti raised an eyebrow, signalling his men to surround them. The 4 guards at the table stood up, hands reaching into their jackets. "Yes," Eleanor said, touching the flame to the magnesium ribbon. "A lessening combustion." The ribbon caught fire. The magnesium didn't just burn, it screamed. A point of light, brighter than a welding arc, erupted on the bar counter. It was a blinding, pure white star that seared the retinas of everyone looking at it, which, thanks to Vanzetti's arrogance, was everyone within 20 feet. "My eyes!" Vanzetti howled, clapping his hands over his face. The heat was instantaneous. The glass bottle of gin shattered from the thermal shock, the alcohol igniting into a blue fireball that engulfed the bar top. And then, precisely 1 second later, the world ended. Click. Stan pulled the lever outside. The chandeliers died. The red neon signs vanished. The red velvet plunged into absolute, pitch-black darkness, save for the blue flames licking across the mahogany bar. "Get down!" Bishop roared, flipping the table over for cover. Chaos erupted. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat! The Chicago guards fired blindly toward where Eleanor and Bishop had been standing. The muzzle flashes strobed like lightning in a thunderstorm, illuminating terrified dancers screaming and diving for the floor. Mirrors shattered. Bottles exploded. Eleanor didn't dive. She had anticipated the flash. She'd closed her eyes a split second before the magnesium ignited. Now, in the strobe-like chaos of the gunfight, she opened them. She had the advantage. She moved low, crouching behind the curve of the bar. She held the Colt 1911 in both hands. She didn't fire. She wasn't looking for a target, she was looking for the door. The steel door to the basement. A guard loomed out of the darkness, his silhouette framed by a muzzle flash. He was blocking her path. Eleanor didn't hesitate. She fired. Bang! The heavy recoil of the .45 jarred her wrist. The guard grunted, clutching his knee, and crumbled. Suddenly, a massive crash shook the building from the rear. Crash! The back wall splintered inward. A beam of light cut through the smoke. A heavy-duty flashlight taped to the barrel of a shotgun. "Vance crew!" a voice roared. It sounded like a bear waking up in a bad mood. Big Kovac. He was a whirlwind of violence. He swung the flat of his machete, cracking skulls with sickening precision. Behind him, 3 of the foundry workers armed with shotguns poured into the room, securing the rear exit. The Chicago men were caught in a pincer movement, blinded from the front, flanked from the rear. "Cease fire!" Vanzetti screamed from somewhere on the floor. "Cease fire! We surrender!" The gunfire sputtered and died. The only sounds left were the moans of the wounded and the crackle of the gin fire on the bar. "Lights!" Eleanor commanded. Kovac shined his heavy flashlight into the centre of the room. The beam landed on Vanzetti. The butcher was on his knees, tears streaming from his red, irritated eyes. His cream-coloured suit was stained with soot and spilled liquor. Bishop stood up from behind the table, dusting off his lapels. He walked over to Vanzetti, his gun levelled at the mobster's head. "You have terrible hospitality. Alarico," Bishop said. Eleanor ignored them. She holstered her gun and walked to the steel door behind the bar. It was locked. "Kovac," she said. The giant stepped over a groaning guard. He didn't use a key. He raised his heavy boot and kicked the lock mechanism. Once. Twice. Clang. The door flew open. Eleanor took the flashlight from Kovac and descended into the basement. It was cool and damp down there. The beam of light cut through the gloom, revealing crates of bootleg whiskey stacked to the ceiling. But in the centre of the room, sitting on pallets, were the ingots. Rough, silver-grey bars of metal, stamped with the mark, Vance Iron Works, heat 402, her steel, 10 tons of it. Eleanor walked over to the stack. She took off her glove and touched the cold metal. It was safe. The Ford contract was safe. She turned back to the stairs. Loaded up, she ordered the men who had followed her down. "Every bar, use Vanzetti's trucks if you have to." She climbed back up to the main floor. Vanzetti was still on his knees, blinking, trying to clear his vision. When he saw Eleanor looming over him, backlit by the flashlight, he flinched. "You're crazy," Vanzetti spat, blood on his teeth. "You think this is over? This is just the opening bell. Chicago doesn't forgive." Eleanor crouched down until she was face to face with him. She pulled the silver cigarette case from her pocket, the one made of Vancex steel. "I know," she said softly. "Chicago is big, but Pittsburgh is hard." She opened the case and took out a cigarette. She lit it with the burning wreckage of his bar. "Tell Holloway that his hired muscle is broken," she said, exhaling smoke into Vanzetti's face. "And tell your bosses in Chicago, if they want my steel, they can buy it like everyone else. But if they try to steal it again, I will burn this entire city down just to watch them choke on the ash. She stood up. Bishop. Leave him his eyes. He needs them to see what he lost. She walked out of the ruined club into the rain. Behind her, Kovac and the men began to haul the heavy ingots of steel up the stairs, the sound of metal clanking against metal ringing out like a victory march. Eleanor stood by the car, letting the rain wash the smell of smoke from her hair. She checked her watch. 11 p.m. They would make the Detroit delivery by morning. But as she watched her men load the trucks, she felt no triumph, only a cold certainty. Holloway had escalated. She had responded. The spiral was tightening. Leo's drawing flashed in her mind. The Ironmaster, the monster that eats the weak. "I'm not hungry yet," she whispered to the rain. Chapter 14. The Proposal. The bruise on Eleanor's ribs was turning a spectacular shade of violet and green. She stood before the full-length mirror in her master bedroom, tracing the outline of the injury with a cold fingertip. It was a souvenir from the generator room explosion, compounded by the recoil of the Colt .45 she had fired the night before. "It will show, Madam, Mrs., Gable said, holding up the silk dress. "The back is cut low. Then we will cover it," Eleanor said. "Not with fabric, with distraction." She turned away from the mirror. She did not choose the black of a widow tonight. She chose silver. The dress was a masterpiece of the Jazz Age, a sheath of shimmering silver lame that flowed over her body like liquid mercury. It was cold, metallic, and unmistakably industrial. Around her neck, she clasped a necklace not of diamonds, but of polished hematite, heavy, dark iron stones. She applied her lipstick, deep, blood red. "The car is waiting, Mrs." Gable said, her voice filled with a mix of pride and worry. "Mr. Bishop has placed men in the lobby." "Good." Eleanor picked up her clutch. Inside, there was no room for a gun, just her cigarette case and a vial of smelling salts. Tonight, her weapon was her presence. Underscore 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 underscore. The grand ballroom of the William Penn Hotel was the epicenter of Pittsburgh's power. Under the crystal chandeliers, the air was thick with the smoke of expensive cigars and the scent of money. A jazz orchestra played a frantic foxtrot, while men who owned railroads danced with women who owned jewels the size of quail eggs. When Eleanor Vance entered, the room did not go silent. It merely shifted. Heads turned. Whispers rippled through the crowd like a breeze through a wheat field. "That's her, the Ironmaster. I heard she shot a man in the Strip District last night. I heard she sleeps in a blast furnace." Eleanor walked down the grand staircase. She moved with a predator's grace, her silver dress catching the light, making her look like a statue brought to life. She accepted a glass of champagne from a passing waiter. She didn't drink it. She held it like a prop. Arthur Holloway was there, standing near the punch bowl. He looked diminished. His tuxedo hung loosely on his frame. The bruising on his reputation was far worse than the bruising on Eleanor's ribs. He saw her. He raised his glass in a gesture that was half salute, half curse. He did not approach. He knew better. But someone else did. A man separated himself from a group of senators and bankers. He was tall, with hair the colour of steel wool, and a posture that screamed military discipline. Though he wore a tuxedo, he had a scar running through his left eyebrow. He intercepted Eleanor near the balcony doors. "Mrs. Vance," he said. His voice was a deep baritone, smooth and authoritative. "You dance as dangerously as you drive?" Eleanor stopped. She looked him up and down. "I don't believe we've been introduced. We haven't. I prefer to observe my targets before I engage them." He extended a hand. "Colonel Magnus Blackwood, Department of War Procurement, and private consultant. Eleanor took his hand. His grip was firm, dry, and calloused. "The war is over, Colonel," Eleanor said. "I make steel for cars, not for trenches." "The Great War is over," Blackwood corrected. "The next one is just taking a nap." He gestured toward the balcony. "May I? The air in here is stifling. Too much perfume, not enough reality." Eleanor hesitated, then nodded. She signalled to Bishop, who was watching from the shadows of a potted palm. Bishop nodded back. "Proceed." They stepped out onto the balcony. The cold winter air hit them, carrying the eternal smog of the city below. Blackwood took out a cigar but didn't light it. He leaned against the stone railing, looking out at the skyline, a skyline dominated by smokestacks. "I saw the report from the Ford testing grounds," Blackwood said quietly. "Your Vance X alloy. It's impressive. Tensile strength of 90,000 psi. Heat resistance up to 2,000 degrees without deformation." "It is a good product," Eleanor said cautiously. "It is a waste," Blackwood said. Eleanor stiffened. "Excuse me? Using that metal for car chassis? For railroad tracks?" Blackwood shook his head. "It's like using diamonds to pave a driveway. It's a waste of potential." He turned to look at her. His eyes were grey and hard. "The British are developing a new class of vehicle. They call it a tank. The current models are slow, heavy, and their armour cracks under artillery fire. They need something lighter, something stronger. Something that doesn't shatter when a shell hits it." Eleanor felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. "You want to build weapons?" she said. "I want to build shields," Blackwood corrected. "I represent a consortium, international. We are looking for a supplier for the next generation of armoured warfare. We don't need rails, Mrs. Vance. We need plate." He reached into his jacket and pulled out an envelope. It was heavy, sealed with wax. "This is a contract," he said. "Not for 1,000 tons, for unlimited production, for the exclusive military rights to Vance X." He placed the envelope on the stone railing between them. "The price per ton is triple what Ford is paying you?" Eleanor looked at the envelope. "Triple the price. It would make her the richest woman in America. It would secure her legacy forever." But she remembered Leo's drawing, the monster eating the world. "And if I refuse?" Eleanor asked. Blackwood smiled. It wasn't a cruel smile like Halloway's. It was a sad, pragmatic smile. "Then you remain a local curiosity, a woman making car parts in a dirty city. And eventually, someone else will discover the formula. Or steal it. And they will sell it to me." He stepped closer. "Marry your steel to the military, Eleanor. It is the only marriage that lasts. Regimes fall. Banks fail. But war is eternal." Eleanor picked up the envelope. It felt heavy, heavier than the gun. "Heavier than the burnt block." "I need time," she said. "You have 48 hours, Blackwood said. "I'm staying at the Ritz. After that, I go to Germany. Krupp Steel is very interested in high-tensile alloys." He bowed slightly. "Good evening, Ironmaster." He walked back inside, leaving Eleanor alone on the balcony. She held the contract in her hand. Below her, the city churned. She looked at the smokestacks of her own foundry in the distance, glowing red in the night. She had fought Halloway to save her home. She had fought Vanzetti to save her business. But this was a deal for her soul. "Triple the price," she whispered to the wind. She opened her clutch and slipped the envelope inside, right next to the smelling salts she hadn't needed. As she turned to re-enter the ballroom, she saw a reflection in the glass door. The silver dress, the dark iron necklace, the red lips. She didn't look like a victim anymore. She didn't even look like a chemist. She looked like a bullet. Chapter 15. The Crossroads. The contract sat on the desk like a landmine. The heavy cream paper, the wax seal of the Department of War, the staggering sum written in black ink, it all seemed to vibrate under the harsh electric light of the office. Outside, The rain lashed against the windows of the Vance foundry, a rhythmic drumming that sounded like distant marching boots. Eleanor sat in Silas's chair, spinning a silver fountain pen between her fingers. Her board of directors stood before her. On the left, Mr. Bishop leaned against the filing cabinet, cleaning his fingernails with a small knife. On the right, Big Kovac stood like a statue carved from granite, his arms crossed over his chest. "Triple the price," Bishop said, breaking the silence. "And government protection. No more Sheriff Miller kicking down doors. No more Chicago thugs hijacking trucks. The U.S. Army becomes our private security force." He pointed the knife at the contract. "It is the logical evolution. Eleanor, you have conquered the market. Now, conquer the state." "It is blood money," Kovac rumbled. His voice was deep, scraping the bottom of his register. Bishop laughed softly. "All money is blood money, giant. Some of it just has better laundering." "No." Kovac turned to Eleanor, ignoring the gangster. "I was in the Argonne, boss. I was in the trenches. I know what steel does to flesh when it's moving at 2,000 feet per second. We make rails. We make beams. We build things. We don't make plating for tanks. We make steel," Eleanor said, stopping the spinning pen. "What the buyer does with it is their business." "Is it?" Kovac asked. "If you sign that, every dead soldier in the next war has your name on his casing. Is that the legacy you want? The Ironmaster of the Graveyard?" Eleanor looked at Kovac. She saw the pain in his eyes, the ghost of the war he rarely spoke of. "If I don't sign it," Eleanor said quietly, "Blackwood goes to Germany. He goes to Krupp. And then the German tanks will have the unbreakable armour. And our boys will be the ones dying." "That is a patriot's excuse," Kovac spat. "It is fear talking." "It is survival," Eleanor snapped, standing up. "Look at us. Kovac. We're fighting mobsters in the street. We are kidnapping children to survive. How long can we keep this up? A year? 2? Eventually, a bullet will find us. But this," she slammed her hand onto the contract, "this makes us untouchable." Kovac looked at her hand on the paper. He looked at the woman he had sworn to protect. He saw the shift in her. The metal in her soul was cooling, hardening, losing its flexibility. "You are the boss," Kovac said, his voice heavy with disappointment. "But if you turn this mill into an armory, I'm out. I won't pour that heat." The threat hung in the air. Losing Kovac meant losing the men. It meant a strike. Bishop stepped forward. "Let him go. I can bring in workers. Men who don't ask questions." "Scabs," Kovac growled, his hands balling into fists. "Stop," Eleanor commanded. She rubbed her temples. "I need to think. Both of you. Get out. Leave me." Bishop shrugged, sheathing his knife. 48 hours. Eleanor. Don't let a conscience cost you an empire." He left. Kovac lingered for a moment. "Silas was a fool," he said softly, "but he never wanted to kill anyone." Then he turned and walked out, closing the door with a gentle click that felt worse than a slam. Underscore 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 underscore. Eleanor was alone. She paced the office. The silence was suffocating. She poured herself a glass of water, but her hand shook, spilling a few drops on the floor. Profit or morality? Power or peace? She grabbed her coat and walked out of the office, heading for the laboratory annex. She needed to be near the chemistry. Elements didn't judge. Elements just reacted. The lab was dark, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the high skylights. It smelled of ozone and acid, her favourite perfume. She walked to the main workbench where her notebooks were kept. The formula for Vance X was there, locked in the safe under the bench. She spun the dial, left, right, left. She reached in to grab the notebook. Her hand brushed against empty air. Eleanor froze. She crouched down. She felt around the interior of the safe. Empty. The notebook, the blue leather-bound journal containing the precise ratios of vanadium and the temperature curves, was gone. A cold breeze hit the back of her neck. The skylight above her. It wasn't closed. A rope was dangling down, swaying gently in the draft. Someone was here. Eleanor didn't scream. She reached into her waistband for the Colt .45. She spun around, levelling the gun at the shadows. "Show yourself!" A figure detached itself from the darkness near the chemical storage rack. He was dressed in black, tight-fitting clothes. He wore a mask over his nose and mouth. He held a small camera in one hand and her blue notebook in the other. He wasn't a thug. He moved too quietly. He was a professional. "Put it back," Eleanor ordered, flicking the safety off. Click. The spy didn't panic. He looked at the gun, then at the open window high above. He calculated the distance. "You won't shoot," the man said. His voice was accented. German. "Gunfire attracts the guards. And you don't want the police to see what's in this safe, do you?" "I don't need the police," Eleanor said. "I have a blast furnace." The spy chuckled. He took a step back. "Colonel Blackwood sends his regards. He thought you might hesitate. He wanted to ensure the technology was preserved." "Blackwood?" Eleanor felt a surge of betrayal. "He's stealing from me while offering me a contract. He's a pragmatist. Mrs. Vance. Like you. If you sign, the book is returned. If you refuse, well, Krupp will appreciate the donation." The spy turned and ran. He didn't run for the door. He ran for the wall, scrambling up the shelving units like a spider, aiming for the rope. "Stop!" Eleanor fired. Bang! The shot went wide, sparking off a steel beam. The noise was deafening in the small space. The spy grabbed the rope. He began to climb, the blue notebook tucked into his vest. If he escaped with that book, her leverage was gone. Her monopoly was gone. Eleanor ran to the shelf. She couldn't climb fast enough. She looked around. Her eyes landed on a glass jar on the workbench, white phosphorus, kept under water to prevent ignition. She didn't think. She grabbed the jar. She threw it. The jar sailed through the air, smashing against the wall right next to the climbing spy. The glass shattered. The phosphorus was exposed to the air. Whoosh! It ignited instantly. A brilliant, terrifying white fire erupted, sticking to the wall, sticking to the rope. The spy screamed as the heat hit him. The rope caught fire. It burned through in seconds. Snap! The spy fell 20 feet, crashing down onto the concrete floor. The notebook skittered across the room. The man writhed on the floor, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle, the phosphorus smoke choking him. Eleanor walked over to him. The gun was still in her hand. The chemical fire crackled on the wall behind her, casting long, dancing shadows. She picked up the blue notebook. She checked it. It was undamaged. She looked down at the spy. He was groaning, trying to crawl away. "You told Blackwood I was a pragmatist," Eleanor said, her voice trembling with adrenaline. She aimed the gun at his head. "You were right." The door to the lab burst open. "Eleanor!" It was Kovac. He had heard the shot. He had come back. He saw the fire. He saw the broken spy. He saw Eleanor standing over him, the gun poised for an execution. "Don't!" Kovac shouted, running toward her. "Don't do it, boss! He's down!" Eleanor hesitated. Her finger was heavy on the trigger. The spy looked up at her, eyes wide with terror. "Please." Eleanor lowered the gun slowly. "Get him up," she said to Kovac, her voice hollow. "Tie him to a chair. We are going to have a conversation about Colonel Blackwood." She looked at the notebook in her hand. The decision had been made for her. Blackwood had tried to steal her power. Now, she would make him pay for it. "Kovac," she said, watching the giant drag the sobbing spy away. "Yeah? Get Bishop and bring the contract." You're signing it? Kovac asked, disbelief in his voice. Eleanor looked at the fire burning on the wall. No, she said. I'm going to rewrite it. Chapter 16. The Iron Treaty. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Suite 402, 48 hours later. Colonel Magnus Blackwood was a man of precise habits. He shaved at 6 a.m, he ate dry toast and black coffee at 6:30 a.m, and at 7 a.m, he packed his suitcase. His bags were already by the door. The train to New York left in an hour. From there, a ship to Hamburg. He checked his pocket watch. 7:15 a.m. She isn't coming, Blackwood muttered to his adjutant. Lieutenant Sterling, a pity. The Vance woman has spirit, but she lacks vision. Prepare the car. Yes, Colonel. Sterling reached for the doorknob. Not. It wasn't a polite knock. It was heavy, rhythmic, and metallic. Blackwood raised an eyebrow. He nodded to Sterling. Sterling opened the door. He didn't see a bellboy. He saw a wall of black wool. Big Kovac stood in the doorway, filling the frame entirely. He didn't say a word. He simply stepped aside. Eleanor Vance walked in. She wore the same velvet suit from the gala, but it looked different now, harder. She carried a leather briefcase in one hand and her silver cigarette case in the other. Behind her, flanked by two of Bishop's armed guards, was a man in a wheelchair. His leg was in a cast. His face was wrapped in bandages, burn ointment gleaming on his skin. It was the spy, the man Blackwood had sent to the foundry. Blackwood's expression didn't change, but his eyes narrowed slightly, a microscopic flinch. Mrs. Vance, Blackwood said, smoothing his tie. You brought a guest, and rather aggressive chaperones. I brought your property, Colonel, Eleanor said. She signalled to the guards. They wheeled the broken spy into the centre of the lavish suite. The man groaned, looking at Blackwood with pleading eyes. Hans, Blackwood sighed. I see you failed, and you survived. 2 mistakes in one night. He talked, Eleanor said, placing her briefcase on the coffee table. He told me everything. Krupp! The secret accounts in Switzerland. The fact that your consortium isn't officially sanctioned by the US Congress yet. You're operating on speculation. Colonel. Blackwood walked over to the window. He looked out at the city. Speculation is the mother of profit. Mrs. Vance. Yes, I am early, but when the war starts, I will be essential. The question is, will you be essential, or will you be a footnote? He turned back to her. You have the contract. Did you sign it? Eleanor opened her briefcase. She pulled out the heavy document with the wax seal. I read it, she said. Clause 4. Complete transfer of intellectual property rights to the consortium. Clause 9. Vance Ironworks to be subject to military oversight and management. She picked up a lighter from the table. You don't want a partner, Magnus. You want a colony. You want to strip mine my mind and govern my factory. It is standard procedure, Blackwood said dismissively. We provide the capital. We take the control. Not with me, Eleanor said. She flicked the lighter. She held the flame to the corner of the contract. What are you doing? Blackwood took a step forward, alarmed. That is $1 million offer. It was, Eleanor said. She watched the paper curl and blacken, the wax seal melting like blood. She dropped the burning document into the hotel's silver ice bucket. Blackwood stared at the ashes. His face hardened. The polite mask slipped. You're a fool, he hissed. You think you can fight Holloway alone? You think you can fight the Chicago Combine? Without my protection, you're dead in a week. I don't want your protection, Eleanor said calmly. She reached back into her briefcase. She pulled out a new document. It was typed on plain Vance Ironworks stationery. It was thin, only 3 pages. She slapped it onto the table. I want an alliance. Blackwood looked at the paper. What is this? My counter-offer, Eleanor said. The Iron Treaty. She began to list the terms, counting them off on her gloved fingers. 1. I retain 100% ownership of the patent and the company. The army's a client, not a boss. 2. No military oversight on my factory floor. My foreman runs the pit. Your generals stay in the office. 3. The price is not triple. She paused for effect. It is quadruple. Blackwood laughed. A harsh, barking sound. Quadruple? You are insane. Why would I agree to that? I can just take the formula from Hans's memory. Hans doesn't have the formula, Eleanor interrupted. He grabbed the decoy notebook, the one I leave in the safe for thieves. She smiled. It was a shark smile. The real formula is in my head, Colonel, and nowhere else. She leaned over the table, invading his space. And here is the clincher, Magnus. If you don't sign my treaty, I don't go to Ford. I don't go to Halloway. She lowered her voice to a whisper. I go to the press, and I tell them that Colonel Magnus Blackwood is trying to sell American military secrets to Germany. Blackwood froze. The colour drained from his face. That is treason, he whispered. You would be hanged. I would be a whistleblower, Eleanor corrected. And you would be ruined. No consortium, no Krupp, just a court-martial and a firing squad. She held out a pen. So, Colonel, do we have a deal, or do I make a phone call to the Washington Post? Blackwood looked at the pen. He looked at the burnt spy. He looked at the giant Kovac blocking the door. He realised, for the first time, that he wasn't dealing with a businesswoman. He was dealing with a fellow warlord. He reached for the pen. The nib of the fountain pen scratched against the paper. It was a loud, aggressive sound in the quiet suite, like a rat gnawing on bone. Blackwood signed his name with a flourish. He didn't look defeated. He looked impressed. In his world, the world of arms dealing and shadow diplomacy, predators did not resent being bitten, they respected the teeth. He capped the pen and slid the document back across the coffee table. The Iron Treaty, Blackwood murmured. Quadruple the price. Total autonomy. You realise, Mrs. Vance, that you have just made yourself the most expensive woman in the military-industrial complex. Quality is expensive, Colonel, Eleanor said, picking up the document. She checked the signature. It was valid. Mediocrity is free. She placed the contract into her briefcase and snapped the lock shut. Click. And what about him? Blackwood asked, gesturing to the spy. Hans, who was still tied to the wheelchair, weeping silently through his bandages. He is your employee, Eleanor said coldly. He failed you. I imagine you have a protocol for redundancy. She turned her back on the man. She knew what would happen to him the moment she left the room. Blackwood couldn't afford witnesses. By leaving him here, she was signing his death warrant as surely as if she'd pulled the trigger herself. But she didn't flinch. Good day, Magnus, she said. The first shipment of armour plate will be ready in 30 days. Do not be late with the payment. I never am, Blackwood replied. He poured himself a whiskey, not offering her one. One piece of advice. Iron Master? Eleanor paused at the door. Yes? You have won the battle for the contract, but you have entered a new war. The Halloways and Vanzettis of the world. They break bones. But the world you just stepped into, we break nations. Watch your back. I don't need to, Eleanor said, glancing at Kovac. I have steel for that. She walked out. Underscore 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 underscore. The elevator ride down to the lobby was silent. The brass cage descended smoothly. Bishop was grinning, counting invisible money in his head. Quadruple, he whispered to himself. Quadruple. But Kovac stared straight ahead at the brass doors, his face like stone. When they stepped out onto the snowy sidewalk of Pittsburgh, the cold air felt cleaner than the air in the suite. You left that man to die, Kovac said. It wasn't a question. He tried to steal our future. Kovac, Eleanor said, pulling her fur collar tight. He tried to burn down your livelihood." "He was just a soldier following orders," Kovac rumbled. "Just like I was." "And now he is a casualty," Eleanor said sharply. "Get in the car." They drove back to the foundry in silence. But when they arrived, the mood shifted. The news had travelled fast. Perhaps Stan had already telegraphed the foreman. The gates were open, the men were lined up. As the car pulled in, a cheer went up that shook the icicles off the roof gutters. It was a roar of triumph. They knew the army was coming. They knew the lean times were over forever. Trucks were already arriving, military convoys, painted olive drab, carrying crates of new machinery. The consortium wasted no time. Eleanor stepped out of the car. She stood in the mud, watching the transformation. Her foundry was changing. The old rusted signs were being pulled down. New electric lights were being strung up. The place didn't look like a struggling family business anymore. It looked like a fortress. It looked like an armory. She walked onto the main casting floor. They were pouring a test mould for the new order. Not a rail, not a beam, a plate. A solid 4-inch thick slab of Vance X armour, designed to stop a high-velocity anti-tank round. Eleanor watched the white-hot metal fill the square mould. It settled, heavy and dense. It didn't sing like the rails. It hummed with a low, menacing frequency. Leo's drawing flashed in her mind again. The Ironmaster. She touched the cooling edge of the mould. "We are safe now," she whispered to herself. But deep down, she knew the truth. She hadn't built a shield. She had built a target. Chapter 17. The Ghost of Hazelwood. The Hazelwood rolling mill stood like a rotting carcass on the banks of the Monongahela. It was a skeleton of brick and iron, hollowed out by years of neglect and the recent violence of the rescue mission. The roof gaped open where the skylights had been smashed. The main gate, which Kovac had rammed with the truck, hung precariously from one twisted hinge. Eleanor Vance stepped out of her car. "The auction is tomorrow at noon," she said, pulling her fur coat tighter against the biting river wind. "The bank has listed it as distressed industrial assets. I intend to buy it for pennies on the dollar." Bishop stood beside her, smoking a cigarette. He looked at the looming structure with distaste. "It's a graveyard." "Eleanor, bad juju. Why do you want this rust bucket? We have the contract. Build a new factory. Something clean." "Time," Eleanor replied, walking toward the gate. "Building new takes 6 months. Refitting this takes 6 weeks. The army wants their armour plate yesterday. I need the furnaces." "The furnaces are cold," Kovac grunted, following them with a flashlight. "They haven't been lit in 5 years." "Then we will wake them up," Eleanor said. They entered the main factory floor. It was silent. The echoes of the gunfight from 2 years ago were long gone, swallowed by the damp moss growing on the walls. The floor was littered with debris, old crates, rusted chains, and the faint dark stains of dried blood that the rain hadn't washed away. Eleanor walked to the centre of the room. She looked up at the foreman's booth, the steel cage where she'd fought the Pinkerton agent. It swayed slightly in the draft. "Check the structural supports," she ordered Kovac. "If the blast from the truck weakened the main pillars, we need to know before we bring in the heavy ladles." Kovac nodded and walked toward the east wall, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. Eleanor turned to the main rolling assembly, massive steel rollers designed to flatten hot iron into rails. They were seized with rust. She ran a gloved hand over the machinery. "We can sandblast this," she murmured to herself. "Replace the bearings, re-grease the axles." "Boss!" Kovac's voice echoed from the far wall. It sounded tight, worried. "What is it?" Eleanor asked. "Come look at this." Eleanor and Bishop walked over. Kovac was kneeling by the base of a support pillar. He was shining his light into a vent grate. "I smelled it," Kovac said. "Thought it was a gas leak. But look." Eleanor peered into the grate. It wasn't gas. It was dust. Black, fine, powdery dust. It filled the vent shaft almost to the brim. Eleanor dipped a finger into it. She rubbed it against her thumb. It felt greasy. Coal dust, she whispered. Pulverized. To the consistency of flour. Why would there be coal dust in the air vents? Bishop asked. The coal bins are on the other side of the complex. Eleanor stood up slowly. Her eyes widened. She looked around the massive just enclosed space of the factory. She looked at the boarded up windows. She looked at the vents. It's not a mistake, she said, her voice trembling. It's a weapon. A weapon? If you suspend coal dust in the air, Eleanor explained rapidly, her mind racing through the chemistry, and you introduce a spark, it doesn't just burn, it detonates. It's a thermobaric explosion. It creates a pressure wave that will level this entire building. She grabbed Kovac's arm. Halloway isn't selling this place. He turned it into a bomb. Click, a sound from above. They all looked up. High up in the rafters, near the broken skylight, a small device had been rigged to the ventilation fans, a timer, and next to it, a canister of compressed air. Hiss! The canister opened. A jet of air blasted into the piles of dust hidden in the rafters. Instantly, a black cloud began to descend. It billowed out like ink in water, filling the air with millions of microscopic particles of fuel. "Run!" Eleanor screamed. "Cover your mouths, don't shoot!" "Why not?" Bishop yelled, reaching for his gun. "One muzzle flash and we are all dead," Eleanor shrieked. "Run!" They sprinted toward the main gate. The cloud was falling faster now, a choking, black fog that blotted out the meagre light. It tasted of sulphur and death. They were 50 feet from the door. 40 feet. Suddenly, a flare lit up the far end of the hall. Not a magnesium flare. A road flare. Someone was standing in the shadows of the loading dock. A silhouette in a trench coat. "Sold!" a voice laughed. It was Halloway's voice, distorted by the echo. The figure tossed the burning red flare into the black cloud. The red flare arced through the air like a dying comet. It hit the suspension of black dust. Time didn't slow down. It stopped. For a microsecond, the dust particles around the flare glowed bright orange, individual stars igniting in a galaxy of carbon. "Down!" Kovac roared. He didn't run, he lunged. With the speed of a linebacker, he grabbed Eleanor by the back of her coat and Bishop by his collar. He threw them both forward, toward the open gate, and dove on top of them, using his massive body as a shield of flesh and bone. Then, the galaxy ignited. Whomp crack. It wasn't a normal explosion, it was a fuel-air detonation. The air inside the factory instantly turned into fire. The pressure wave expanded at supersonic speed, seeking the path of least resistance. That path was the main gate. The blast hit them like the fist of God. Eleanor felt herself being lifted off the ground, weightless, then slammed into the mud outside with bone-jarring force. The heat washed over her, a wave of searing wind that singed her hair and melted the snow on the ground. Debris followed. Bricks, glass, and twisted metal rained down like shrapnel. Then, silence. A ringing, deafening silence. Eleanor lay face down in the freezing mud. Her ears were screaming. Her lungs felt collapsed, the air sucked out of them by the vacuum of the blast. She coughed. It hurt. She tasted blood and ash. "Kovac!" she rasped. Her voice was a pathetic squeak. She pushed herself up on trembling arms. The Hazelwood rolling mill was gone. The roof had collapsed inward. The walls were blown out. Flames licked at the skeleton of the structure, climbing high into the winter sky. "Kovac!" She looked to her left. Bishop was sitting up, clutching his arm. His white suit was black. He looked dazed, blood trickling from his ear. "What? What was that?" Bishop stammered. Eleanor didn't answer. She scrambled through the mud toward the mound of debris where Kovac lay. The giant was face down. A piece of jagged corrugated iron was embedded in the mud inches from his head. His coat was smoking. "Kovac!" Eleanor grabbed his shoulder and rolled him over. He groaned. His face was a mask of soot, his eyebrows singed off. But his eyes opened. They were dazed, unfocused. Did we get it? Kovac wheezed. Get what? Eleanor asked, frantically checking him for wounds. The steel, Kovac mumbled, his brain still rattled by the concussion. We're alive, Eleanor whispered, relief flooding her chest so hot it felt like a burn. You stupid, beautiful ox. You saved us. She helped him sit up. He was battered, bruised, and would likely be deaf for a week, but he was whole. Eleanor stood up. She looked at the inferno. The heat was intense, drying the mud on her face instantly. She watched the flames consume the place she had planned to buy, the place she had planned to build her armory. Holloway had destroyed his own asset. He had burned $1 million just to kill her. Bishop stumbled over to her. He spat a tooth into the mud. That was scorched earth, Bishop said, his voice shaking with rage. He tried to liquidate us. Yes, Eleanor said. She stared into the fire. The reflection of the flames danced in her dark eyes. He thinks he won, Eleanor said softly. He thinks he burned the witch. She reached into her pocket. The silver cigarette case was dented, flattened by the impact. She tried to open it, but the latch was fused. She threw it into the fire. Bishop, she said. Her voice was no longer the voice of a businesswoman. It was the voice of a general standing on a pile of corpses. Yeah? How many men can you mobilize tonight? 50. Maybe 60 if I call in favors from the south side. Get them, Eleanor commanded. And get the trucks. Not the delivery trucks. The heavy ones. Where are we going? Kovac asked, struggling to his feet, swaying slightly. To Holloway's house? To the police? Eleanor turned to them. Her face was smeared with black soot, making her look like a demon rising from the pit. No, she said. The police can't help us. The law is for people who want justice. I don't want justice anymore. She pointed across the river, where the Holloway steel plant stood, untouched, its smokestacks puffing arrogantly into the night. He burned my future, Eleanor said. So I am going to steal his present. She looked at Kovac. We aren't going to buy a new factory. Kovac, we're going to take one. You mean... The Holloway main plant, Eleanor declared. Tonight, while he is celebrating his victory, we are going to seize the means of production. That's a siege, Bishop warned. That's a civil war. It's a hostile takeover, Eleanor corrected. And it ends tonight. Chapter 18, The Siege of Holloway. The convoy looked like a funeral procession for the end of the world. 6 heavy-duty flatbed trucks, their engines idling with a low, guttural growl, sat in the mud outside the ruins of the Hazelwood Mill. They were not carrying steel rails tonight. They were carrying men. In the lead truck, Big Kovac sat behind the wheel. One of his eyes was swollen shut from the explosion, and a rag was tied around his bleeding forehead. He gripped the wheel with hands that looked like sledgehammers. Bishop walked down the line of vehicles. He was handing out tools to the Vance foundry workers. Not wrenches, Thompson submachine guns, sawed-off shotguns, tire irons. Don't shoot the machinery. Bishop instructed a young lad who looked no older than 18. Shoot the Pinkertons. If they drop their guns, leave them. If they aim, drop them. Clear? Clear. Mr. Bishop. Eleanor stood on the running board of the lead truck. She'd thrown a heavy leather trench coat over her ruined silver dress. The hematite necklace still hung around her neck, a dark chain of iron. She looked at her army. It was an unholy union of organised crime and organised labour. The mobsters in their pinstripes stood shoulder to shoulder with steelworkers in soot-stained overalls. "Listen to me!" Eleanor's voice was raspy, damaged by the smoke, but it cut through the wind. The men fell silent. "Holloway thinks we are dead," she said. "He thinks he burned us out. Right now, across the river, his guards are drinking to our funeral." She pointed to the massive sprawling complex of Holloway steel on the opposite bank. It was a city unto itself. 4 blast furnaces, miles of rail track, a fortress of industry. "Tonight, we are not going to knock," Eleanor said. "We are going to evict him. We take the main plant. We secure the furnaces. We hold the ground until morning." She climbed into the cab next to Kovac. "Let's go to work." Underscore 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 underscore. The Holloway steel plant was a fortress designed to keep union organisers out. The main gate was 12 feet high, topped with electric lights and guarded by a brick pillbox. Inside the pillbox, 2 Holloway guards were playing cards. A bottle of whiskey sat between them. "Did you hear the boom earlier?" one asked. "Dealing a card?" "Yeah, Hazelwood," the other chuckled. "Boss said he was clearing out a rat's nest." Guess the Vance bitch is history. Good riddance. Maybe now we get a raise. They didn't hear the trucks. The wind was howling too loud, and the snow was falling in thick, blinding sheets. They didn't see the headlights, because there were none. The first sign of trouble was the vibration. The coffee mug on the table started to dance. Chink, chink, chink. "What the hell is that?" The guard stood up and looked out the window. Out of the swirling snow, a monster emerged. The lead Vance truck had been modified. A V-shaped plough made of solid Vance-X steel was welded to the front bumper. It was moving at 40 miles per hour. "Truck!" the guard screamed, reaching for the alarm. Too late. Crash! The sound was apocalyptic. The Vance-X plough hit the iron gates. The iron didn't bend. It snapped like dry kindling. The hinges shrieked and failed. The massive gates flew inward, twisting into scrap metal. The truck roared through the breach, skidding on the icy cobblestones, smashing into a stack of empty oil drums. Screech! The truck stopped. Eleanor kicked the door open before the wheels had even ceased spinning. She stepped out into the floodlights of the Holloway yard. She raised her Colt .45. The alarm finally began to wail, a mournful, rising siren. "Go! Go! Go!" Bishop shouted from the second truck. The canvas tarps were thrown back. 50 men poured out of the convoy, weapons drawn. They fanned out with terrifying efficiency. Bishop's men took the high ground, climbing the gantries. Kovac's men took the ground floor, heading for the furnaces. The Holloway guards stumbled out of their barracks, half-dressed, fumbling with their rifles. They were expecting strikers with picket signs. They were met with a wall of lead. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Bishop's Tommy guns chattered from the rooftops. Bullets kicked up sparks on the pavement, pinning the guards down. "Surrender and live," Bishop's voice amplified over the chaos. "Fight and die." Most of the hired guns dropped their weapons instantly. They weren't paid enough to fight a war. But the elite Pinkertons, Holloway's personal guard, were different. They barricaded themselves in the administration building, a brick structure overlooking the factory floor. They opened fire from the windows. Ping, ping, spang. Bullets ricocheted off the truck cab next to Eleanor's head. She didn't flinch. "Kovac!" she yelled over the gunfire. "Yeah, boss?" "The administration building. They have the high ground. We can't advance to the furnaces." Kovac looked at the brick building. "I can flank them. Get close with the grenades." "No," Eleanor said. She looked at the rail line that ran right past the building. A hot metal car, a massive but torpedo-shaped rail car used to transport molten iron, was sitting on the track. It was glowing red, radiating heat. It was full. "Do you see the ladle car?" Eleanor pointed. Kovac grinned, a bloody, terrifying grin. "You want to derail it?" "I want to tip it," Eleanor said. "Flush them out." Kovac ran toward the train engine coupled to the ladle car. He climbed into the cab, threw the engineer out, and grabbed the levers. The massive engine hissed. Chuff. Chuff. Kovac didn't drive it forward. He engaged the hydraulic tipping mechanism. The torpedo car groaned. The mouth of the ladle began to rotate. Inside the administration building, the Pinkertons were reloading. "Hold the line!" the captain shouted. "Mister, Halloway is calling the National Guard. We just need to—" He stopped. The room suddenly got very hot. An orange glow flooded through the windows. He looked out. A waterfall of liquid iron, 3,000 degrees hot, was pouring out of the rail car. It wasn't hitting the tracks. It was splashing directly onto the front porch of the building. The wood ignited instantly. The glass windows melted. The brickwork hissed and cracked. "Fire!" the captain screamed. "Get out!" The front door burst open. The Pinkertons ran out, coughing, dropping their guns, hands in the air to surrender to the freezing snow rather than face the molten river. Eleanor walked through the steam. The liquid iron flowed into the drains, illuminating her silhouette in a hellish orange backlight. The yard was theirs. The guards were subdued. She looked up at the top floor of the main tower. The executive office. The lights were still on. Arthur Halloway was up there. "Kovac," Eleanor said, reloading her pistol. "Bishop. With me." She stepped over a discarded rifle and headed for the stairs. The siege was over. The execution was about to begin. The stairs to the executive tower were carpeted in plush red wool, now muddy with the boot prints of the invading army. Eleanor climbed steadily. Her breath hitched in her chest, not from exertion, but from the crushing weight of the moment. Every step was a memory. Step 1, Silas dying in the mud. Step 2, the bank foreclosure notice. Step 3, Leo tied to the catwalk. Step 4, the explosion at Hazelwood. She reached the mahogany double doors at the top landing. A brass plaque read, "Arthur Halloway, President." "Locked," Kovac rumbled, trying the handle. "Don't knock," Eleanor whispered. Kovac stepped back. He raised his heavy boot and kicked just below the lock. The wood splintered with a sharp crack. The doors flew open, banging against the inner walls. The office was a sanctuary of silence amidst the war zone. Oak panelling, leather-bound books, a crystal chandelier. Arthur Halloway stood behind his massive desk. He was frantically stuffing papers into the fireplace where a small fire was already choking on ash. He looked up. His face was pale, his eyes wide and bloodshot. He looked like a cornered rat in a tuxedo. "You—" Halloway stammered. He dropped a handful of ledgers. "You can't be here. The National Guard is coming. You're trespassing. This is a felony." Eleanor walked into the room. Bishop and Kovac flanked her, weapons lowered but ready. "The National Guard is stuck on the bridge," Eleanor said calmly. A jackknifed coal truck blocked the way. Terrible luck. She walked to the centre of the room. She looked at the painting behind his desk. A portrait of Halloway standing proudly next to a Bessemer converter. "It's over, Arthur," she said. Halloway let out a hysterical laugh. "Over? You think because you broke my gate, you own me? I have lawyers, Eleanor. I have politicians in my pocket. I will sue you into the Stone Age." "I'll see you hang for this." "You tried to kill me tonight," Eleanor said. "You blew up a building with me inside it." "I was demolishing my own property," Halloway screamed, his spit flying. "It was an industrial accident. You can't prove anything." "I don't need to prove it," Eleanor said. She pulled the Colt .45 from her coat pocket. The metal was cold and heavy. "I'm not a prosecutor." Halloway froze. He looked at the gun. Then he looked at Bishop and Kovac. "You won't shoot," Halloway sneered, though his voice wavered. "You're a chemist, Eleanor, a mother. You're not a killer. You don't have the stomach for it." He reached into his desk drawer. "Don't," Kovac warned, raising his shotgun. But Halloway was fast. Desperation made him fast. He pulled out a small, pearl-handled revolver. "Get out of my office," Halloway shrieked, raising the gun. Bang! The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. Smoke curled from the barrel of Eleanor's Colt. Halloway dropped his gun. He looked down at his chest. A red flower was blooming on his white shirt, just below the heart. He looked back at Eleanor. His expression wasn't one of pain, but of pure shock. "You," he wheezed. "You missed. The heart. I aimed for the lung," Eleanor said, her voice devoid of emotion. "It takes longer." Holloway's knees buckled. He collapsed into his leather chair. He gasped for air, pink froth bubbling at his lips. Eleanor walked around the desk. She stood over him. "Silas suffered for 3 hours," she said softly. "You have maybe 10 minutes. Holloway gripped the armrests of his chair. His eyes were fading, losing focus. He looked up at her, and in his dying vision, she must have looked terrifying, a figure in black leather and silver, backlit by the fires of his own factory. "Monster," Holloway whispered. "No," Eleanor corrected. She holstered her gun. "Ironmaster." She turned to the window. Below, the fighting had stopped. The Holloway guards were being marched out. The Vance trucks were parking near the loading docks. The sun was just beginning to crest over the hills, casting a pale, grey light over the smoky city. "Kovac," Eleanor said, not looking back at the dying man. "Yeah, boss?" "Open the safe, take the deeds, take the ledgers, burn the rest." "And the body?" Bishop asked, nudging Holloway's boot. The man was still, his chest no longer rising. Eleanor looked at the portrait on the wall. "Leave him," she said. "Let his lawyers find him. Let them see who holds the throne now." She walked out of the office, stepping over the splintered doorframe. She didn't feel joy. She didn't feel relief. She felt heavy, like she had just swallowed a stone. She walked down the stairs out into the cold morning air. The men saw her. A hush fell over the yard. They saw the blood on her coat, not hers. They saw the way she walked. Eleanor Vance stopped in the centre of the Holloway yard. She looked up at the smokestacks. They were hers now, the biggest steel mill in Pittsburgh. She had won. But as she looked at her reflection in a puddle of dirty water, she realised Leo was right. The woman in the mirror had no face, just a mask of steel. Chapter 19. The Coronation. 1 month later. The Vance Holloway Industrial Complex. The wind that swept across the river was no longer just carrying coal dust. It carried the sound of a brass band playing the Star-Spangled Banner. The main yard of the facility, formerly Holloway's yard, now rebranded with massive iron letters reading Vance Armament, was transformed. A raised wooden platform had been erected in front of the new assembly hangars. Red, white and blue bunting draped every railing, concealing the blast marks and bullet holes that still scarred the brickwork from the night of the siege. Hundreds of people gathered in the cold spring mud. There were politicians in top hats, generals in olive drab uniforms, and journalists with flashbulbs popping like fireworks. And behind them, thousands of workers stood in silent rows, their faces scrubbed clean, their caps in their hands. Eleanor Vance stood at the podium. She wore a long coat of black wool with a collar of silver fox fur. She wore leather gloves. She did not smile. She looked less like a CEO and more like a head of state. To her right stood Colonel Magnus Blackwood, his chest decorated with medals. To her left stood Mr. Bishop, now legally appointed as the Director of Logistics, looking legitimate and lethal in a tailored suit. "Ladies and gentlemen," Eleanor's voice boomed over the new public address system. "For too long, American industry has relied on the old ways to fragile iron, slow production, weakness." She gripped the sides of the podium. "But the world is changing. The threats to our liberty are growing, and to meet them, we must be harder than the enemy." She gestured to the massive object behind her, covered by a heavy canvas tarp. "They said a woman could not forge steel. They said a mother could not build a fortress. Today, I give you the answer." She nodded to Kovac, who stood by the release rope. "Unveil it." Kovac pulled the rope. The canvas fell away. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. It was a tank. The Vance Mark I. It was a beast of angular geometry, Unlike the clumsy British tanks of the Great War, this was sleek, low profile, and plated in the shimmering silver-grey Vance X alloy. It didn't look like a vehicle, it looked like a mobile bunker. Its main cannon pointed aggressively at the sky. The first fully American armoured combat vehicle, Eleanor declared, impervious to standard artillery, powered by Vance engines, forged right here in Pittsburgh. The band struck up a patriotic march. The generals applauded enthusiastically. The flashbulbs exploded in a blinding storm of white light. Eleanor stepped back from the podium. She didn't wave. She simply watched the machine. "Impressive theatre," Blackwood whispered, leaning in close. "Washington is already wiring the purchase orders. You have saved them a decade of development." "I delivered what I promised," Eleanor said coolly. She scanned the crowd. She wasn't looking for investors. She was looking for a small boy in a grey uniform. Stan was escorting him. Leo stood near the VIP tent. He was 7 years old, but his eyes were ancient. He held his school cap in his hands, twisting the fabric until his knuckles were white. He was staring at the tank. Eleanor excused herself from the colonel. She walked down the steps of the platform, the crowd parting for her like the Red Sea. "Leo," she said, approaching him. The boy looked up. He didn't run to her. He stood his ground, stiff and formal. "Mother," he said. "You look smart," Eleanor said, reaching out to straighten his tie. "The academy suits you." Leo flinched at her touch, barely perceptible, but Eleanor felt it. It was a rejection sharp as a knife. "Is that the machine?" Leo asked, pointing at the tank. "It is," Eleanor said, pride creeping into her voice. "It is the strongest thing in the world. Leo, nothing can hurt the men inside it. I built it to keep people safe." "It has a gun," Leo whispered. "A big gun. To protect the peace." Eleanor recited the line she'd used in the press release. "Does it eat people?" Leo asked. Eleanor froze. "What?" "The Ironmaster," Leo said, his eyes locking onto hers. "In my dream." "The Ironmaster builds a metal stomach to eat everyone." He looked at the tank, then back at his mother. "You built the stomach." Eleanor felt a chill. She grabbed his shoulders. "Perhaps a little too tightly. Listen to me. The world is a place of wolves. Leo, you know that. You saw them, Holloway, the men in the attic. If we do not build teeth, we get eaten. Do you understand?" Leo looked at her hands on his shoulders. He looked at the black leather gloves. "Holloway is dead," Leo said softly. Eleanor stiffened. "Who told you that?" "The boys at school. They saw the newspaper. They said he shot himself." Leo paused. "But you were there. Mama, weren't you?" Eleanor stared at her son. He saw too much. He possessed Silas's sensitivity, but stripped of the optimism. "I was there," Eleanor admitted. "I watched him fall." "Did you help him?" The question hung in the air, heavier than the tank behind them. Before Eleanor could answer, a shadow fell over them. "So this is the heir," Colonel Blackwood boomed, stepping up beside them. He beamed down at Leo, unaware of the tension. "Fine lad, strong. He'll make a hell of a commander one day. Eh, Eleanor?" Blackwood placed a heavy hand on Leo's head, ruffling his hair. "Do you like the tank, son? It's going to make your mother the most powerful woman in America." Leo looked at the colonel. He looked at the scar on Blackwood's eyebrow. He looked at the medals that signified killing. Then he looked at his mother, standing beside this man of war. Leo took a step back. He pulled his cap onto his head. "I want to go back to school," Leo said. "Leo, you just got here," Eleanor said, hurt flashing in her eyes. "There is a banquet. Ice cream." "I want to go back," Leo repeated, his voice rising. "Please, Stan can take me." He turned away from the tank. He turned away from her. "I don't like the noise, Mama. It's too loud." Eleanor watched them go. She watched Stan lead her son through the crowd of cheering workers. Leo looked small, a grey speck in a sea of olive drab and denim. He didn't look back. Not once. "Let him go," Colonel Blackwood said, his voice low and devoid of sentiment. "He is a boy. Boys fear the fire. Men learn to control it. He lit a cigar, the smoke drifting between them. He will understand one day, Blackwood continued. When he inherits this empire, he will understand that you didn't build it for him to be happy. You built it for him to be a king. I didn't build it for him, Eleanor said. The realization was cold, sharp, and true. She turned her back on her retreating son. She looked at the tank. The Vance marks, I built it for me. Underscore, 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 underscore. The banquet was held in the executive dining room of the Holloway Tower. It was a lavish affair. Champagne flowed like water. The generals toasted the miracle of Pittsburgh. Bishop worked the room, shaking hands with senators, looking for all the world like a legitimate businessman, though his smile was still too sharp. Eleanor sat at the head of the table. Arthur Holloway's table. She drank nothing. She ate nothing. She accepted the praise with a polite nod, a ghost of a smile painted on her lips. To the Iron Master, a senator toasted, raising his glass. The woman who armed America, hear, hear. The room roared. Eleanor stood up. Thank you, gentlemen, she said. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a factory to run. The night shift does not toast. It works. She left the party, the applause fading behind her as she climbed the stairs to the top floor. The president's office. The bloodstain on the carpet had been cut out, replaced by a fresh square of rug that didn't quite match the colour. The broken lock on the door had been repaired. Eleanor walked in and closed the door. Silence. She walked to the window. It was dark now. The floodlights in the yard illuminated the tank, which sat there like a sleeping predator. She walked to the massive portrait of Arthur Holloway that still hung behind the desk. She stared at the dead man's face. The arrogance. The pride. You are small, Arthur, she whispered. You wanted money. You wanted a title. She reached up and grabbed the heavy gilt frame. She pulled. It was heavy, but she was stronger now. With a grunt of exertion, she tore the painting from the wall. It crashed to the floor, the canvas tearing, Holloway's face splitting down the middle. She didn't replace it. She left the wall bare, a blank slate. She sat down in the leather chair. It creaked, the only sound in the room. She opened the centre drawer. It was empty, swept clean of Holloway's secrets. She placed her hand inside. She felt the cool wood. She was the most powerful woman in the state. She had the army at her back. She had the mob at her side. She had the steel that ran the world. And she'd never been more alone. Ring. The telephone on the desk rang. A harsh, mechanical jangle. Eleanor stared at it. Who would call her here? The number was unlisted. She picked up the receiver. Vance, she said. There was a crackle of static. Long distance. Congratulations on the coronation, Mrs. Vance. The voice was smooth, cultured, and faintly European. It wasn't Blackwood. It wasn't Bishop. Who is this? Eleanor demanded. A keen observer, the voice said. We saw the demonstration of the Mark I. Impressive metallurgy. Truly. If you want to place an order, call the sales department in the morning. Oh, we don't want to buy your tanks, Eleanor. We have our own, better ones, the voice chuckled. We just wanted to welcome you to the game. You have cleared the local board. You removed the pawn Holloway. But now you play against the kings. Who are you? Eleanor gripped the phone tighter. You will find out soon enough. The world is getting smaller, and sulphur burns just as hot in Berlin as it does in Pittsburgh. Click. The line went dead. Eleanor slowly lowered the receiver. Berlin. Blackwood had mentioned Krupp. He had mentioned the Germans were interested. She looked out the window at the black sky. The snow had started to fall again. It swirled around the tank. burying it in white. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the only thing she'd kept from her old life. Not a photo of Silas. Not a toy of Leo's. The spectroscope. She held it up to the light of the desk lamp. She looked through the prism. The light broke into a rainbow. But in the centre, crossing the spectrum, was a dark line. An absorption line. A shadow. "Let them come," Eleanor whispered to the empty room. She opened the ledger on the desk. She dipped her pen in the inkwell. At the top of the fresh page she wrote, Volume 2, Year 1, Target, The World. She closed the book. Chapter 20, The Sulphur Waltz. Pittsburgh, 1926, 5 years later. The Roaring Twenties had hit its fever pitch. The stock market was a rocket ship headed for the moon. Skirts were shorter, jazz was hotter, and the prohibition laws were treated more like suggestions than rules. Vance Armament was no longer just a foundry. It was a monolith. The new headquarters rose 40 stories above the river, an Art Deco needle of black stone and chrome. It pierced the smog, looking down on the city like a god on a throne. Inside the penthouse boardroom, the air was filtered, cool and silent. Eleanor Vance sat at the head of a table long enough to land a biplane on. She was 34 years old now. The last traces of the softness she had possessed as a young mother were gone, eroded by time and power. Her hair was cut in a severe sharp bob, her lips were painted a dark crimson. She wore a suit of silk and sharkskin. Opposite her sat 3 men. They were not Americans, they were Germans. The Weimar Republic appreciates your discretion, Frau Vance, said Herr Kruger. A man with a monocle and a dueling scar. The restrictions of the Versailles Treaty make it difficult for us to acquire certain high-grade alloys. The treaty restricts Germany from building tanks, Eleanor said, tapping a silver pen on the glass table. It does not restrict you from buying agricultural tractors. She slid a file across the table. The Vance Mark IV engine block, cast in a single piece, heat-resistant, bulletproof, perfect for heavy farming. Kruger opened the file. He smiled. You are a cynic, madam. I am a realist. Herr Kruger. The world is rearming. I'm simply the clerk at the counter. She stood up. The meeting was over. My director of logistics will handle the shipping manifest. The crates will be marked as farm equipment. Payment in Swiss francs. Gold standard. Sweetie. Natürlich, Kruger bowed. It is a pleasure doing business with the Queen of Rust. They left. Eleanor walked to the window. She looked down at the city. It was ant-sized from here. She felt nothing. No vertigo. No thrill. Just the hum of the machine. The heavy doors opened again. It wasn't a secretary. It was Stan. He was 23 now. He didn't wear a driver's cap anymore. He wore a tailored suit and a shoulder holster. He was her head of security. And he looked pale. Ma'am, Stan said, we have a situation. Did the shipment from Detroit get delayed? No, ma'am, it's the academy. Eleanor froze. She didn't turn around immediately. What has he done now? Another fight? Another drawing? He's gone. Eleanor. She turned. Gone? He didn't report for roll call this morning. His bed wasn't slept in. The priest searched the grounds. They found a hole cut in the perimeter fence. Kidnapped? Eleanor asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. The old fear, the fear from the attic, the fear from the catwalk clawed at her throat. We don't think so, Stan said. He walked over and handed her a piece of paper. They found this pinned to his pillow. Eleanor took the note. It wasn't a ransom demand. It was a page torn from a textbook. On it, in precise, architectural handwriting, was a single sentence. The machine cannot be fixed. It must be dismantled. He ran away, Eleanor whispered. She crushed the paper in her fist. He's 12 years old. Where does he think he can go? He didn't go alone, Stan said softly. Eleanor looked up. What? A girl is missing too. From the St. Mary's orphanage down the road. Her name is Clara Kovac. Eleanor stopped breathing. Kovac, she repeated. Big Kovac doesn't have a daughter. He has never married. Not his daughter, Stan corrected. His niece. Her father was Leo Kovac, Big Kovac's younger brother. Eleanor's mind raced back. 5 years ago. The Hazelwood explosion. His brother died in the Hazelwood blast, Eleanor said. He was on the security detail that night. Yes. Stan nodded grimly. And his daughter blames you. Eleanor walked to her desk. She pressed the intercom button. Get the car, she ordered, and tell Bishop to meet me at the train station. The train station? Why? Because Leo is smart, Eleanor said, grabbing her coat. If he wants to dismantle the machine, he won't stay in Pittsburgh. He'll go to the place where the machine is most vulnerable. Where is that? Chicago, Eleanor said. He's going to find the Unions. He's going to find Vanzetti. She looked at the crumpled note in her hand. My son isn't running away. Stan, he's defecting to the enemy. The tyres of the Duesenberg shrieked as the car slid across the wet cobblestones of Grant Street, coming to a halt in front of Union Station. The massive Beaux-Arts building loomed over them, a temple of transportation built from stone and steam. Eleanor didn't wait for Stan to open the door. She burst out, her heels clicking rapidly on the pavement. She ran into the Grand Rotunda, pushing past travellers with suitcases, ignoring the stairs. The Chicago line, she shouted to a conductor standing by the gate. The 8:15 departure. The conductor checked his pocket watch slowly, unimpressed by the frantic woman in the expensive suit. Gone. Mum, pulled out 10 minutes ago. Eleanor gripped the brass railing. She looked out at the tracks. In the distance, she could see the red taillights of a train fading into the smog, heading west, heading toward the slaughterhouses and the syndicates of Illinois. Damn it, she hissed. We can wire the station in Cleveland, Stan suggested, breathless behind her. Have the police intercept them. No police, a deep voice rumbled from behind them. Eleanor turned. Big Kovac stood there. He was older now. His hair was streaked with iron grey, and he walked with a slight limp, a permanent reminder of the Hazelwood explosion. He wore his work clothes smelling of the furnace, out of place among the travellers. In his hand, he held a small, battered suitcase. Kovac, Eleanor said, her eyes narrowing. Your niece. Clara, Kovac said. She left a note too. He held up a crumpled piece of paper. She says she's taking the boy to see the truth. She says Pittsburgh is a graveyard. She kidnapped him, Eleanor accused, stepping closer to the giant. She seduced him with stories of rebellion. Leo is 12. Kovac. He doesn't know about unions or strikes. She put those ideas in his head. She is 16, Kovac said, his voice steady but sad. And she remembers her father dying for your profit. She didn't kidnap him. Eleanor. She's liberating him. Eleanor felt a flash of rage so hot it almost blinded her. If she touches a hair on his head, Eleanor warned, her voice dropping to a lethal whisper. If she leads him to Vanzetti, I will burn your family tree down to the roots. Kovac. Do you understand? For the first time in 10 years, Kovac didn't look down. He didn't say yes, boss. He stepped forward, towering over her. The loyalty that had bound them since the days of Silas was fraying, snapping like an overstressed cable. You threaten my blood again, Kovac rumbled, and the furnaces stop, all of them. The men listen to me, not you. You own the metal, Eleanor. But I own the sweat. The silence between them was absolute. The noise of the busy station faded away. It was a standoff between capital and labour, between the Queen and her knight. Eleanor stared him down. She needed him. She couldn't run the mills without him. But she couldn't show weakness. Get in the car, she ordered, breaking the gaze. We're going to Chicago. We? Kovac asked. You are coming with me, Eleanor said, turning back to the exit. To get your niece, before I decide to let Bishop handle her." She walked back toward the Duesenberg. Stan opened the door. "Stan," Eleanor commanded, "call the rail yard. Tell them to hook up my private car, the Vulcan. We leave in an hour." "We'll chase them down." "And Chicago, Mom?" Stan asked. "If Vanzetti finds out you're in his city." Eleanor paused. She looked at the city of Pittsburgh and her creation, glowing in the night. "Vanzetti is a butcher," she said, "but I'm an arms dealer." She climbed into the car. "Let's go dance with the devil." Chapter 21. The Windy City. Chicago, 1926. The train didn't just stop, it hissed into the station like a dragon entering its cave. Union Station was bigger than anything in Pittsburgh. It was a cathedral of marble and limestone, echoing with the footsteps of 1,000,000 souls moving west. But outside the climate-controlled luxury of the private car, the Vulcan, the air told a different story. Eleanor stepped onto the platform. The wind hit her instantly. It didn't smell of sulphur and coal, the honest sense of industry she was used to. It smelled of wet cattle, coagulated blood, and unwashed bodies. The smell of the stockyards. "Welcome to the slaughterhouse," Stan muttered, his hand hovering near his shoulder holster. He scanned the crowd. "Mum, we're exposed here. Vanzetti controls the porters. He probably knows we arrived before the wheels stopped rolling." "Let him know," Eleanor said, adjusting her gloves. "I am not hiding." Big Kovac stepped down behind her. He carried the battered suitcase. He looked at the frantic crowd, men in fedoras, women in flapper dresses, beggars missing limbs from the war. "Where do we start?" Kovac asked. "This city has 3 million people. They could be anywhere." "Clara's 16, Eleanor reasoned, walking briskly toward the exit. "She's idealistic. She hates my money and she hates my machines." Where does an angry young radical go in the capital of labour unrest? The Union Halls, Kovac realised. The Packingtown district. Exactly. She will seek sanctuary among the oppressed. Eleanor hailed a taxi. "We are going to the stockyards. Underscore 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 underscore. The taxi ride was a descent into hell. They left the marble grandeur of the Loop and headed south. The buildings got shorter, grimier. The streets turned from pavement to mud mixed with animal waste. The Chicago Union stockyards were a city within a city. A square mile of pens, chutes, and killing floors where 10 million animals died every year to feed America. The taxi driver, a nervous man with a cigarette glued to his lip, stopped at the edge of the district. "I ain't going further, lady," he said. "There's a strike brewing at the armour plant. Bricks are flying." Eleanor threw a bill at him and got out. Stan and Kovac flanked her. They walked past the picket lines. Men with hollow eyes and angry signs stared at Eleanor's silk suit and fur coat. "Go back to the Gold Coast," someone shouted. "Parasite," another yelled. A piece of rotten cabbage flew through the air, splattering against the hem of her coat. Eleanor didn't break stride. Stan moved to intervene. But she stopped him. "Ignore them," she ordered. "Focus." They found the local meeting hall, a dilapidated brick building with a sign that read Brotherhood of Meat Cutters, Local 402. Kovac pushed the door open. The hall was filled with smoke and the murmur of angry men. A speaker on a crate was shouting about living wages and safety rails. When Eleanor walked in, the room went silent. Every eye turned to her. It was a sea of hostility. These men didn't know she was the Ironmaster, but they knew what she represented. Capital, management, the enemy. A burly man in a blood-stained apron stepped forward. He had a knife in a sheath at his belt. "Lost your way, Duchess?" he sneered. "The Opera House is north." "I am looking for 2 children," Eleanor said, her voice cutting through the smoke. "A boy of 12, a girl of 16. They arrived this morning. We ain't a nursery, the man spat. Get out. Eleanor reached into her purse. She pulled out a stack of cash. I'm willing to pay for information. The man looked at the money. Then he looked at his brothers. He laughed. You think you can buy us? He growled. You think your money fixes everything? He took a step closer, his hand drifting to his knife. We don't want your money. We want your blood. Stan drew his gun. Click. Back off, Stan shouted. Suddenly, 50 knives appeared. The butchers drew their blades. The room became a forest of steel. They were outnumbered 20-1. Put it away, Stan, Kovac rumbled. Kovac stepped in front of Eleanor. He didn't draw a weapon. He unbuttoned his heavy work coat. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms scarred by years of molten splashes and flying sparks. He looked at the butcher. Put the knife away, brother, Kovac said. His voice was deep, resonant, the voice of the furnace. She is the boss. She doesn't know, but I know. He held up his hands, calloused, burned, black under the fingernails. I am Kovac, foreman of the Vance pit, local 104 steelworkers. The butcher hesitated. He looked at Kovac's hands. He recognized the scars of labour. He recognized the tribe. Steelworker? The butcher asked. Since I was 12, Kovac nodded. The girl I'm looking for, she is my blood, my brother's daughter. My brother died in the mill. The tension in the room broke. The knives lowered. Your brother died in the mill? The butcher asked, his voice softer. Vaporized, Kovac said. For the company. The butcher nodded slowly. He spat on the floor. But not at Eleanor this time. A girl came through, the butcher muttered. With a quiet boy, said they were looking for the friends of Sacco and Vanzetti, the anarchist club. Where? Kovac asked him. Basement of the slaughterhouse on 42nd. But you better hurry, brother. The butcher looked at Eleanor with pure hatred, then back at Kovac with pity. Because Vanzetti's men, they watch that place. If the girl's asking for anarchists in this town, she's asking for a bullet. Underscore 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 underscore. They left the hall, moving fast. You handled that well, Eleanor said, struggling to keep up with Kovac's long strides in the mud. I didn't do it for you, Kovac said, not looking back. I did it because they are my people, and you are just a tourist here. Eleanor. They reached 42nd Street. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the stockyards. Stan stopped suddenly. He grabbed Eleanor's arm and pulled her into a doorway. Wait, Stan whispered. Down the street, outside a nondescript basement door, stood a black sedan. It wasn't a taxi. It was a Packard. Leaning against it was a man smoking a cigar. He wore a fedora and a camel hair coat. Eleanor recognised him instantly, even from 50 yards away. It wasn't Vanzetti. It was worse. It was the man Vanzetti sent when he wanted someone to disappear without a trace. That's Luca, Stan whispered, his face pale. Vanzetti's nephew. The one they call the Silencer. Luca flicked his cigar into the mud. He checked his watch. Then he signalled to two men waiting by the basement stairs. They pulled out Tommy guns. They found them, Eleanor whispered. They are going to kill them. No, Kovac growled, his hand gripping the handle of his suitcase tight. Not today. He looked at Eleanor. You brought the checkbook, boss, but I brought the tools. Kovac opened the battered suitcase. Inside, resting on a bed of oily rags, was not clothes. It was the Vance X prototype hand cannon, a modified sawed-off shotgun with a drum magazine, plated in her own experimental alloy. Kovac racked the slide. Geesh, chunk. Let's go get the kids. The two Chicago gunmen approached the basement door. One raised his boot to kick it in. Hey, Kovac said. It wasn't a shout. It was a conversational tone, strangely out of place in the dark alley. The two gunmen spun around, raising their Tommy guns. Luca, leaning against the Packard, dropped his hand to his holster. They saw a giant in a work coat, holding something that looked like a sawed-off piece of industrial piping. "Pittsburgh sends its regards," Kovac grunted. He pulled the trigger. Ka-choom, kee-choom. The Vance X hand cannon didn't just fire, it erupted. The sound was deafening, a thunderclap trapped between the brick buildings. The muzzle flash lit up the alley like a strobe light. The buckshot, heavy. Jagged ball bearings meant for industrial slag cleaning tore through the air. The two gunmen didn't have a chance. The first blast threw the man by the door backward, as if he'd been hit by a truck. The second blast shredded the other man's coat and the brick wall behind him. They hit the mud, writhing, their guns clattering uselessly. Luca. The silencer was fast. He dove behind the engine block of the Packard just as Kovac swung the cannon toward him. Ping, ping, ping! Luca fired blindly over the hood of the car with his pistol. "Stan, cover!" Eleanor shouted, dropping to a crouch behind a pile of wooden crates. Stan stepped out from the doorway, levelling his service revolver. He fired methodically. Bang, bang, bang. He wasn't trying to kill Luca, he was keeping his head down. It worked. Luca ducked. That was all the opening Kovac needed. The giant didn't take cover. He walked forward, racking the slide of the massive shotgun with a sound like a closing bank vault. He stepped over the groaning gunman. He walked right up to the Packard. Luca looked up from behind the wheel well, his eyes wide. He saw the barrel of the cannon looming over the hood. "Wait," Luca started. Kovac didn't wait. He fired the third round directly into the engine block of the expensive car. Crunch. Metal screamed. The Packard's engine died in a shower of sparks and oil. The force of the blast knocked Luca backward into the mud. Stunned, his face cut by flying debris, Kovac loomed over him. He didn't shoot again. He just looked down at the mobster with absolute contempt. "Tell Vanzetti," Kovac rumbled, "that if he touches my blood again, I won't bring a shotgun. I'll bring a ladle of molten pig iron." He turned his back on the hitman and kicked open the basement door. Eleanor and Stan rushed forward, stepping over the carnage. They descended into the dark. The basement smelled of old blood, brine, and unwashed bodies. It was a hideout for anarchists, stray dogs, and things that didn't want to be found. "Leo!" Eleanor called out, clicking on a small electric torch. The beam cut through the darkness. In the corner, huddled on piles of dirty burlap sacks, were two figures. Leo was sitting up, blinking against the light. He looked thinner than she remembered, his academy uniform dirty and torn. Next to him sat a young woman, Clara Kovac. She was striking, dark hair cut short, eyes burning with a fierce inherited anger. She didn't look afraid, she looked furious. She was holding Leo's hand tight. When she saw Kovac enter, her face twisted in betrayal. "Uncle," Clara spat. "Clara," Kovac said, his voice softening. "It's time to go home." "Home?" Clara stood up, pulling Leo with her. "To the company town? To live under her smoke?" She pointed an accusing finger at Eleanor. "She killed my father." "He died protecting her profits at Hazelwood, and she didn't even come to the funeral. And now you work for her? You're her dog, Uncle!" Kovac flinched. The words hit harder than Luca's bullets. "It's complicated." "Clara," Kovac whispered. "It's simple," Clara retorted. "There are masters, and there are slaves. Which one are you?" Eleanor stepped forward, the torchlight illuminating her silk suit, making her look otherworldly in the squalid basement. "I am the one with his guns outside," Eleanor said coldly. "And I am the one taking my son back." "Let go of his hand." Clara didn't move. She squeezed Leo's hand tighter. "Tell her." "Leo," Clara urged. "Tell her what we talked about. Tell her about the machine." All eyes turned to Leo. The 12-year-old boy caught between two ideologies, two violences. Leo looked at Clara, then at his mother. He looked at the gun in Stan's hand. He heard the groans of the dying men upstairs. He slowly pulled his hand away from Clara's. "I want to go," Leo whispered. His voice was flat, dead. "See?" Eleanor said triumphantly. "Come here, Leo." "No," Leo said, looking at the floor. "I mean, I just want to leave this place. Any place is better than here." He walked past Clara, past Kovac, past his mother, toward the stairs. He didn't look at any of them. He walked like a sleepwalker. Eleanor felt a chill. It wasn't a victory. It was a surrender. "Grab the girl," Eleanor ordered Kovac. "She's coming too. We aren't leaving her for Vanzetti." Kovac hesitated, looking at his niece's hateful eyes. "Do it, Kovac," Eleanor snapped. "Before the police get here." Kovac sighed. "I'm sorry, little bird," he whispered, grabbing Clara's arm gently but firmly as she tried to fight him. They exited the basement, stepping back into the bloody alley. The sirens were already wailing in the distance. Chicago police. "To the train," Eleanor commanded. "We are leaving the city tonight." As they ran toward the main street to find a taxi, Leo ran beside Eleanor. He didn't hold her hand. He kept a perfect, measured distance of 3 feet between them. Eleanor looked down at him. His profile was hard against the flashing lights of the city. She'd saved him from the wolves of Chicago. But she realized with dread that the wolf he feared most was the one running right beside him. Chapter 22. The Silent Train. The wheels of the Vulcan hammered against the steel rails with a rhythmic, hypnotic violence. Clack, 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 clack. Inside the private car, the air was stifling. It was a palace on wheels, mahogany panelling, velvet curtains, crystal decanters of brandy secured in brass holders to prevent spilling. But tonight, it felt like a prison cell. 4 people sat in the parlour section. Eleanor sat in a wingback chair, nursing a glass of amber liquid. She had wiped the Chicago mud from her shoes, but the adrenaline was still humming in her veins. Leo sat on the sofa opposite her. He was staring out the window at the passing darkness of the Indiana countryside. He hadn't spoken a word since the station. Clara Kovac sat next to Leo. She wasn't looking at the window. She was staring at Eleanor with eyes that burned like coals, and Big Kovac stood by the door, a silent sentinel, his large frame blocking the exit to the sleeper cabins. The silence stretched thin, tighter and tighter until it threatened to snap. "You should eat," Eleanor said, gesturing to the silver tray of sandwiches Stan had brought in earlier. "It is a long ride to Pittsburgh." "I'm not hungry," Clara spat. "I don't eat your food." Eleanor sighed. She took a sip of brandy. "You're angry." "Clara, I understand. You're 16. Rebellion is natural. But kidnapping a minor is a federal crime. I'm doing you a kindness by not handing you to the sheriff and Gary." "Kindness?" Clara laughed. It was a brittle, jagged sound. "You call this kindness? Dragging us back to the smog? Leo doesn't want to go. Ask him." Eleanor looked at her son. "Leo?" Leo didn't turn from the window. "It doesn't matter what I want," he whispered to the glass. "See?" Clara said, her voice rising. "You broke him, just like you broke my uncle." She turned her glare on Big Kovac. "Look at him. The biggest man in the mill, and he stands there guarding the woman who got his brother killed." "Clara," Kovac rumbled warningly. "Enough." "No, it is not enough." Clara stood up, her fist clenched. "My father died in the Hazelwood explosion. They told us it was an accident, a gas leak, but the men whisper. They say you were there, Eleanor Vance. They say you walked him into a trap." Eleanor set her glass down. The crystal made a sharp click on the table. "It was a trap," Eleanor admitted calmly. "Set by Arthur Halloway. He rigged the ventilation system with coal dust. Your father was on the perimeter detail. He was too close to the blast wall." "And why were you there?" Clara demanded. "Were you saving lives?" "No. You were there to steal the factory. You were there for greed." "I was there to expand," Eleanor corrected coldly. To ensure the survival of the company that feeds your family, that pays for the roof over your head. My father is dead, Clara screamed. Tears finally spilled over, hot and angry. You can't pay for a father? You think your money fixes it? You sent a cheque, a monthly cheque for widow's pension. My mother threw up every time the postman brought it. She took a step toward Eleanor. You traded his blood for steel. And now you want to trade Leo's soul for what? For a tank? For a contract? Sit down, Clara, Eleanor said. Her voice was low, dangerous. Or what? Clara sneered. You'll shoot me? Like you shot Holloway? Oh yes, we know about that too. The Eye Master. The killer. Kovac stepped forward. He put a massive hand on his niece's shoulder. Clara, sit. Clara shook him off. She looked at her uncle with betrayal in her eyes. You know what she is? She whispered to him. How can you serve her? Kovac looked at Eleanor. Then he looked at the floor. Because she is the only thing standing between us and starvation, Kovac said heavily. The world is hard, little bird. Principals don't buy bread. Then I'd rather starve, Clara hissed. She sat back down, folding her arms, radiating hatred. Eleanor picked up her glass again. Her hand was steady, but her reflection in the dark window looked fractured. You think I am a monster, Eleanor said softly, addressing the room but looking only at Leo's reflection. Perhaps I am. But monsters have a purpose, Clara. We scare away the other monsters. She took a drink. Your father was a good man. He was brave. But bravery didn't save him. Physics killed him, a pressure wave moving at supersonic speed. That is the reality of the world. It is not a fairy tale of good and evil. It is a calculation of force and resistance. She leaned forward. I intend to be the force. And Leo? Clara asked quietly. Is he just resistance to be overcome? Eleanor didn't answer. She looked at the back of her son's head. Leo finally turned away from the window. He looked at his mother. His face was pale, his eyes dark circles of exhaustion. Mama, he said. Yes, Leo? The machine, he whispered. The one in the drawing? Yes. It doesn't just eat the enemy, Leo said. It eats the operator too. The train whistle blew, a long, mournful shriek that tore through the night, drowning out the rattle of the wheels. Eleanor stared at her son. For the first time since the bank lobby years ago, she felt a flicker of genuine fear. Not for her life, but for her victory. She had won the war for the steel, but sitting in this velvet carriage, she realized she had lost the peace. The sun rose over Pittsburgh like a bruise, a smear of purple and grey fighting through the heavy blanket of smog. The train slowed. The rhythmic clack-clack deepened into a grinding screech as the brakes engaged. They were passing the steel mills now. Miles of black sheds, belching smokestacks, and the orange glow of blast furnaces that never slept. Eleanor stood up and adjusted her coat. She looked perfect, as if she hadn't just spent the night chasing her son across state lines. We are home, she announced. Clara looked out the window at the industrial wasteland. It looks like a prison, she muttered. It is a fortress, Eleanor corrected. And it is where we work. The train hissed to a halt at the private Vance platform. Stan was already there, opening the door from the outside. The cold morning air rushed in, carrying the taste of sulphur. They stepped out onto the platform. Bishop was waiting by the car, looking impeccable and dangerous. He saw Clara and raised an eyebrow. Is this the revolutionary? Bishop asked, flicking ash from his cigarette. This is a liability, Eleanor said. She turned to Clara. Stan, give her the envelope. Stan reached into his jacket and pulled out a thick envelope. He handed it to Clara. Clara looked at it. She didn't take it. What is this? $500, Eleanor said, and a one-way ticket to California. The train leaves in 2 hours. Clara looked at the money, then at Eleanor with disgust. I don't want your money. It isn't a gift, Clara, Eleanor said, her voice dropping to absolute zero. It is a severance package. You are fired from this city. If you're found within the city limits of Pittsburgh after noon today, Bishop will handle you. Bishop smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. Kovac stepped forward, his face pained. Eleanor, she's just a girl. She's an infection. Kovac, Eleanor snapped. She infects my workforce with radicalism, and she infects my son with weakness. I'm cutting it out. She looked at Clara. Take the money, go to California, find a husband. Forget the name Vance, or stay and become a martyr. It is your choice. Clara trembled. She looked at her uncle. Big Kovac looked away, unable to meet her eyes. He had chosen his side. He had chosen the furnace. Clara snatched the envelope. She spat at Eleanor's feet. You will die alone, Clara whispered. Then she looked at Leo. Run, Leo, she pleaded. Run before she turns you into iron. Stan took Clara's arm and led her away toward the public platforms. Leo watched her go. He didn't run. He didn't scream. He just stood there on the platform, shivering in his thin academy uniform. Eleanor turned to her son. Get in the car, Leo. Am I going back to the academy? Leo asked quietly. No, Eleanor said. The academy has failed. They taught you Latin and poetry. They taught you to be soft. She walked over to him. She didn't hug him. She placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling the thin bone beneath the fabric. You hate the noise, Leo? You hate the fire? Leo nodded, looking at his shoes. Good, Eleanor said. Then you must master it. She looked up at the massive smokestacks of the Vance Halloway complex in the distance. Starting Monday, you're not going to school. You're going to the foundry. You will work the floor. You will sweep the slag. You will learn how the machine works from the inside out. Leo looked up at her, eyes wide with horror. But I'm 12. I was 20 when I started, Eleanor said, and I was alone. You have me. She opened the car door. Get in. We have a shift to catch. Leo hesitated. He looked at the tracks where Clara had disappeared. He looked at the terrifying city skyline. Then, with the resignation of a prisoner walking to the gallows, he climbed into the back of the Black Duesenberg. Eleanor got in beside him. Home, Bishop, she ordered. The car pulled away, disappearing into the grey morning fog, leaving only the smell of exhaust and the distant, rhythmic pounding of the steam hammers. Thump, thump, thump. Like the heartbeat of a monster waking up. Chapter 23. The Heat. Pittsburgh, 1929, 3 years later. The heat in the Vance armament foundry was not a temperature, it was a physical weight. It pressed against the skin, dried the eyes, and tasted of sulphur and iron. It was 2 a.m. The graveyard shift. On the main pouring floor, the air shimmered with the orange glow of 1,000 tons of liquid death. Men moved through the haze like demons, their bodies wrapped in thick woolen leather, their faces hidden behind dark cobalt glass goggles. In the centre of the chaos, a boy stood holding a skimming rod. Leo Vance was 15 years old. He was no longer the fragile child in the prep school blazer. He'd grown tall, lanky but roped with lean muscle. His face was smeared with graphite grease and soot. A burn scar, pink and shiny, curled around his left ear and down his neck. A souvenir from a splashing mould 2 years ago. He didn't look up at the catwalks. He stared into the ladle. Skim it, Vance, a foreman shouted, spitting tobacco juice onto the hot floor. Don't sleep on the slag. Leo didn't flinch at the shout. He moved with a robotic, eerie precision. He thrust the heavy iron rod into the white-hot surface of the molten steel, dragging the impurities, the slag, to the edge. His movements were efficient. Too efficient. There was no fear in them, only a cold, mechanical rhythm. Underscore, 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 high above. In the glass-walled observation deck known as the Sky Deck, Eleanor Vance watched. She held a cup of coffee that had gone cold hours ago. She was looking through a pair of high-powered binoculars. "He favours his left side." Eleanor murmured, "The burn is tightening the skin on his neck." Big Kovac stood behind her. He leaned on a cane now, his body finally surrendering to decades of heavy labour. "He's exhausted." "Eleanor," Kovac said. "He has worked double shifts for a month. Pull him off the floor. Let him sleep." "The metal doesn't sleep." "Kovac," Eleanor replied, not lowering the binoculars. "If he wants to inherit this empire, he must know what it costs. He must know that steel is not made by machines. It is made by suffering." "He knows," Kovac said quietly. "Look at his eyes, boss. There is nothing left in them." Eleanor focused the lenses on her son's face as he lifted his goggles to wipe sweat from his brow. Kovac was right. Leo's eyes were dark, flat, and empty. The spark of the artist, the boy who drew machines, was gone. "He is hardening," Eleanor said. "That is the point. Underscore, 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 down on the floor. The overhead crane whirred. "Heat 505, coming through." A massive ladle, suspended by chains as thick as a man's leg, drifted overhead. It carried 50 tons of molten steel, destined for the new armor plate molds. The crane operator, a new hire named Miller, was nervous. He jerked the controls. The massive ladle swung violently. Clang. The heavy steel bucket hit a support column. The impact was like a bell tolling for the apocalypse. "Watch it!" Leo shouted, his voice cracking with puberty and smoke. The impact had damaged the release mechanism at the bottom of the ladle. The stopper rod, the ceramic plug that held the liquid steel inside, fractured. A thin stream of white-hot metal began to leak from the bottom of the ladle. It hit the wet concrete floor. Hiss-pop. Steam exploded. "Leak," someone screamed. "Run! She's gonna blow!" Panic erupted. The workers knew the physics. If the stopper failed completely, 50 tons of liquid steel would dump onto the floor in seconds. It would splash outward like a tidal wave. Anyone within 50 feet would be vaporized. Men dropped their tools and scrambled for the exits. "Clear the floor!" the foreman roared, running for the safety cage. But the ladle was still swinging, uncontrolled, directly over the main casting pit, where the expensive molds were set. If it dumped there, it would destroy months of work and likely melt the foundation of the building. Leo stood his ground. He looked up at the leaking ladle. He saw the stopper rod vibrating, whereas it was loose. It just needed to be reseated. "Leo, move!" Kovac's voice boomed from the skydeck, amplified by the terror of seeing the boy freeze. Leo didn't run. He grabbed a heavy sledgehammer leaning against a pile of ingots. He looked at the crane operator, who was frozen in the cab above. "Lower it!" Leo screamed, pointing his hammer at the ladle. "Lower it to the mould." "I can't, it's leaking," the operator yelled back. "Lower it or we all die." Leo roared. A sound that didn't belong to a boy. It was a command. The operator, terrified by the authority in the kid's voice, pushed the lever. The leaking ladle descended. The heat was unbearable. The stream of leaking steel was now a torrent, splashing dangerously close to Leo's boots. His leather apron began to smoke. Leo stepped toward the stream. He raised the sledgehammer. He wasn't running away. He was attacking the fire. The 50-ton ladle descended, groaning under its own weight. As it lowered, the radiant heat intensified exponentially. At 20 feet, it felt like a sunburn. At 10 feet, it felt like standing inside an oven. At 5 feet, where Leo stood, it was enough to ignite fabric. The stream of leaking steel splashed onto the concrete just inches from his boots, sending showers of white-hot sparks dancing around his legs. His leather apron began to curl and smoke. The hair on his arms singed away instantly. "Hold it there," Leo commanded. The crane stopped. The massive bucket hovered, leaking liquid fire. Leo didn't hesitate. He stepped into the kill zone, Russ. He swung the sledgehammer. Clang. He struck the locking pin of the stopper rod mechanism. The sound rang out, sharp and violent, cutting through the hiss of the steam. The stream of steel didn't stop. It sputtered, spitting angry globules of metal. Again. Leo grunted. Teeth gritted against the pane. He could feel the skin on his face tightening, blistering. He swung again. Harder. A desperate, savage blow fueled by 3 years of silence. Wham! The ceramic stopper slammed back into its seat inside the ladle. The stream of white-hot metal choked. It dripped once, twice, and then stopped. Silence rushed back into the foundry, broken only by the heavy, panting breath of the boy and the tick-tick-tick of cooling metal. Leo dropped the sledgehammer. He stood there for a moment, swaying slightly. The left side of his face was red and raw. His eyebrows were gone. His shirt was smoking. Slowly, he turned to the terrified workers huddled by the safety exits. He lifted his goggles. His eyes were bloodshot, but completely dry. "Pour the heat," Leo said flatly. "We have a quota." He picked up his skimming rod and walked back to his post, as if he hadn't just wrestled with a volcano. Underscore 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 in the sky deck. Eleanor lowered the binoculars. Her hands were shaking. She set them down on the ledge, leaving damp fingerprints on the glass. She had wanted him to be strong. She had wanted him to be tough. But watching him down there, standing amidst the smoke like a creature born of fire, she felt a cold knot of dread in her stomach. "He didn't flinch," Eleanor whispered. "No," Kovac said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "He didn't." A man who values his life flinches. Eleanor, a man who doesn't care, stands still. Kovac turned and limped toward the elevator. "You got your wish, boss. You killed the artist, and you forged a soldier." Eleanor didn't answer. She ran for the stairs. Underscore 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 underscore. When Eleanor reached the foundry floor, the pour was finished. The men were clearing the slag. They gave Leo a wide berth, looking at him with a mixture of awe and fear. They didn't slap him on the back. You don't slap a statue. Eleanor walked up to him. The heat radiating off him was palpable. "Leo," she said. She reached out to touch his burned face. Leo pulled back. A sharp, instinctive flinch. "Don't," he said. His voice was raspy. "You're burned," Eleanor said, her voice trembling. "We need to get you to the infirmary. The skin is blistering." "It's fine," Leo said. He stripped off his ruined leather gloves. His hands were shaking, not from fear, but from the adrenaline crash. "You could have died," Eleanor hissed, grabbing his arm. "What were you thinking? You don't risk the air for a batch of steel." Leo looked at her. He looked at her clean suit, her manicured nails. Then he looked at the massive, cooling ingot of steel he had just saved. "It wasn't about the steel," Leo said. "Then what?" "I wanted to see if I would burn," Leo said softly. "Or if I was made of the same stuff as you." He pulled a pack of crushed cigarettes from his pocket. He put one in his mouth. He didn't need a match. He leaned over the cooling mould where the air was still hot enough to ignite paper, and lit the cigarette from the ambient heat. He inhaled deep, filling his lungs with smoke. "Go back to the office, Mother," Leo said, exhaling a grey cloud. "I have 4 hours left on my shift." Eleanor stood there, surrounded by the noise and the grime, watching her son turn his back on her. She realised then that she hadn't just built an empire, she had built a cage, and she was locked inside it with a tiger. Chapter 24, Black Tuesday. October 29th, 1929, the penthouse office, Vance Armament. The sound was small, rhythmic, and terrifying. Tick, 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 whir. The stock ticker machine, a glass-domed oracle sitting on the mahogany sidebar, was vomiting paper. A long, thin ribbon of white tape coiled onto the floor, piling up like snow. Mr. Bishop stood over it. He held the ribbon in trembling hands. His usually impeccable face was slick with sweat. His tie was loosened. Use. Steel is down 40 points, Bishop whispered. General Motors, down. Radio Corporation, halved. Eleanor stood by the window. The sky over Pittsburgh was grey, indifferent to the panic that was sweeping the nation. She smoked a cigarette, her back to the machine. It is a correction, Bishop, she said, her voice steady. The market has been overheated for years. It will stabilise. It's not correcting. Eleanor, Bishop snapped, turning to her. It's crashing. The bottom has fallen out. The New York Exchange is in freefall. People are jumping out of windows on Wall Street. He let the tape fall from his fingers. We have lost $2 million since breakfast. Eleanor turned. Paper losses. We still have the factories. We still have the inventory. We still have the army contract. The army pays on delivery, Bishop shouted, losing his composure for the first time in a decade. And to deliver, we need raw materials. To get raw materials, we need credit. And the banks? The banks just died. Eleanor? They are calling in every loan. They are freezing all lines of credit. Ring. The heavy black telephone on Eleanor's desk rang. It sounded like a fire alarm. Eleanor stared at it. Answer it, Bishop said. That will be the First National Bank. They want their money for the expansion loan. Eleanor walked to the desk. She picked up the receiver. Vance speaking. Mrs. Vance. The voice on the other end was clipped, cold. It was Mr. Sterling, the bank president who had fawned over her at the gala just last month. We are reviewing our outstanding liabilities. The board has decided to call in the note on the Southside facility. Immediate repayment. The note is not due until 1935, Eleanor said, gripping the phone. There is a catastrophic clause. Mrs. Vance, Section 12, in the event of market instability, we demand full liquidity. I don't have $3 million in cash. Sterling, Eleanor said, ice in her veins. I have it in steel. I have it in tanks. We don't want tanks, Mrs. Vance. We want currency. If the wire transfer is not received by close of business tomorrow, we will begin foreclosure proceedings on the foundry. You wouldn't dare, Eleanor hissed. I supply the United States military. The military isn't buying today, Eleanor. Nobody is buying. Good luck. Click. The line went dead. Eleanor slowly lowered the receiver. She felt a familiar sensation. The same cold dread she felt when Silas died. The feeling of the ground opening up beneath her feet. They are calling the loan, she said to Bishop. Bishop slumped into a chair. We are leveraged to the hilt. If we can't pay, they take the mill. They take everything. Eleanor looked at the ticker tape. Tick, tick, tick. It was counting down the seconds to her destruction. I need air, she said. Underscore 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 underscore. She took the private elevator down, not to the lobby, but to the foundry floor. She needed to see something real, something that wasn't paper. The noise of the mill hit her, the thrum of the furnaces, the smell of ozone. She walked onto the catwalk. Below her, the day shift was working. Sparks flew, cranes moved, It looked normal. The men down there didn't know yet. They didn't know that the money paying their wages had just evaporated in New York City. She saw Leo. He was working the number 2 furnace. He was stripped to the waist, his torso gleaming with sweat and soot. The burn scar on his neck looked angry in the firelight. He was swinging a sledgehammer, breaking up slag. Wham, wham, wham. He looked powerful. He looked like a machine. Kovac appeared beside her on the catwalk. He looked old. He held a newspaper in his hand. "Is it true?" Kovac asked. "The radio says the banks are closing." "It's true," Eleanor said. "What about the payroll?" Kovac asked. "Friday is payday." "The men, they live week to week. Eleanor, if they don't get paid, they don't eat." Eleanor looked down at her son. She looked at the army of workers she commanded. "There is no payroll, Kovac," she whispered. "The accounts are frozen." Kovac looked at her with horror. "You have to tell them. You have to shut down the furnaces before we waste more fuel." "If I shut down the furnaces," Eleanor said, "the bank takes the keys. The fire is the only thing proving we are still a business." "But you can't pay them," Kovac argued. "That is slavery." "It is survival," Eleanor snapped. She gripped the railing. "I need time. I need to find a buyer. Someone who has cash when the rest of the world is broke." "Who has cash?" Bishop asked, appearing behind them. "Ford is shutting down lines. The railroads are halting construction. Who is buying steel in a depression?" Eleanor stared at the molten metal below. She thought of the phone call from 3 years ago, the voice with the European accent. Sulphur burns just as hot in Berlin. She turned to Bishop. "Get the files," she ordered. "The confidential files. The ones marked Project X." "Project X?" Bishop frowned. "That's the experimental alloy data, the heavy armor specifications. That's classified. We can't sell that." "We can if the buyer is private," Eleanor said. "Eleanor," Kovac warned, sensing the darkness of her thought. "What are you doing?" "I'm saving the company," Eleanor said. "Bishop, book a call to Zurich. Connect me to the Krupp representative." "You're selling to the Germans," Kovac stepped back. "That is treason." "It is commerce," Eleanor said. "The American banks abandoned us. Washington abandoned us. I will not let this fire go out." She looked down at Leo one last time. "Keep the men working, Kovac. Tell them nothing. Just keep the fire burning." The call was placed. The connection crackled across the Atlantic. Undersea cables carrying the voice of treason. "Project X," Eleanor said into the receiver. "Complete chemical composition, heat treatment protocols, and the stress test data. On the other end, in a smoke-filled office in Berlin." Herr Kruger listened. "And the price, Frau Vance?" $5 million, Eleanor said. "In gold bullion, transferable immediately to the Swiss account. From there to New York." $5 million? Kruger chuckled dryly. "For a piece of paper. The market is crashing, madam. Everything is on sale." "Not this," Eleanor said, staring at the blueprints on her desk. "This is the future of armoured warfare. If I don't sell it to you, the Russians are waiting on line 2. A pause. The threat was empty, but Kruger couldn't know that. "Done," Kruger said. "The wire will be at First National within the hour. Do not disappoint us with the quality of the data." "Vance Steel never disappoints," Eleanor said. She hung up. She leaned back in her chair, closing her eyes. She felt nauseous. She had just committed espionage against her own country to pay a mortgage. The door opened. Eleanor opened her eyes, expecting Bishop. It was Leo. He stood in the doorway, stripped to the waist, covered in the grey grime of the foundry. He held a rag in his hand. He looked like a creature emerging from the earth. "Kovac says you're shutting down the furnaces," Leo said. His voice was deep, devoid of the boyish pitch it had 3 years ago. "Kovac is wrong," Eleanor said, standing up and smoothing her skirt. "The furnaces stay lit." "With what money?" Leo asked. "The men are talking. They say the ticker is dead." "I found a new investor," Eleanor said, reaching for the file on her desk to hide it. Leo walked into the room. He moved silently for a man wearing heavy boots. He reached the desk before she could close the drawer. He saw the file. Project X. Classified. He saw the notepad with the Swiss routing numbers and the name Krupp. Leo stopped. He looked at the paper, then at his mother. Krupp, Leo said. The Germans? They are a civilian industrial firm, Eleanor lied. They make cannons, Leo stated flatly. They made the Big Bertha that shelled Paris. And you just sold them the formula for our armour. I sold them a licence, Eleanor snapped. To save this company, to save your job, Leo, to save the roof over your head, do you want to be on the breadline tomorrow? Because that is the alternative. Leo looked at the routing numbers again. He didn't look angry. He looked calculating. He picked up the silver cigarette lighter from her desk. He flipped it open. Click. You think you saved us, Leo said softly. I did, Eleanor insisted. Money has no flag, Leo. Steel has no politics. It is just business. No, Leo said. He snapped the lighter shut. You think in quarters, mother, fiscal years, but I work with the metal. I know what it does. He walked to the window, looking out at the chaotic city below. You just gave the enemy the shield that can stop our shells, Leo said. When the war comes, and it will come, our tanks will fire at their tanks, and the shells will bounce off. Because you sold them the secret to the unbreakable wall. He turned back to her. His eyes were cold, terrifyingly pragmatic. You didn't save the company. You just ensured that the war will last longer, which means we will sell more ammo. Eleanor felt a chill run down her spine. She'd expected him to scream about morality. She'd expected him to be like Kovac. But Leo wasn't looking at the morality. He was looking at the efficiency. Is that what you think? Eleanor whispered. It's the math, Leo said. Longer war, more steel, higher profits. He walked to the door. It was a smart move, boss. Ruthless, but smart. He opened the door. I'm going back to the pit. If the Germans are paying in gold, I want a raise. He left. Eleanor stood alone in the silent office. The phone rang again, the bank confirming the transfer. The crisis was over. The company was safe. But as she looked at the closed door, Eleanor realised that the boy who used to draw machines with teeth was truly gone. She hadn't just raised a soldier, she had raised a warlord. And for the first time in her life, Eleanor Vance was afraid of her own son. Chapter 25. The Drums of War. December 5th, 1941. Vance Armament Main Complex, Pittsburgh. The factory had swallowed the city. What began as a single rolling mill 20 years ago was now a sprawling industrial metropolis covering 300 acres. Smoke blocked out the sun entirely, creating a perpetual twilight. The river ran hot, heated by the coolant discharge of a dozen blast furnaces. Inside the main assembly hangar, a space large enough to house a cathedral, the noise was a physical assault. Thoom, hiss, grind. The assembly line moved. Hanging from massive overhead chains were the hulls of the Vance Mark V Liberator tanks, 30 tons of welded aggression. They moved down the line like carcasses in a slaughterhouse, receiving engines, turrets and treads. Two figures walked the catwalk above the floor. Leo Vance was 27 years old. He wore a charcoal grey suit that cost more than a worker's annual salary, tailored to hide the sheer density of muscle beneath it. The burn scar on his neck was still there, visible above his silk collar, a jagged reminder of his baptism by fire. He didn't walk like a CEO, he walked like a predator patrolling his territory. Beside him walked General Magnus Blackwood. The colonel was now a general, his hair white, his face lined with a map of past wars. Production is up 40% this quarter, General, Leo said. His voice was a smooth baritone, devoid of the hesitation of his youth. We are shipping 50 units a week to the Lend-Lease depots. It's not enough, Blackwood grunted, looking down at the sea of steel. The British are getting hammered in North Africa. Rommel is pushing them back into the sea. Rommel is a tactician, Leo dismissed, lighting a cigarette. But he lacks supply lines. We will bury him in tonnage. It's not just tonnage, Leo, Blackwood said, stopping at the railing. It's the tech. He pulled a grainy reconnaissance photograph from his jacket. He handed it to Leo. This was taken near Tobruk last week. A British Matilda tank. Heavy armour. Supposed to be invincible. Leo looked at the photo. The tank was a wreck. A clean, terrifying hole had been punched right through the front glacis plate, the thickest part of the armour. 88 shell, Leo analysed instantly. High velocity. Too high, Blackwood said grimly. Our intelligence says the Germans are using a new alloy for their penetrators. Tungsten carbide core. And their own tank armour. Our boys are bouncing shells off them like pebbles. Blackwood looked at Leo, then up toward the glass office where Eleanor Vance sat. It's almost as if, Blackwood whispered, they're using the same metallurgy we are, as if someone gave them the recipe. Leo didn't flinch. He didn't blink. He handed the photo back. Parallel thinking, general, science is universal. If they have good steel, it just means we need to make ours harder. Or maybe we have a leak, Blackwood said, his eyes hard. Washington is nervous. They want an audit. A full counterintelligence sweep of Vance armament. Audit all you like, Leo said, exhaling smoke. You'll find nothing but patriots here. Underscore 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 the executive office. Eleanor Vance stood by the fireplace. She was 49. She was majestic, terrifying and impeccably preserved. She wore black, always black now, like a widow married to the industry. Leo entered without knocking. Blackwood suspects, Leo said, pouring himself a drink. He showed me the damage reports from Africa. The German shells are cutting through our export models. Blackwood is a paranoid old man, Eleanor said, not turning her around. He has no proof. He doesn't need proof in a court of law. Mother. He needs suspicion. If he freezes our accounts again... He won't, Eleanor said. War is coming. Real war. Not just supplying the British. When the Japanese or the Germans make their move, America will enter. And when that happens, Blackwood won't care where the technology came from. He will just need tanks. Perhaps, Leo said. He sat on the edge of her desk. But we have another problem. Closer to home. What? The shipping department. The loaders are slowing down. A strike? Eleanor frowned. We have a no-strike clause with the union. I bought the union president a house in Florida last year. It's not the union, Leo said. It's a wildcat action. A slowdown. Accidental breakage. Misplaced crates. Someone is organising the floor from the shadows. He tossed a pamphlet onto the desk. It was cheap paper, printed on a basement press. The headline read in bold red ink, "Whose war is it? They sell the steel to the enemy, and the bullets to your sons." Ask the Vance family about 1929. Eleanor picked up the pamphlet. Her hand froze. The wording, 1929. Only 3 people knew about the Krupp deal in 1929. Eleanor, Leo, and... Bishop is dead, Eleanor whispered. Bishop had died of a heart attack 2 years prior. Kovac doesn't know the details. He just knows we got money. Someone knows, Leo said, and they are turning the men against us. If this gets out, if the workers think we armed the Nazis, they will burn this factory to the ground. Find the agitator, Eleanor ordered, crumpling the paper. Use Stan's men, use the Pinkertons. I don't care. Find them and silence them. I already have a lead, Leo said. He stood up, buttoning his jacket. There is a rally tonight, in the old warehouse district, a safety meeting. I'm going to pay them a visit. Take security, Eleanor warned. I don't need security. Leo smiled. It was the smile of the wolf. I'm going to talk to the workers. After all, I used to be one of them. Underscore 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 the warehouse district. 11 p.m. The warehouse was cold, lit by flickering lanterns. 300 men sat on crates, listening. They weren't listening to a screaming man, they were listening to a woman. She stood on a makeshift stage. She wore a simple worker's coat and a flat cap. She was 31 years old now. Her face was sharper, her eyes harder. But the fire was the same. Clara Kovac. They tell you to work faster. Clara shouted, her voice echoing in the rafters. They tell you it is for freedom. But look at the profits. Vance stock is up 200%. Your wages are up 5%. Who's getting free? You or them? The men murmured in agreement. And where does the steel go? Clara continued, pacing the stage. Do you know? I have seen the manifests. I have friends in the rail yards of Europe. Vance Steel didn't just go to London. It went to Hamburg. It went to Berlin. A shockwave went through the crowd. Lies. A heckler shouted from the back. Is it? Clara challenged. Ask Eleanor Vance where she got the gold to save the company in 29. Ask her why German tanks have the same alloy mix as ours. The side door of the warehouse opened. A single figure walked in. The crowd parted, silencing instantly. The silhouette was unmistakable. The suit, the scar. Leo Vance walked down the centre aisle. He didn't look at the men. He looked straight at the woman on the stage. Clara stopped speaking. She looked at the man she'd tried to save 15 years ago. The boy who'd held her hand in a basement in Chicago. Now, he looked like the machine she'd warned him about. Hello, Clara, Leo said, his voice calm, carrying effortlessly in the silence. Leo? Clara replied. She didn't step back. You grew up. And you came back, Leo said. He stopped at the foot of the stage. I thought we paid you to stay in California. The money ran out, Clara said, but the truth didn't. Leo smiled. He turned to the crowd. 300 hostile faces. She tells a good story, Leo said to the men. German gold, conspiracies, it's exciting. He reached into his jacket. The men tensed. He didn't pull a gun. He pulled a pay stub. I worked the number 2 furnace for 5 years, Leo said. I have the burns to prove it. I know this work is hard. But I also know this. When the Japs or the Germans come, and they are coming, do you want to fight them with pamphlets? Or do you want to fight them with the best damn tanks in the world? He pointed at Clara. She wants to shut us down. She wants to disarm America because she hates my mother. She's willing to let your sons die on the battlefield just to settle a personal score. The crowd shifted. Leo was good. He knew their fears. Clara saw she was losing them. She stepped forward. Tell them about 1929, Leo. Tell them about the file. Leo looked at her. His eyes were dead. There is no file. Clara. He snapped his fingers. From the shadows of the warehouse, doors burst open. Not police. Vance security. Men with batons and tear gas launchers. This is an illegal gathering, Leo announced. Clear the room. Thump. Hiss. Tear gas canisters fired into the crowd. Panic erupted. The tear gas hissed like a nest of vipers. Thick, white clouds billowed across the warehouse floor, turning the rally into a chaotic whiteout. Men were coughing, screaming, trampling over each other to get to the back exits. The Vance security team moved in formation, swinging batons at anyone who didn't move fast enough. Leo stood in the centre of the smoke. He held a silk handkerchief over his nose and mouth. He didn't run. He walked toward the stage. He found Clara near the loading dock doors. She was on her knees, hacking violently, tears streaming down her face from the chemical burn. She was trying to crawl out. Leo stopped in front of her. He looked down. It burns, doesn't it? Leo said, his voice muffled by the silk. That is CS gas. We manufacture the canisters for the police. Top seller. Clara looked up. Her eyes were red and swollen. She spat on his polished shoe. Fascist, she wheezed. Leo crouched down. He grabbed her arm, not roughly, but with the inescapable grip of a man who worked with iron. "Give me the names," Leo said calmly. "Who gave you the intel on the 1929 deal? Who's your source inside the office?" "Go to hell," Clara choked out. Leo tightened his grip. "You are trespassing. Clara, I could have Stan throw you in the river. No one would see in this smoke." "Do it," Clara challenged, though her voice shook. "Do it. And tomorrow morning the New York Times gets the package." Leo paused. "What package?" Clara smiled through the pain. It was a bloody, triumphant smile. "Bishop," she whispered. Leo froze. Bishop had been dead for 2 years. "Mister, Bishop was a careful man." Clara rasped. "He kept a diary. Every bribe, every body, every illegal wire transfer to Zurich. He didn't trust your mother. He kept insurance." She leaned closer, her eyes locking onto his. "I have the book. Leo, it's in a safety deposit box. If I don't check in every 24 hours... The key is mailed to J. Edgar Hoover." Leo stared at her. He calculated the odds. Was she bluffing? Bishop was paranoid. It was entirely possible he kept records. If the FBI got hold of proof that Vance Armament traded with the Nazis during the Depression, the company wouldn't just be fined. Eleanor would be executed for treason. Leo slowly released her arm. "You're playing a dangerous game, Clara," he said softly. "Hoover hates communists more than he hates war profiteers." "Maybe." Clara stood up, using the wall for support. She wiped her eyes. "But I'm willing to burn to take you down." "Are you?" They stared at each other in the swirling gas. The boy and the girl from the train, now generals of opposing armies. "Go," Leo said. "Get out of my city." "It's not your city." "Leo," Clara said, pushing open the heavy door. Fresh air rushed in. "It belongs to the people, and we are coming for you." She disappeared into the night. Leo stood alone in the smoke. He lowered his handkerchief. He took a deep breath of the acrid air. He hadn't killed her, but he knew with absolute certainty that one day he would have to underscore 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 December 7th, 1941, the Vance estate. Sunday morning. The house was quiet. It was a sprawling mansion on the outskirts of the city, bought with the profits of the last decade. Eleanor sat in the sunroom, reading the financial section. Leo was across from her, polishing a revolver, a nervous habit he had picked up recently. "Clara has Bishop's ledger," Leo said, breaking the silence. "That's her leverage." Eleanor didn't look up from the paper. "Bishop was a fool. We will find the box. We will bribe the banker. Everyone has a price. She hates us. Mother, she doesn't want money. She wants justice." "Justice is a luxury for peacetime," Eleanor said dismissively. "And we are. We interrupt this broadcast for a special news bulletin." The radio on the sideboard cut through the conversation. The announcer's voice was trembling. "President Roosevelt has just announced that Japanese forces have attacked the naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. The attack is ongoing. Heavy casualties are reported. The Pacific Fleet has sustained severe damage." Leo stopped polishing the gun. Eleanor slowly lowered the newspaper. "Air raids are also reported on Manila." "This is not a drill. Repeat, the United States is under attack." Silence filled the room. But it wasn't the silence of fear. Eleanor stood up. She walked to the window. She looked toward the distant smokestacks of her factory, puffing grey clouds into the Sunday sky. "Pearl Harbor," she whispered. "The Pacific Fleet is gone." "They will need new ships," Leo said, standing up. "New guns, new tanks. Millions of tons," Eleanor calculated. "Unlimited budget. The War Powers Act will kick in by tomorrow. All civilian production will halt. It will be total war. She turned to Leo. Her eyes were bright, not with tears for the dead sailors, but with the cold light of opportunity. Blackwood can't touch us now, Eleanor said. The FBI can't touch us. Clara Kovac can't touch us. Why not? Leo asked. Because as of this moment, Eleanor said, we are no longer a company. We are the arsenal of democracy. If they arrest us, the war effort stops. She walked to the phone. Get to the plant, Leo. Cancel all leave. Run the furnaces at 110%. Call the night shift. What do I tell them? Leo asked. Eleanor picked up the receiver to call Washington. Tell them the world is on fire, she said. And we are selling the water. Chapter 26. The Tungsten Rain. July 14th, 1944. Near Saint-Lô-Normandy, France. The mud in France was different from the mud in Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, the mud tasted of coal and money. Here, it tasted of rot and unburied men. It had been raining for 3 days. A cold, miserable drizzle that turned the sunken roads of the bocage, the hedgerow country, into rivers of brown sludge. A column of tanks sat idling in a sunken lane, their engines rumbling with a low, wet growl. These were the Vance Mark V Liberators. They were the pride of the Allied forces. American flags were painted on their hulls. The white star of the U.S. Army was stenciled on their turrets. Leo Vance sat on the rear deck of the lead tank, smoking a damp cigarette. He was 30 years old. He wore an olive-drab field jacket with no rank insignia, just a patch that read Technical Advisor. He held a clipboard in one hand and a micrometer in the other. "She's running hot, Sergeant," Leo shouted over the engine noise. "The intake manifold is vibrating. You need to adjust the fuel mix." Sergeant Red O'Malley, the tank commander, looked down from the hatch. His face was caked in dirt, his eyes hollowed out by 2 weeks of continuous combat. "I don't care about the manifold, Mr. Vance," O'Malley spat. "I care about the armour. Is it true what they say?" "Is what true?" Leo asked, checking his notes. "That the Krauts call these things Ronsons?" O'Malley asked. "Because they light up the first time you hit them." Leo stiffened. "That is enemy propaganda. Sergeant, the Vance X alloy on this glacis plate is rated to withstand a 75 mm impact at point-blank range. You're driving the safest vault in the world." O'Malley looked at the thick hedgerow, a wall of earth and roots looming on either side of them. "Doesn't feel like a vault," the sergeant muttered. "Feels like a coffin. Move out!" The order came down the radio line. The column lurched forward. Leo dropped into the hull through the loader's hatch. He wasn't supposed to be inside during combat, but he needed to see. He needed to hear the stress on the chassis. He was obsessed with the performance data. Inside, the tank was a nightmare of noise and smell. Diesel fumes, stale sweat, and the metallic tang of fear. Leo squeezed into the jump seat behind the gunner. They moved slowly through the hedgerows. The world was limited to what they could see through the periscopes. Green blurs and grey sky. Crack. It wasn't a boom. It was a sharp, supersonic crack, like a whip snapping next to your ear. The tank directly behind them exploded. It didn't just catch fire, it disintegrated. The turret flew 20 feet into the air. "Contact! Front!" the gunner screamed. "Tiger! 1 o'clock!" Leo grabbed the periscope handles. Through the prism, he saw it. Sitting in a clearing, camouflaged by branches, that was a monster. A German Tiger, a tank. It was boxy, ugly, and terrifyingly calm. Its 88mm barrel was smoking. "Fire!" O'Malley screamed. The Vance Liberator fired. Boom! The 75mm shell hit the Tiger's front armour. Clang! Leo watched in horror as the American shell, his shell, bounced off the German steel like a rubber ball. It left a scratch. Nothing more. The Tiger's turret slowly rotated toward them. It moved with the mechanical precision of a clock. "Reload, AP round," O'Malley shouted. "Hit him again!" "It won't work," Leo yelled, realising the physics instantly. The angle is wrong! We can't penetrate! The Tiger fired! Wham! The shell hit the Liberator's front armour, the Vance X plate Leo had sworn was invincible. The sound was like being inside a bell that had been struck by a god. The tank shuddered violently, lifting off its front treads. Sparks showered inside the cabin. But they didn't explode. The shell hadn't penetrated. It had gouged a deep crater in the steel, but the alloy held. "We're alive," the gunner shouted. It bounced. "Reverse! Pop smoke!" O'Malley screamed. The driver slammed the gears into reverse. The tank lurched backward, spewing white smoke from its discharges. They retreated behind the hedgerow, escaping the line of sight. Silence returned to the lane, save for the crackling of the burning tank behind them. Leo sat in the dark, his heart hammering against his ribs. He touched the interior wall of the armour. It was hot to the touch where the shell had hit. It held, Leo whispered. The armour held. He felt a surge of pride. His mother was right. They had built a masterpiece. Mr. Vance. O'Malley called out, his voice shaking. "Get out, Chip. We need to check the track." Leo climbed out of the hatch. The rain was falling harder now. He jumped down into the mud. He walked to the front of the tank to inspect the impact site. There was a massive, glowing crater in the front plate. Embedded in the centre of the gouge, fused by the heat of the impact, was the remains of the German projectile. It wasn't a normal steel shell. The core was visible. It was a dense, dark metal that hadn't shattered upon impact. Leo reached out. He had a pair of pliers on his belt. He tugged at the hot fragment of the German shell. It came loose. It was heavy. Unnaturally heavy. Leo held it up to the grey light. He wiped the soot away with his thumb. On the base of the penetrator core there was a stamp, a manufacturing mark. It was a German eagle, but beneath the eagle there was a series of numbers. Heat 402X. Leo stopped breathing. He knew that number. He knew that font. He had written it himself. Heat 402, the experimental batch from 1929, the Project X formula. He looked at the burning American tank behind him, where 5 boys were currently roasting to death. Then he looked at the German shell fragment in his hand. The Germans weren't just using tungsten. They were using his tungsten alloy. The shell that had just killed American soldiers was made of the same metal as the tank it destroyed. It was a closed loop, a perfect circle of death, financed by Vance armament on both sides. Leo fell to his knees in the mud. He wasn't praying. He was vomiting. "Mr. Vance?" Sergeant O'Malley's voice broke through the ringing in Leo's ears. The sergeant was standing over him, looking down at the object in Leo's hand. "What is that? A piece of the shell?" Leo's hand closed instantly. A reflex. The jagged metal bit into his palm, drawing blood that mixed with the mud. But he didn't let go. "Just shrapnel," Leo lied. His voice sounded hollow, like it was coming from inside a well. "Standard steel and nothing special." He shoved the fragment deep into his jacket pocket. It felt heavy, like a stone that would drag him to the bottom of the ocean. "We need to move, sir," O'Malley said, eyeing the burning wreck of the tank behind them. "The recovery vehicle is coming. We can't stay here." Leo stood up. He looked at the burning tank. The crew inside was gone. 5 boys from Kansas or Ohio, incinerated by a piece of metal that Leo's mother had sold for $5 million in gold. "Burn it," Leo said. "Sir?" "The wreck," Leo ordered, staring at the twisted metal. "Don't recover it. Bulldoze it into the ditch. Leave no evidence for the Germans to analyse. Or for the Americans," he thought. He turned and walked away, trudging through the mud toward the command tent, the piece of German Vance steel burning a hole in his pocket. Underscore 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 forward command post 0200 hours. The tent smelled of stale coffee and wet canvas. Ideally, Leo shouldn't have had access to the encrypted transatlantic line, but the name Vance opened doors that even generals couldn't open. He sat on a folding chair, holding the heavy black receiver. "Connecting to Pittsburgh," the operator said. "Scrambler engaged." Static. Hiss. Pop. Then, a voice. Clear. Calm. And thousands of miles away. "Vance Armament, Office of the President." "Mother," Leo said. There was a pause. "Leo, it is 8 p.m. here." "Are you safe? We saw the telegrams about the St. Lo offensive." "I'm alive," Leo said. He looked at his dirty fingernails. "I just watched a Liberator take a direct hit from a Tiger." "Did the armour hold?" Eleanor asked immediately. Not, "Are you hurt?" Not, "How many died?" Just the data. "The armour held," Leo said. "But the shell was interesting." He pulled the fragment out of his pocket and set it on the map table. It was a tungsten cored high-velocity round. Exceptional metallurgy. It didn't shatter, it drilled. "The Germans have good engineers," Eleanor said dismissively. "We know this." It had a stamp. "Mother," Leo whispered. "Heat 402X. The silence on the line was absolute. It stretched for 5 seconds. 10. "Leo," Eleanor said, her voice dropping an octave. "You are on an open military line." "It's encrypted," Leo snapped. "Don't lie to me. I am holding the receipt in my hand. The deal in 1929. "You sold them the penetrator formula to save the foundry." "I saved the company," Eleanor hissed. "I saved you." "You fed the monster," Leo shouted, forgetting where he was. The radio operator turned to look at him, alarmed. Leo lowered his voice to a lethal whisper. "Do you understand the math? Mother, we make the tank. We sell the tank to the army. Profit. Then the Germans use our formula to make the shell that destroys the tank, so the army has to buy another tank. Profit again." He laughed. A dry, broken sound. "It's a perfect circle, a perpetual motion machine of death, and we are the engine." "It is war, Leo," Eleanor said coldly. "If we hadn't sold it, they would have stolen it, or developed it themselves. At least this way. The gold is in our vault. And the blood is on my hands," Leo said. "Wash them," Eleanor commanded. "You're a Vance. We do not wring our hands. We build. Now, destroy that fragment. Bury it. And come home." "We have a new contract for the Pacific Theatre." Leo looked at the jagged metal on the table. He realised then that there was no going back. He couldn't turn her in without hanging himself. He was the CEO. He had signed the shipping manifests. He was just as guilty. "Leo," Eleanor asked, "are you there?" Leo picked up the fragment. "I'm here," he said. "I'll bury it." He hung up the phone. He walked out of the tent into the rain. He walked to the latrine pit, a deep, foul trench dug into the French mud. He held the piece of heat 402X over the hole. "Forgive me," he whispered to the ghosts of the burning tank crew. He dropped the metal into the filth. It sank with a wet plop, disappearing forever. Leo Vance stood in the rain for a long time. When he finally turned back to the camp, his face was set in stone. The last trace of humanity had been burned out of him. He was ready to go home. He was ready to take the throne, because if you're going to be a monster, you might as well be the king of monsters. Chapter 27. The Victory. Pittsburgh, 1945. VJ Day, victory over Japan. The sky was raining paper. Ticker tape, shredded documents, and confetti swirled down from the skyscrapers of downtown Pittsburgh, turning the grey streets into a blizzard of white. Below, the roar of the crowd was louder than any blast furnace. 1 million people lined Grant Street, waving flags, screaming themselves hoarse. Down the centre of the avenue, the instruments of victory rolled past. A column of Vance Mark 5 Liberator tanks, fresh off the assembly line, their olive drab paint shining under the ticker tape. On the balcony of the William Penn Hotel, the same balcony where she had negotiated with Blackwood 20 years ago, Eleanor Vance watched the spectacle. She was 53, but she looked 70. Her frame, once steel straight, was curved by an undetectable weight. Her skin was pale beneath the makeup, and a persistent, dry cough rattled in her chest. The Pittsburgh hack, the doctors called it. The dust of her own empire was settling in her lungs. She leaned heavily on an ebony cane tipped with silver. "Listen to them," Eleanor whispered, her voice raspy. "They love us. Leo." Leo Vance stood beside her. At 31, he was in his prime. He wore a tailored suit that hid the psychological armour he'd forged in Normandy. He held a glass of scotch, watching the parade with the detached interest of an engineer watching a stress test. "They love that they didn't die," Leo corrected smoothly. "They love that their sons came home because our steel was thicker than the Japanese shells. It's gratitude for services rendered. Mother, not love." Eleanor coughed into a silk handkerchief. When she pulled it away, there was a faint speck of blood. She folded it quickly, hiding it from her son. "It is the same thing," Eleanor said. "We built the arsenal. We saved democracy. We sold to both sides to finance the expansion," Leo said, taking a sip of scotch. "Let's not confuse history with marketing." He turned away from the balcony, bored by the cheering masses. "Let's go back to the office. The parade is for the public. We have the reconversion plan to finalise. Peacetime is going to be expensive. Underscore 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 the executive office at Vance Armament. The noise of the parade was muffled here, a distant hum. Eleanor walked slowly to her massive desk, Arthur Halloway's old desk. She started to move around it to a high-backed leather chair. "Mother," Leo said. He was standing in front of the chair. He wasn't moving. Eleanor stopped. She looked at her son. He wasn't asking. He was stating a fact of physics. Two objects could not occupy the same space. "You're tired," Leo said gently. "Sit on the sofa. I'll handle the briefing with Stan." It was a coup executed without a single shout. Eleanor hesitated. She looked at the chair, the throne she had killed for. Then she felt the rattle in her lungs again. The exhaustion bone deep. She nodded once, a tight, jerky motion, and sat on the Chesterfield sofa near the fireplace. Leo sat in the big chair. It fit him perfectly. The door opened. Stan came in. His hair was completely white now, and he moved slower, but his loyalty was unchanged. He carried a leather document pouch. "The mayor called," Stan reported, ignoring the shift in power dynamics in the room. "He wants to know if you will accept the key to the city at the banquet tonight." "Leo will accept it," Eleanor said from the sofa. "I need to rest." Stan nodded. He turned to Leo, acknowledging the new reality. "There is something else, sir. A process server just dropped this off at the front gate. He tried to serve it during the parade." Stan handed Leo a thick document bound in blue paper. Leo didn't open it immediately. "Clara?" "Yes, sir. Another strike authorization? A pamphlet?" "No, sir. It's a lawsuit that filed in federal court this morning." Leo opened the document. He scanned the dense legal language. Plaintiffs. Class action. Negligence. Toxic tort. He stopped at a paragraph near the middle. Whereas Vance Armament knowingly exposed workers in Foundry B to lethal levels of silica dust, leading to the condition known as silicosis. Whereas the paint shop employees were provided inadequate ventilation against lead-based compounds, resulting in neurological damage. Leo looked up. His face was unreadable. "She's not attacking the tanks," Leo said. "She's attacking the air inside the factory." Eleanor sat up straighter on the sofa. "Silicosis? That's an occupational hazard. Every mill has dust. The workers know the risks when they sign on." "Clara has medical records," Stan said quietly. 50 cases. Men dying in their 40s, coughing up their lungs. She has affidavits from 3 former foremen stating that we disabled the ventilation fans to save electricity during the Depression. Did we? Leo asked. Yes, Eleanor said. To save money. To pay the payroll. Kovac knew. Kovac is dead, Stan reminded her. Big Kovac had died in his sleep a year before the war ended, his heart finally giving out. Clara is using his old notebooks as evidence. Leo closed the legal briefing. How much is she asking for? Eleanor asked. She isn't asking for money, Stan said. She's asking for an injunction to shut down foundries A, B and C until independent health inspectors clear them. That's 60% of our production capacity, Leo calculated instantly. It would cripple us during the reconversion. Eleanor gripped her cane. The old fire sparked in her eyes for a moment. Buy off the judge, she snapped. Call Senator Davies in Washington. Tell him to kill this. Leo shook his head slowly. This isn't 1925, Mother. You can't just bribe a federal judge with a bottle of scotch anymore. Clara is smart. She filed this publicly. The newspapers already have copies. If we try to bury it, we look guilty. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the smokestacks that were currently poisoning the sky in celebration of victory. Clara figured it out, Leo murmured. Figured out what? Eleanor asked. You can't fight a tank with a rifle, Leo said, but you can stop it with a piece of paper, if you know where to file it. He turned back to Stan. Get our legal team in here. I want options, not bribes. Options. 3 hours later, the strategy room. The air was thick with the smoke of expensive cigars. Seated around the long table were not engineers or generals, but a battalion of men in grey suits, the senior partners of Stone and Sterling. Thaddeus Stone, the lead counsel, tapped his finger on a file. Mrs. Vance. Mr. Vance, Stone said, his voice calm but sharp. We cannot win this before a jury. Clara Kovac has done her homework. She has medical records, she has witness affidavits, and most importantly, she has the public sentiment. If we go to court, the press will brand us the murdering kid of Pittsburgh. The stock price will collapse. Then don't go to court, Eleanor wheezed, a cough threatening to rise in her throat. Delay it. Bury them in paperwork. These men live paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a 2-year litigation. They don't need money, Stone replied. The CIO is funding the lawsuit. They have deep enough pockets to sue us into the next century. Eleanor slammed her hand on the table. Then buy the judge. I know Judge Miller. He owes me a favour from 1938. Leo, who had been silently staring out the window, suddenly spun his chair around. The leather creaked loudly in the tense room. No bribes, Leo said, and no court. He stood up and walked to the blackboard where the lawyers had drawn a diagram of the case. He picked up a piece of chalk and drew a red X over the name Clara Kovac. You're trying to attack the general, Leo said. Fundamental error. Clara is a fanatic. She doesn't care about money. She wants the truth. You cannot bribe a martyr. He drew a circle around the phrase, the 50 plaintiffs, the sick workers named in the suit. We attack here, Leo said coldly. We attack the soldiers. You mean threaten them? Stone asked. No, the opposite, Leo smiled. It was a smile that didn't reach his eyes. We are going to save them, he turned to Eleanor. Mother, we're going to establish the Vance Medical Fund. A grand humanitarian gesture in honour of Victory Day. Leo began writing numbers on the board. We offer an immediate settlement. Every sick worker receives $5,000 in cash, up front. Plus lifetime medical care at company-approved hospitals. 5,000? Eleanor gasped. For 50 men? That is $250,000. Plus medical. You running a charity? $5,000 is a fortune to a family in the Hazelwood slums, Leo analysed, his voice surgical. It is enough to buy a house, enough to send a kid to college, enough to buy morphine for dying lungs. He leaned his hands on the table, looking Stone in the eye. But there is a condition attached. To receive the funds, they must sign a liability waiver. They must withdraw their names from the class action suit and they must sign a permanent non-disclosure agreement regarding working conditions. Divide and conquer, Stone murmured, a flicker of professional admiration in his eyes. Exactly, Leo nodded. Clara wants justice. But those workers, they are coughing up blood. Their children are hungry. If we wave a $5,000 check in their faces, they won't choose justice. They will choose survival. Clara will try to stop them, Eleanor said. Let her try. Leo shrugged. When she tells them to reject the money to fight a hopeless legal battle, the workers themselves will turn on her. They will see her as a radical standing between them and their salvation. Leo turned back to the window, where fireworks were beginning to bloom over the night sky to celebrate the victory. Draft the contracts. Stone. I want Vance Medical Fund representatives knocking on doors tomorrow morning. Bring cash. Crisp. New bills. The lawyers hurriedly gathered their files, leaving the room like a pack of wolves that had just been given the scent of prey. Eleanor and Leo were left alone in the vast boardroom. Eleanor looked at her son. She saw the shadow of Arthur Halloway, the ruthlessness of Bishop, and the intellect of Silas, all mixed into something far more terrifying than any of them. You have learned how to win without firing a shot, Eleanor said softly. Guns are for external enemies. Mother, Leo said, pouring himself another drink. For internal enemies, we use hope. Hope is the cheapest and most effective weapon in the arsenal. Eleanor opened her mouth to reply, but a violent coughing fit seized her. She pressed a handkerchief to her lips, her body shaking. She felt her chest tighten, as if an iron band were constricting her lungs. Leo didn't run to help her. He just stood there, watching her with detached observation. You should rest, Leo said when the coughing subsided. Tomorrow will be a busy day. We have a peacetime empire to build. Eleanor looked into her son's eyes and realized a cold truth. He didn't need her anymore. She had built the machine. But now, she was just an obsolete part slowing down the gears. She leaned on her cane and stood up, walking slowly toward the door. Leo, she called out as her hand touched the brass knob. Yes? Don't forget to bury the bodies deep, she whispered. Even when they are wrapped in dollar bills. She walked out. Leo stood alone in the boardroom. He raised his glass, toasting his own reflection in the dark glass of the window. Outside, the cheers of victory still echoed. But inside, Leo knew the real war had just begun. Not the war for the country. The war for the throne. Chapter 28, The Iron Lung, Pittsburgh, 1948, the private wing, Vance Memorial Hospital. The room was white, sterile and cold. The only sound was a rhythmic, mechanical pumping noise. Whoosh, clank, hiss, whoosh, clank, hiss. In the centre of the room lay a yellow cylinder 7 feet long, made of steel and glass. It looked like a submarine or a torpedo. Protruding from one end was the head of Eleanor Vance. She was 56, but her face was a skull wrapped in translucent parchment. Her eyes were sunken, staring at the angled mirror mounted above her head, so she could see the room without moving her neck. She was paralysed by the machine. The iron lung. It used negative pressure to force her damaged diaphragm to expand, dragging air into lungs that had been turned to stone by decades of industrial particulate. The door opened. Leo Vance walked in. He was 34 now. He wore a navy blue double-breasted suit and carried a leather briefcase. He didn't bring flowers. He walked to the side of the machine. He looked at his mother's reflection in the mirror. The doctors say your vital capacity is down to 15%, Leo said. His voice was calm, conversational. I can still talk. Eleanor gasped. She had to time her words with the rhythm of the machine. Whoosh. Is it? Hiss. Done. Leo placed the briefcase on the bedside table. He clicked the latches open. The board voted this morning, Leo said, pulling out a sheaf of legal documents. They approved the merger with Allied Steel. We will control 60% of the structural steel market east of the Mississippi. Good. Eleanor wheezed. The price? Undervalued, Leo said. We leveraged their debt against them. It was a slaughter. He unscrewed the cap of a fountain pen. But the SEC requires a signature for the transfer of the controlling voting block. Your block. Mother. He held the document up so she could see it in the mirror. Transfer of equity and voting rights. From Eleanor Vance to Leo Vance. You want the crown, Eleanor whispered. I've been wearing it for 3 years, Leo said smoothly. This just makes it legal. You can't run a board meeting from a canister, Mother. He didn't say it with malice. He said it with the same pragmatic detachment she had taught him. Eleanor looked at him in the mirror. She looked at the man she'd forged. He was perfect. He was unbreakable. And he was utterly devoid of warmth. I made... You... Eleanor gasped. Whoosh! I saved you from being weak. You did, Leo agreed. You burned the weakness out of me. You taught me that the only thing that matters is the yield. He placed the document on the small metal tray attached to the machine. Right next to her hand. Her hand was the only part of her body outside the cylinder that she could move, though barely. Sign it, Leo said. Eleanor's trembling fingers reached for the pen. Do you... Remember? She asked, her voice faint. Hiss. The, spectroscope. Leo paused. The toy? From the attic? Not a toy, Eleanor wheezed. It showed the lines, the dark lines. Absorption lines, Leo corrected automatically, where the light is missing. I am the line, Eleanor whispered. Tears leaked from her eyes, rolling sideways into her hair. I absorbed the darkness, so you could shine. Leo looked at her. For a second, the mask slipped. He looked like the boy who used to draw machines. He looked at the woman who had sacrificed her soul, her health, and her humanity to build this empire for him. You didn't absorb it, Mother, Leo said softly. You passed it on. He gently placed the pen in her fingers. Sign, and then you can rest. Eleanor gripped the pen. It felt heavy, like a sledgehammer. She looked at the signature line. If she signed, she was nothing. Just a dying woman in a box. If she didn't sign, he would take it anyway. She knew him. He would declare her incompetent. He would do whatever was necessary. She was proud of him, and she was terrified of him. With a shaking hand, she scratched her name, Eleanor Vance. The pen slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the metal casing of the lung. Leo picked up the document. He checked the signature. It was valid. He put the papers back in his briefcase. He clicked the latches shut. Snap. Snap. Thank you, Leo said. He turned to leave. Leo, Eleanor gasped. He stopped at the door. Yes? The, machine, she whispered. Whoosh. In your dream. Leo didn't turn around. It eats the operator, she finished. I know, Leo said, but I'm not the operator anymore. Mother. He opened the door. I am the machine. He walked out, closing the door softly behind him. Eleanor was left alone with the rhythm. Whoosh, clank, hiss, whoosh, clank, hiss. She looked in the mirror. She saw the yellow metal tube encasing her body. She realised, with a final, crushing irony, that she had become exactly what she built. She was no longer flesh and blood. She was just a component in a steel cylinder, pumping air, existing only to keep the system running. She closed her eyes and waited for the darkness to absorb her completely. Outside, the storm broke. It was a Pittsburgh storm, heavy, black rain mixed with soot, lashing against the hospital windows like gravel. Thunder rumbled, shaking the glass in the frames. Eleanor lay in the cylinder. She watched the lightning flash in the angled mirror. Flash. White light. Darkness. She was alone. The night nurse was down the hall. Leo was gone. She tried to think of Silas. She tried to conjure his face, the way he looked before the war, before the poverty. But she couldn't. The memory was corrupted. Every time she tried to see Silas, she saw the blast furnace. Every time she tried to see Leo as a baby, she saw the tank. The industry had eaten her memories, just as it had eaten her lungs. Crack! Boom! A massive bolt of lightning struck the substation down the block. The lights in the hospital room flickered. Once, twice. Then they died. Pitch blackness flooded the room. And then the sound stopped. Whoosh, clank, whir. The electric motor of the iron lung wound down. The bellows, which had been pumping air into her body for 6 months, sighed and went still. Silence. Absolute, terrifying silence. Eleanor's chest froze. Her diaphragm, atrophied and useless, could not expand on its own. She needed the negative pressure. She needed the machine to pull the air in. She opened her mouth to scream, "Help!" but no sound came out. To speak, you need to exhale. To exhale, you need to inhale. Panic, cold and primal, seized her. She clawed at the mattress with her one free hand. Her fingernails scraped against the metal casing. Scritch, scritch. She was drowning, not in water, but in air. She stared into the dark mirror. She couldn't see herself anymore. She was just a consciousness trapped in a coffin of steel. Breathe. She commanded her body. Fight. You are the Ironmaster. You do not yield, but the iron didn't care. The iron was inert. It only worked when there was power. Her vision began to tunnel. Purple spots danced in the darkness. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage, beating faster, faster, trying to compensate for the lack of oxygen. Thump, 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 thump. Then it slowed. The panic began to recede, replaced by a strange, heavy warmth. The carbon dioxide narcosis was setting in. She stopped clawing the metal. Her hand went limp. She thought of the ledger, the millions of dollars, the tanks rolling through Paris, the smoke rising over the river. It was all so heavy. She let it go. In the final seconds, as the neurons in her brain fired their last desperate signals, the darkness in the room seemed to shift. She saw a line, a dark, vertical line crossing a spectrum of light. The absorption line. It wasn't empty. It was waiting. Eleanor Vance closed her eyes. The machine was silent. The storm raged outside, but inside the cylinder there was finally peace. Underscore 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 1 hour later. The emergency generators had kicked in, bathing the hospital in a dim, red emergency light. The door opened. Doctor Aris stepped in, followed by a nurse. "Mrs. Vance, we apologise for the..." He stopped. He saw the stillness of the machine. He saw the hand hanging limp off the metal tray. He rushed over. He checked the pulse. He checked the eyes. He straightened up, looking pale. "Time of death," he whispered, checking his watch. 11:42 p.m. "Should I call the priest?" the nurse asked. "No," the doctor said. "Call her son. Underscore 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 the Vance estate." Leo was in the study. The storm had knocked out the power here too. He was sitting by the light of a kerosene lamp, reading the signed transfer documents. The phone rang. It was the only line that still worked in a blackout. Leo picked it up. "Vance, He listened. His face didn't change. He didn't gasp. He didn't cry. "I understand," Leo said. "Do not move the body until I arrive." He hung up. He looked at the document in his hand. Eleanor Vance. The signature was shaky, fading. He picked up a pen. He drew a single, clean line through her name. Next to it, he wrote his own initials, L. V. He stood up and walked to the window. The rain was stopping. The clouds were breaking. The moon was shining on the distant silhouette of the factory. The smokestacks were still puffing. The fire was still burning. The machine hadn't stopped just because one operator died. "Volume 2 is closed," Leo whispered to the night. He turned back to the dark room. "Now, we build the world." Chapter 29. Cold War King. November 1952. The penthouse, Vance Tower, Pittsburgh. The office had changed. Eleanor's mahogany desk was gone. The velvet curtains were gone. The fireplace had been bricked over. In their place was a sanctuary of chrome, glass, and fluorescent light. The air was kept at a constant 65 degrees, filtered to remove the very smog that the Vance factories produced below. Leo Vance stood by a wall of teletype machines. He was 38 years old. His hair was slicked back, jet black with streaks of premature silver at the temples. He wore a suit cut from sharkskin grey fabric, so sharp it looked like it could cut glass. Clack, 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 ding. The machine spat out data from around the world. Seoul, artillery shell shortage. Critical. Berlin. Soviet tank movement sector 4. Indochina. French requesting air support. Leo read the ribbons of paper like a conductor reading a score. He didn't see tragedy. He saw demand curves. "Mr. Vance," a voice came from the intercom on his desk. "Secretary of Defense Lovett is here. He has General Clay with him." "Send them in," Leo said. He didn't turn around. The double doors opened. 2 men entered. Robert Lovett, the Secretary of Defense, looked tired. General Lucius Clay, a hero of the Berlin airlift, looked impatient. They stepped into the cold room, shivering slightly. "Leo," Secretary Lovett said, forcing a smile. "It's been a while." "You missed the inaugural ball." "I was busy retooling the Ohio plant," Leo replied, finally turning. His face was a mask of polite indifference. "Balls do not manufacture jet engines. Robert." "We are here on urgent business. Mr. Vance." General Clay interrupted, stepping forward. He placed a heavy briefcase on the glass table. "The situation in Korea is static. The MiG-15S are chewing up our B-29S. We need the new Sabre jets, and we need them yesterday." "The F-86 Sabres are rolling off the line at maximum capacity, General," Leo said calmly. 40 units a month, as per the contract." "We need 80, Clay barked. "President Truman has authorized a surge. We are invoking the Defense Production Act. You are ordered to convert your civilian automotive lines to aerospace production immediately." Leo walked to the table. He didn't look at the general. He looked at the reflection of the city in the glass surface. "I cannot do that," Leo said. The room went silent. "Excuse me?" Clay asked, his face reddening. "Did you say you cannot?" "I said I cannot," Leo repeated. "The civilian lines are producing the Vance Eraser, the best-selling sedan in America. They are currently generating a 15% profit margin. The military contract offers a fixed 6% margin. It is bad math." "Bad math," Lovett sputtered. "Leo, American boys are dying over the Yalu River. This is a national emergency." "It is always a national emergency, Robert," Leo said, walking to a sidebar to pour water. Just water, no ice. In 1941 it was the Japanese. In 1948 it was the Berlin blockade. Now it is Korea. Next year it will be something else. He took a sip. "You asked me to cannibalize my own company for your foreign policy failures. The answer is no." General Clay slammed his fist on the table. "This is treason. I could have the National Guard seize this facility by morning." Leo smiled. It was a terrifying expression, devoid of humour, full of pity. "General," Leo said softly, "look out the window." Clay hesitated, then looked. "You see the smoke?" Leo asked. "That is the Vance blast furnace number 4. It produces the specialised titanium alloy required for the turbine blades of your jet engines. It is the only furnace in the Western Hemisphere capable of reaching the necessary temperature." Leo stepped closer to the general. "If you seize my plant, my engineers walk out. If my engineers walk out, the furnace cools. If the furnace cools, the alloy cracks. If the alloy cracks, your jets don't fly. And the Soviets own the sky by Christmas." Clay stared at him. The threat was absolute. "You are holding the United States Air Force hostage," Lovett whispered, horrified. "I am negotiating," Leo corrected. "I am a sovereign entity, gentlemen. I'm not a citizen. I'm a supplier." He opened a drawer and pulled out a file. "I will double the jet production, but not by converting the car lines. I will build a new facility in Alabama, non-union labour, tax-exempt status for 99 years, and..." He slid a document across the table. "I want full immunity from the upcoming antitrust hearings regarding the guidance chip monopoly." Lovett looked at the document. It was a deal with the devil. "The President will never sign this," Lovett said. "Then the President can explain to the mothers of America why their sons have no air cover," Leo said. He checked his watch. "I have a conference call with the French delegation in 10 minutes. They are very interested in my new anti-tank missiles. They pay in gold." Lovett and Clay exchanged a look of defeat. They knew they had lost. The government had guns, but Leo Vance had the foundry. "We will present this to the President," Lovett said, picking up the file with shaking hands. "Do that," Leo said. He turned his back on them, returning to the teletype machines. The two men left the office, the heavy doors clicking shut. Leo was alone again. He didn't smile. He didn't celebrate the victory. He simply tore a piece of paper from the machine. "Tokyo Market closed. Up 2 points." He picked up a red pencil. He walked to the giant map of the world on the wall. He drew a line connecting Pittsburgh to Alabama, then a line to Korea, then a line to Indochina. He wasn't a general. He was an architect, and he was redesigning the world in steel and wire. "Volume 3, Leo whispered to the empty room. "The machine god." The sun began to set, casting long, bloody shadows across the glass office. The red light touched the steel models of jets and tanks lining the shelves, making them look like they were burning. Leo pressed a concealed button under the edge of his desk. A section of the mahogany panelling on the far wall clicked and swung open silently. It revealed a small, windowless room. A vault. Leo stepped inside. The air here was different. It smelled of old paper and dust, preserved in a vacuum of silence. There were no stock tickers here, no telephones, just a single pedestal in the centre of the room, illuminated by a harsh surgical spotlight. On the pedestal, under a glass case, lay a sketchbook. It was cheap paper, dog-eared and yellowed with age. It was the sketchbook he had carried as a 7-year-old boy, open to the page he had drawn the night before the Hazelwood explosion. The Ironmaster, a creature made of gears and pistons, with a furnace for a mouth, consuming the tiny stick figures of men. Leo unlocked the case. He didn't wear gloves. He touched the paper. The graphite smeared slightly under his fingertip. He looked at the monster's face. It was crude, childish, but accurate. "You had design flaws," Leo whispered to the drawing. "You were too messy, too loud." He traced the jagged teeth of the machine. "I fixed you," he said. "I made you efficient." He reached into the pocket of his suit and pulled out a small brass object. The spectroscope. Eleanor's legacy. He held it up to the surgical light. He peered through the eyepiece. The prism did its work. It broke the white light into a perfect rainbow. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And there, cutting through these beauty, were the dark lines. The absorption lines. The places where the light had been stolen by the elements. Eleanor had believed she was the line. She believed she had absorbed the darkness to protect him. Leo lowered the instrument. He looked at his reflection in the glass case. "You were wrong, Mother," Leo said softly. "You weren't the darkness. You were just the glass that focused it." He put the spectroscope down next to the drawing. 2 artifacts of a dead family. He didn't feel sadness. He didn't feel grief. He felt the cold satisfaction of a scientist who had finally solved the equation. He stepped back and closed the glass case. Click. He walked out of the vault, the hidden door ceiling shut behind him, burying the boy and the mother in the dark forever. Leo returned to his desk. The red phone, the direct line to the Pentagon, was blinking. They had accepted his terms. Of course they had. He sat down in his chrome chair. He picked up the receiver. "Vance," he said, "begin construction in Alabama. And tell the president. He's welcome." He hung up. Outside, the city of Pittsburgh glowed in the night, a galaxy of electric stars. And high above it all, sitting in the silence of the penthouse, the machine god began his reign. Chapter 30. The Ghost in the Wire. May 1955. The Basement Archives, United States Senate Office Building. Washington, D.C. It was midnight in the capital of the free world. While the politicians drank scotch at the Mayflower Hotel and the spies traded secrets in Georgetown, Clara Kovar sat in a windowless room beneath Constitution Avenue, drowning in paper. She was 44 years old. The fire of her youth had been tempered into a hard, cold resolve. She wore sensible reading glasses on a chain and a grey cardigan. She didn't look like a revolutionary anymore. She looked like a librarian, but she was the most dangerous woman in Washington. She was the senior analyst for the Senate subcommittee on antitrust and monopoly. Her job was to find the skeletons in the closets of America's industrial giants. "You're going blind, Clara," a voice said from the doorway. It was Thomas, junior aide fresh out of Harvard Law. He held 2 cups of lukewarm coffee. "The numbers are blurring, Thomas," Clara admitted, taking off her glasses to rub her eyes. "But the pattern is there. I just can't lock it down." Thomas set the coffee on the desk, which was piled high with Vance Armament personnel files. "Why are we obsessed with Vance?" Thomas asked, sitting on a stack of boxes. "The chairman says Leo Vance is untouchable. He's building the new ICBM guidance systems. If we go after him, the Pentagon will bury us." "Leo Vance thinks he is a god," Clara said softly, putting her glasses back on. "But gods don't pay insurance premiums." She pulled a ledger from the pile. It was a copy of the Vance Medical Fund payouts, the same fund Leo had created in 1945 to silence the silicosis lawsuit. "Look at this," Clara said, pointing to a column of figures. Thomas squinted at the page. "Payouts, $5,000. Standard settlements for industrial accidents." "Look at the dates," Clara pressed. "And the department codes." Thomas looked closer. "Department 4X, he read. Special Alloys Division. Payout date, 1951, 1952, 1953. Department 4X was the experimental lab, Clara said. Only 50 men worked there. Elite technicians, high clearance. She pulled another sheet of paper, a list of death certificates she'd spent 6 months compiling from county courthouses in Pennsylvania. "Out of those 50 men," Clara said, her voice trembling slightly, 38 are dead. Thomas's eyes widened. 38? In 4 years? Was there an explosion? No, Clara said. That's the thing. No accident reports, no fires. They just died. She laid the death certificates out like a solitaire game. John Miller, age 32, leukemia. Peter Rosinski, age 29, bone marrow failure. Samuel Cohen, age 35, multiple aggressive tumours. Thomas looked at the causes of death. He went pale. These aren't steel mill injuries, he whispered. This looks like... Radiation poisoning, Clara finished. The room went deadly silent. The hum of the ventilation system seemed to get louder. Radiation, Thomas hissed. But Vance makes steel. They don't handle nuclear material. The Atomic Energy Commission controls all fissile isotopes. That's what the public thinks, Clara said. But look at the shell casing analysis from the Korean War. The Vance anti-tank rounds. They are using depleted uranium for the penetrators. It's heavy. It's hard. And it's radioactive. She stood up, pacing the small room. Leo Vance didn't just sell out his workers to silica dust. He's been processing radioactive waste in the middle of Pittsburgh without safety shielding. He's poisoning his own elite workforce to save money on protective gear. If this is true, Thomas stammered, this is bigger than an antitrust violation. This is criminal negligence on a massive scale. It's murder. It's worse than murder, Clara said grimly. It's a cover-up. Look at the medical fund again. She pointed to the fine print on the settlement checks. Every one of these dying men signed a non-disclosure agreement to get their medical bills paid. The Vance doctors treated them for anemia and exhaustion. They never told the men they were radioactive. They let them go home to their wives and children while they were still ticking. Clara slammed the ledger shut. The sound echoed like a gunshot. He turned his workers into batteries, Clara whispered, her eyes burning with a fury. He used them up and threw them away. What do we do? Thomas asked. We can't subpoena this. The Atomic Energy Act of 1946 makes all nuclear data classified. If we try to expose this, they'll arrest us for leaking state secrets. Clara walked to her filing cabinet. She unlocked the bottom drawer and pulled out a fresh manila folder. She wrote a name on the tab. Project Icarus. We don't subpoena the nuclear data, Clara said, a dangerous smile touching her lips. We subpoena the money. The money? Leo Vance is arrogant, Clara said. He thinks he's above the law. But he's still a businessman. To hide a radioactive leak, you have to buy silence. You have to bribe inspectors. You have to launder the waste disposal costs. She handed the folder to Thomas. Find the laundry, Thomas. Find where he buried the waste costs. If we can prove financial fraud on a government contract, the IRS can do what the FBI is too scared to do. Thomas looked at the folder, then at Clara. He saw the woman who had lost her father, her uncle, and her home to the Vance Empire. You're going to burn him down, aren't you? Thomas asked. No, Clara said, turning off the desk lamp. I'm going to watch him fly into the sun. I'm just going to melt the wax. Vance Armament Research Division, Pittsburgh, Department 4X. The clean room. 300 miles away from Clara's investigation, Leo Vance stood behind a 3-inch thick lead glass window. Inside the sealed chamber, men in heavy white hazardous material suits were assembling the guidance nose of a missile. They moved clumsily, like deep-sea divers, their breath fogging their faceplates. The exposure levels are climbing again. Mr. Vance, said Mr. Gable, the director of safety. He was sweating, clutching a clipboard to his chest. The Geiger counters are reading 500 millirems per hour near the assembly bench. We need to rotate the crews every 20 minutes. We need more lead shielding. Leo didn't look at Gable. He watched the workers. One of them dropped a wrench. It clattered on the floor. The man struggled to bend down in his heavy suit to pick it up. Clumsy, Leo whispered. It's not clumsiness, sir, Gable argued. It's the suits. They are heavy. The men are exhausted, and they are scared. They know about Miller. They know about Cohen. They are well compensated, Leo said coldly, and their medical bills are covered. Money doesn't stop isotopes from destroying DNA. Leo, Gable snapped, forgetting his place. If the Atomic Energy Commission does a surprise inspection, they will shut us down. You are burning through personnel faster than we can hire them. It is unsustainable. Leo turned slowly to face Gable. His eyes were devoid of empathy. They were calculating, like the lens of a camera. You're right, Gable, Leo said. The biological component is the weak link in the chain. Flesh is inefficient. It absorbs radiation. It tires. It makes mistakes. He pressed a button on the intercom. "Clear the room," Leo ordered. Inside the chamber, the workers looked up, confused. The red strobe lights began to flash. They dropped their tools and shuffled out of the airlock. "What are you doing?" Gable asked. "Solving the problem," Leo said. He walked to a control panel. It was a new installation, a bank of switches labelled Project Icarus, Prototype. Leo flipped the master switch. Inside the sealed room, the floor panels opened. Rising from the subfloor was not a man. It was an arm, a hydraulic, articulated arm made of stainless steel and chrome. It hummed with the sound of electric servos. It didn't wear a suit. It didn't need air. Leo manipulated a joystick on the console. The robotic arm moved with terrifying speed and precision. Its metal claws grabbed the uranium core of the missile guidance system. It didn't shake. It didn't drop it. It slotted the radioactive component into place with a click that was audible even through the glass. Click. Whir. Click. "My God," Gable whispered. "Automation. It doesn't get cancer," Leo said, watching the machine work. "It doesn't ask for a raise. It doesn't sue me." He turned to Gable. "You are fired, mister. Gable." "What?" "I don't need a safety director anymore," Leo said, "because I don't intend to have any humans in this room by next month." "You can't replace everyone," Gable stammered, backing away. "Machines can't think." "They don't need to think," Leo said, turning back to the glass. "They just need to obey." Gable fled the room, terrified by the cold logic of his employer. Leo stood alone in the observation deck. He watched the metal arm working in the radioactive bath. The blue glow of the isotopes reflected in his eyes. He placed his hand on the cold glass. "Perfect," Leo whispered. He had finally removed the last trace of humanity from the equation. He had built a workforce that was made in his own image, hard, cold, and immortal. But he didn't know that 300 miles away, a woman with a ledger was about to prove that even gods could bleed. Chapter 31, Project Icarus. September 1957, Vance Proving Grounds, Nevada Desert. The sun beat down on the white salt flats, bleaching the world into a blinding canvas of emptiness. 3 miles away from the observation bunker, a sleek silver needle stood erect on a concrete pad, the Vance Icarus II. It was not just a missile, it was an autonomous retaliatory weapon. Inside the reinforced bunker, the air was conditioned to a frigid temperature. A dozen generals, senators, and Pentagon officials stood behind a thick glass wall, sweating in their uniforms. Leo Vance stood at the console. He was 43. He looked like a statue carved from obsidian. He didn't look at the missile. He looked at the bank of computers, massive rotating tape drives and blinking vacuum tubes that lined the wall. "Gentlemen, does..." Leo's voice echoed in the bunker. "For 5,000 years, warfare has been limited by one fatal flaw, the hesitation of the human soldier." He gestured to the computer. "Fear, morality, fatigue, these are biological errors. Today, we eliminate them." "Are you saying there is no operator?" Senator Russell asked, looking at the empty chair in front of the firing controls. "The computer is the operator," Leo said. "It tracks the radar signature. It calculates the trajectory, and it decides when to fire." "It decides?" General LeMay grunted. "You're giving a machine the authority to kill?" "I'm giving it the authority to be efficient," Leo corrected. He flipped a switch on the wall. System active. The lights on the mainframe went from amber to red. The tape drive spun faster. Whir click whir. "Target simulation active," Leo announced. "Drone aircraft inbound, Mach 1. High above the desert, a remote-controlled target drone screamed across the sky. The generals watched the radar screen. The blip was moving fast. "Reaction time?" LeMay asked. "Watch," Leo said. He didn't touch a button. He stepped back from the console, folding his arms. The computer hummed. It processed the radar data. It calculated the intercept. Clack. A relay tripped. 3 miles away, the silo cover blasted open. A plume of fire erupted from the desert floor. The Icarus missile shot into the sky, accelerating at 20 Gs. It left a vapor trail that looked like a scar on the blue heaven. The computer continued to track. It sent course corrections to the missile via radio link. Boom. A tiny fireball blossomed in the high atmosphere. The target drone was vaporized. Total elapsed time 12 seconds. The bunker was silent. The generals were stunned. It was too fast. No human gunner could have tracked that. "My God," Senator Russell whispered. "It doesn't miss." "It is mathematically incapable of missing," Leo said. He turned off the system. The red lights died. "We will take 500 units, General LeMay said, his voice hungry. "We'll put them in Germany," pointed at Moscow. "Delivery begins in January," Leo said. "The price is in the dossier. It is non-negotiable." Underscore 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 1 hour later. The VSIPs had left. The limousines kicked up dust as they headed back to the airfield. Leo remained in the bunker. He dismissed the technicians. He wanted to be alone with his creation. He poured a glass of water. His hand shook. Just a tremor. He looked at the computer banks. They were silent now, sleeping. "You did well," Leo whispered to the machine. He touched the cold metal of the console. He expected to feel a surge of triumph. This was it. The apex. He had replaced the soldier. He had replaced the hero. He had even replaced himself. But he didn't feel triumph. He felt a sharp, sudden pain in the centre of his chest. Leo gasped, dropping the glass. It shattered on the concrete floor. He gripped the console, his knuckles white. Heart attack, he thought. Like Bishop? Like Kovac? He waited. He breathed. The pain subsided, leaving a dull, hollow ache. It wasn't his heart. It was the silence. He looked around the empty bunker. There was no one to congratulate him. No Eleanor to critique the efficiency. No Clara to scream at the morality. No Leo to draw a picture of it. There was just him and the machine. He looked at his reflection in the dark monitor of the radar screen. The face looking back was a stranger. A man who had sold his soul to build a god made of wire and tube. "Is this it?" Leo asked the empty room. The computer fans whirred in response. A low, monotonous drone. Leo walked to the shattered glass on the floor. He didn't call a janitor. He knelt down and began to pick up the shards himself. A piece of glass cut his finger. A single drop of bright red blood welled up. Leo stared at it. It seemed alien in this sterile, grey world. "Still human," he muttered with disgust. He wiped the blood on his expensive handkerchief and stood up. He walked to the exit, leaving the bunker to the machines. They didn't need him anymore. They just needed the electricity. And as he stepped out into the blinding desert sun, Leo Vance realised the terrible truth of his victory. He had built a world where he was no longer necessary. The Vance estate. Midnight. The house was vast. A Gothic revival mansion filled with art Leo didn't understand and furniture he never used. Leo sat in the library. Across from him sat Victoria, a debutante from one of Philadelphia's oldest steel families. She was 25, beautiful, and shivering in her silk evening gown. On the table between them lay a contract. "I don't understand, Leo," Victoria said, her voice trembling. "You want to schedule it?" "It is efficient," Leo said, tapping his finger on the document. "We marry in October. Conception by December. The heir is born in September. You will receive a trust fund of $10 million. I will receive a son." He looked at her expectantly. "It is a merger. Victoria. Our bloodlines are compatible. Your family needs capital. I need a successor." Victoria stood up. She looked at the handsome, wealthy man before her. She'd come here thinking he was a catch. Now, she looked at him as if he were a reptile. "You haven't asked me a single question about myself," she whispered. "You don't want a wife. You want an incubator." "I want reliability," Leo corrected. "Love is a variable I cannot control. Contracts are binding." Victoria backed away toward the door. "You're cold, Leo," she said. "My father said you were tough, but he was wrong. You're dead inside." She turned and ran. The heavy oak doors slammed shut. Boom. Leo sat alone in the library. He didn't chase her. He didn't feel rejected. He just felt annoyed. "Inefficient," he muttered. He picked up the contract and dropped it into the wastebasket. Underscore 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 Allegheny Cemetery. 2 a.m. The fog was rolling off the river, wrapping around the granite obelisks and weeping angels of the graveyard. Leo's black Rolls-Royce was parked on the gravel path. He stood in front of the Vance family mausoleum. It was a massive structure of black marble, darker than the night itself. Eleanor Vance, 1892 to 1948. Ironmaster Leo ran his gloved hand over the cold stone letters. "I tried, Mother," Leo said to the grave. "I tried to secure the line. But the human element, it resists." He looked at his own hand. He flexed his fingers. He felt the arthritis beginning to creep into his joints, a legacy of the damp foundry floors of his youth. He felt the slow, inevitable decay of his own biology. "I built it today," Leo told her. "Icarus? It thinks, it acts. It doesn't need sleep. It doesn't need love. It is perfect." He leaned his forehead against the cold marble door of the tomb. "I envy it," he whispered, a confession he would never make to a living soul. "If a gear breaks in Icarus, I replace it. If a wire frays, I solder it. It can live forever. But me," he laughed, a dry, bitter sound in the fog. "I am made of meat and bone. I am rotting, Mother, just like you." He stepped back. He adjusted his coat. "If I cannot leave a son," Leo declared to the silence, "then I will leave a system. A system so perfect that it doesn't need an heir. It will run itself." He turned and walked back to the car. "I will become the ghost in the machine." He drove away, leaving the dead behind. He had work to do. If he couldn't create life, he would perfect death. Chapter 32, The Leak. March 1958. The Safe House, a rented apartment in Alexandria. Virginia, the walls were covered in maps. Maps of Pittsburgh. Maps of transit routes. Maps of cancer clusters. Clara Kovach stood in the centre of the room, holding a cigarette that had burned down to the filter. "We have the money trail," Thomas said, pacing the floor. He held a sheaf of bank statements. "Vance Armament pays a subsidiary called Phoenix Disposal $50,000 a month for sanitation services. Phoenix Disposal has no office, no employees, just a box in Jersey and a fleet of 4 trucks." "Where do the trucks go?" Clara asked. "That's the strange part," Thomas said. "They don't go to the designated nuclear waste sites in Nevada. They don't go to the ocean." He pinned a red string on the map of Pittsburgh. "They go to Hazelwood." Clara froze. "Hazelwood? That's a residential district. That's where the workers live. That's where I used to live." Specifically," Thomas pointed to a new development on the map. "They go to the construction site of the Vance Garden Estates, the new affordable housing project Leo Vance is building for his employees." Clara felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty window. "He's not shipping the waste out," she whispered. "He's burying it. He's pouring it into the concrete foundations of the houses he's renting to his own people. "It's evil," Thomas said, his voice shaking. "It's perfect evil." "He saves on shipping costs, and he gets rent money from the victims." "We need proof," Clara said. "Paper trails aren't enough for a grand jury. We need a witness who drove one of those trucks." "I found one," Thomas said. "Bill Henderson. He drove for Phoenix for 2 years and he quit last month." "Where is he?" "Mercy Hospital," Thomas said grimly. "Oncology ward, stage 4. Underscore 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 Mercy Hospital, Pittsburgh, room 402. The room smelled of antiseptic and rotting fruit. The man in the bed looked like he was 80, but the chart said he was 42. His hair was gone. His skin was translucent, covered in purple lesions. Bill Henderson opened his eyes when Clara entered. They were yellow. "Mr. Henderson?" Clara asked softly. "I'm Clara Kovach. I'm with the Senate subcommittee." Bill tried to laugh, but it turned into a wet, rattling cough. "The Senate," he wheezed. "You're a little late, lady. Unless you can subpoena the tumour in my liver." "I can't save you, Bill," Clara said honestly, sitting by the bed. "But I can punish the man who did this." Bill looked at the ceiling. "Vance, the Iron God. Tell us about the runs," Clara said. "Tell us about the barrels." "Blue mud," Bill whispered. "That's what we called it. Heavy stuff. Sludge from the missile labs. We loaded it at midnight. No lights, just flashlights." "And where did you take it?" Thomas asked. "Notebook ready." "The housing project," Bill said. Tears leaked from his yellow eyes. "The foreman? He told us it was fill. Just gravel to level the ground. But the barrels were warm. Even in winter, they were warm." He gripped Clara's hand. His grip was weak, like a child's. "We poured it into the trenches before they laid the concrete slabs, right under the living rooms, right under the nurseries." Clara closed her eyes. She imagined the children playing on those floors, absorbing the poison through their feet day after day, year after year. "Did you keep a log?" Clara asked. "Did you write down the dates?" "Company policy was to burn the logs," Bill said. Clara's heart sank. Without records, it was just the word of a dying man against a billion-dollar corporation. "But," Bill wheezed, "I didn't burn mine. I kept them, for insurance." "Where are they?" "Bill?" "My locker," Bill gasped, "at the bus depot." "Locker 305. The combination is my daughter's birthday, 0512. He looked at Clara with a desperate intensity. "My daughter. She lives in one of those houses. She's pregnant." Clara squeezed his hand. "I will get her out," Clara promised. "I will get them all out." Bill nodded. He closed his eyes. The effort of speaking had drained the last of his battery. "Get the book," he whispered. "Nail the bastard." Underscore 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 1 hour later. The bus depot. Clara stood in front of locker 305. The metal was dented, covered in graffiti. She turned the dial. 0512. Click. The door swung open. Inside, sitting on top of a greasy pair of overalls, was a black spiral-bound notebook. Clara picked it up. She opened it. It was all there. March 3rd, 1955. Pick up, Dep 4X. Load, 20 barrels. Drop, Block C. Foundation 4, April 10th, 1955. Pick up, Dep 4X. Load, 15 barrels. Drop, Block D, schoolyard. Thomas looked over her shoulder. He read the entry about the schoolyard. He looked like he was going to be sick. "We have him," Thomas whispered. "This puts him in the electric chair." Clara closed the book. She held it to her chest like a shield. "No," Clara said. "The chair is too quick. We're going to put him in a cage. We're going to put him on display." She looked out at the busy depot, at the people of Pittsburgh going about their lives, unaware that they were walking on graves. "Call the senator," Clara ordered. "Tell him to schedule the hearing, and tell him to make sure the television cameras are rolling. Vance Tower, the penthouse." Leo Vance stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the city. From this height, the people were invisible. The cars were just corpuscles flowing through the arteries of a concrete organism. The intercom buzzed. It was Cale, his chief of security, a man who made the late Mr. Bishop look like a humanitarian. "Sir!" Cale's voice was metallic over the speaker. "Surveillance confirms it. Kovacs met with Henderson at Mercy Hospital." She then proceeded to the bus depot. She retrieved a package from locker 305. Leo didn't blink. He watched a barge moving slowly down the Monongahela River, carrying coal to his furnaces. "Did you intercept her?" Leo asked. "Negative," Cale replied. "She was met by federal marshals at the depot. She's in protective custody. They have the book." Leo pressed the button to cut the connection. He walked to the architectural model of the Vance Garden Estates displayed on a pedestal in the corner of the room. It was a perfect miniature world. Tiny white houses with tiny green lawns. Tiny plastic children playing on the swings. He reached out and touched the miniature schoolhouse. He didn't feel guilt. He felt the annoyance of an engineer who discovers a stress fracture in a support beam. "Henderson," Leo murmured. "A loose bolt." "Oh." He picked up the black telephone. He dialed the direct line to Thaddeus Stone, who was now the managing partner of the law firm. "Stone," Leo said, "initiate the Phoenix Protocol." On the other end of the line, the lawyer hesitated. "Sir, that requires the liquidation of the subsidiary. It will trigger an automatic IRS audit." "Do it," Leo ordered. Phoenix Disposal never existed as a Vance entity. It was a rogue contractor. Falsify the subcontracts. Backdate the termination letters to 1954, claim that we were unaware of their disposal methods. "And the waste?" Stone asked. "The radiation readings at the housing site?" "Blame the contractor," Leo said smoothly. "We paid them to take it to Nevada. If they dumped it in the foundation to save fuel, that is their crime, not ours. We are victims of fraud. Stone, that is the narrative." "It's a thin defense, Leo," Stone warned. "The Senate will tear it apart." "They have the driver's notebook." "Let them have the notebook," Leo said. "It proves Henderson drove the truck. It doesn't prove I ordered the route." He looked back at the miniature city. "Prepare the press release. We are shocked and appalled by the contractor's negligence. We pledge full cooperation. And offer to buy back the houses at 110% market value." "Buying them back?" "It's cheaper than a lawsuit," Leo said. "And it makes us look like saviours." He hung up. He stared at the plastic model again. The perfect little town built on a bed of poison. He picked up the tiny plastic schoolhouse. He crushed it between his thumb and forefinger. It snapped easily. Leo dropped the broken pieces into the trash can. He wasn't afraid of the Senate. He wasn't afraid of Clara Kovacs. They were operating on emotions, anger, justice, pity. Leo operated on logic, and logic dictated that America needed missiles more than it needed justice. He walked to his reflection in the glass window. He straightened his tie. "Come for me, Clara," Leo whispered to the city below. "But remember, you can't put a god in handcuffs." Chapter 33. The Senate Hearing. October 15th, 1958. The Senate Caucus Room, Russell Senate Office Building, Washington, D.C. The room was a cauldron of heat and noise. 50 reporters were crammed into the press gallery. Television cameras from CBS, NBC and ABC were positioned like artillery pieces, their heavy lenses trained on the witness table. The air smelled of flashbulbs and nervous sweat. Seated at the long mahogany dais were 7 senators. In the centre sat Senator Estes Kiefover, the chairman. Behind him, seated discreetly in the shadows like a grandmaster controlling the board, was Clara Kovac. At the witness table, sitting alone, was Leo Vance. He wore a dark blue suit, a white shirt, and a tie the colour of dried blood. He didn't bring a lawyer. He didn't bring notes. He sat with his hands folded on the table, looking utterly bored. Bang, bang, bang. Senator Kiefover struck the gavel. "The committee will come to order," Kiefover drawled, his Tennessee accent thick and slow. "Mr. Vance, you're aware that you're under oath?" "I am aware," Leo said. His voice was calm, picked up perfectly by the microphone. "Mr. Vance," Kiefover began, adjusting his glasses. "We've heard testimony from Mr. Henderson regarding the illegal dumping of radioactive waste in the Hazelwood residential district. We have documents showing that Phoenix Disposal, a company you paid, buried 400 barrels of uranium-238 under a school playground." Kiefover leaned forward. "Did you order this disposal, Mr. Vance?" "Senator," Leo said, looking directly at the camera. "I manage a corporation of 50,000 employees. I signed 10,000 contracts a year. I hired Phoenix Disposal to remove industrial byproducts. If they chose to violate federal safety laws to increase their profit margin, that is a matter for the FBI, not for me. I am a victim of their fraud, just like the residents of Hazelwood." "A victim?" Kiefover scoffed. "You own the land, Mr. Vance. You built the houses. You expect us to believe you didn't know what was going into the foundation?" "I am an engineer, senator, not a bricklayer," Leo replied smoothly. "I do not inspect every shovel of dirt." Clara leaned forward and whispered into Kiefover's ear. She handed him a piece of paper. Kiefover read it. His eyes narrowed. "Mr. Vance," Kiefover said, his voice hardening. "Let us talk about the byproduct. You call it waste. But according to this manifest..." He waved the paper Clara gave him. "The material in those barrels was not waste. It was depleted uranium shavings from the Project Icarus prototype." Leo didn't flinch, but his eyes shifted slightly toward Clara. "It is classified material, Senator," Leo warned. "Not anymore," Kiefover said. "The Atomic Energy Commission has confirmed that this specific isotope is pyrophoric. It burns when exposed to air. If one of those barrels corrodes and leaks..." "The playground doesn't just get radioactive. It catches fire!" The room gasped. The reporters scribbled furiously. "You buried a firebomb under an elementary school," Kiefover accused. "To save... what? $40,000 in shipping costs?" "To save time," Leo said. The room went silent. "Time?" Kiefover asked. "Excuse me?" Leo stood up. He wasn't supposed to stand, but his presence was so commanding that no one told him to sit. "In 1955, the Soviet Union tested their first megaton-class hydrogen bomb," Leo said. His voice rose, filling the room. "The Pentagon gave me a deadline. They needed the Icarus interceptor system operational in 18 months. 18 months, Senator, to invent a technology that didn't exist." He walked around the table, approaching the dais. "If I'd followed your safety protocols, if I'd shipped the waste to Nevada, if I'd waited for the permits, the project would have been delayed by 6 months. He pointed a finger at the cameras. 6 months where American skies were undefended. 6 months where Khrushchev could have turned New York into ash. "So you poisoned your own workers to beat the Russians?" Kiefover shouted. "I made a calculation," Leo roared back, slamming his hand on the witness table. Wham! The sound echoed like a gunshot. "War is a calculation of acceptable loss," Leo stated, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. "I sacrificed 50 men in a lab. I risked a few acres of soil in Hazelwood. And, in exchange, I gave you the shield that lets you sleep at night." He looked at the senators, then at the terrified audience. "You drag me here. You call me a monster. You judge me with your peacetime morality. But when the air raid sirens go off, when the sky turns red, you won't care about the barrels in the ground. You will only pray that my missiles work." He straightened his jacket. "I did not poison America, Senator. I inoculated it." The silence in the room was absolute. It was the silence of people who had just seen the face of the devil and realised that he was the only one guarding the gate. Klara Kovacs stared at him from the shadows. She looked sick. She knew he had won. He hadn't denied the crime. He had just convinced the world that the crime was necessary. "Mister." "Chairman," Leo said softly, returning to his seat, "I have a flight to catch. Unless you intend to arrest the man who builds your defences." Kiefer sat frozen, the gavel heavy in his hand. He looked at the cameras. He knew the politics. He couldn't arrest Leo Vance. Not now. Not when the Cold War was freezing over. "This hearing is..." "Recessed," Kiefer whispered. Bang! A weak hollow sound. Leo Vance stood up. He walked out of the room, parting the sea of reporters like a shark swimming through a school of fish. He had committed perjury, manslaughter, and fraud, and he had walked away to applause. The hallway outside the caucus room was vast, lined with marble pillars and statues of dead statesmen. Leo dismissed his lawyers with a wave of his hand. He wanted to walk to his car alone. The adrenaline of the hearing was fading, replaced by the familiar cold hum of victory. "You were good," a voice said. Leo stopped. He didn't turn around immediately. He adjusted his cufflinks. "Klara," he said. He turned. Klara Kovacs was leaning against a pillar. She looked tired. The fluorescent lights above hummed, casting deep shadows under her eyes. She held her purse with both hands, looking less like a prosecutor and more like a mourner at a funeral. "You should have been an actor, Leo," Klara said softly. "The way you talked about inoculating the country." "For a moment, even I believed you." "It wasn't a performance," Leo said, walking slowly toward her. "It is the truth. The world is a dangerous place. I just build the walls." "No." Klara shook her head. "You didn't win in there because you were right. You won because you scared them. You reminded them that without you, they are naked." "Fear is a tool," Leo said. "Just like steel, just like uranium. If you use it correctly, you can build empires." He stopped a few feet from her. "Go home, Klara. You tried to use the law, but the law doesn't apply to gravity, and it doesn't apply to Vance armament. We're a force of nature now." Klara looked at him. She didn't look angry. She looked at him with a profound, crushing pity. "That's what you think, isn't it?" she whispered. "You think you are the master of the machine." "I am the machine," Leo corrected. "No," Klara said. "You are just the biological component, and you are getting old. Leo, I saw your hand shake when you drank the water." Leo stiffened. He hid his hand in his pocket. Klara stepped closer. "Your Project Icarus. The automated defense system. You said it was perfect because it lacks human hesitation." "It is," Leo said. "That is why it will destroy you," Klara said. "A human soldier has loyalty. A human soldier knows the difference between a master and an enemy. But a computer only knows inputs and outputs." She looked deep into his eyes. "You built a god that doesn't know your name, Leo. It doesn't care that you created it. It doesn't care about your profits. If you ever become an inefficiency in its algorithm, it will delete you just as easily as it deletes a Russian bomber." Leo laughed. A short, sharp bark. "Is that your threat? The robots are coming for me?" "It's not a threat," Klara said, turning to walk away. "It's a diagnosis." She stopped at the stairs. "Enjoy your victory, Leo. It's the last one you will ever have." She descended the stairs, her footsteps fading into the echo of the Capitol. Leo stood alone in the marble corridor. He looked at his hand. He pulled it out of his pocket. It was trembling again. Just a slight flutter of the nerves. "Inefficient," Leo muttered. He made a fist, forcing the shaking to stop. Then he turned and walked toward the exit, where the flashbulbs were waiting to worship him. But as he walked, the silence of the hallway seemed to stretch out behind him, long and cold, like the shadow of a missile falling on the world. Chapter 34. The Embargo February 10th, 1961, Department of Justice. Washington, D.C. The room was panelled in dark walnut. The portrait of George Washington stared down disapprovingly from the wall. Leo Vance sat at the end of the long table. He was 47 now. His sharkskin suit was immaculate, his hair combed back with severe precision. He looked less like a businessman and more like a visiting head of state. At the other end of the table sat the new Attorney General, Robert Bobby Kennedy. He was young, shirt sleeves rolled up, eyes burning with the zeal of a crusader. He didn't look at Leo with awe. He looked at him with disgust. "Let's cut the pleasantries, Van," Kennedy said, sliding a document across the polished wood. "This is Executive Order 10995, signed by the President this morning." Leo didn't pick it up. He glanced at the title upside down. Restriction of Strategic Exports. "An embargo?" Leo asked, amused. "A quarantine?" Kennedy corrected. "Effective immediately. Vance Armament is prohibited from exporting any guidance technology, missile components, or fissile material to foreign entities. Your contracts with France are void. Your deals with West Germany are void. Your pending sale to Israel is cancelled." "Those are sovereign allies," Leo said calmly. "They are unstable," Kennedy snapped. "We are trying to de-escalate the arms race, Vance. And we can't do that while you're selling matchsticks to pyromaniacs in every capital from Paris to Tel Aviv. This will cost my company $400 million a quarter," Leo calculated instantly. "It is a breach of free trade. It's the law." Kennedy leaned forward, his hands flat on the table. "And if you violate it, if a single microchip leaves a US port, I will indict you personally. I will freeze your domestic assets. I will seize the Vance Tower." Leo finally touched the document. He picked it up. He read the dense legal language. It was thorough. They had closed every loophole. He set the paper down. "You're playing a dangerous game, Mr. Attorney General." "I'm not playing," Kennedy said. "The era of the robber barons is over. You answer to the United States government." Leo stood up. He walked to the window, looking out at the Justice Department courtyard. "Do you know how the Icarus system works, Bobby?" Leo asked softly. "I know it defends our airspace," Kennedy said. "I know we paid you $6 billion for it." "You paid for the hardware," Leo corrected. "The silos, the missiles, the radar dishes. But the brain is leased." He turned back to the room. "The Icarus Central Computer in Nevada requires a handshake protocol every 24 hours. It receives an encrypted signal from Vance Tower in Pittsburgh. A keep alive ping. It tells the system that the command structure is intact." Kennedy frowned. "What happens if it doesn't get the ping?" "The system assumes that the command center has been destroyed by an enemy strike, Leo explained. "It enters fail-safe mode." "What is fail-safe mode?" Kennedy asked, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. "It locks down," Leo said. "The radar goes dark. The firing circuits disengage. The silo doors seal shut. The entire United States nuclear shield becomes $1 trillion worth of concrete paperweights." Leo checked his platinum watch. "The next ping is scheduled for 12 p.m. in exactly 40 minutes. Kennedy stood up slowly. His face went pale. "Are you telling me? You have a kill switch on the American nuclear arsenal?" "I call it a maintenance protocol," Leo smiled. "But yes, if you enforce this embargo, if you freeze my assets, my engineers cannot send the signal. The system dies at noon." "That is blackmail," Kennedy whispered. "That is high treason." "It is a contract dispute," Leo said coldly. "You want to stop my exports? Fine. But if I cannot sell to the world, I cannot afford to maintain your shield." He walked toward the door. "You have 30 minutes to rescind the executive order, Mr. Attorney General, or you can explain to the President why he is suddenly blind to Soviet bombers." "You won't get away with this," Kennedy shouted. "We will send the army to Pittsburgh. We will force you to send the signal." Leo stopped at the door. "You can take the building," Leo said. "But the code is in my head, and I don't react well to torture." He opened the door. "Tick-tock. Bobby, underscore 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 11:55 a.m. The Oval Office. The White House. The phone on the president's desk rang. It was the Red Line. President John F. Kennedy picked it up. He listened for a moment. He looked at his brother, who was standing by the fireplace, looking defeated. "He's serious?" the president asked. "The technicians at NORAD confirm it," Bobby said quietly. "The Icarus screens are starting to flicker. The diagnostic lights are turning amber. If he doesn't send the code in 5 minutes, the whole system shuts down." The president closed his eyes. He rubbed his temples. He was the most powerful man on Earth, and he was being held hostage by a man who made steel. "We can't risk it," the president whispered. "Not with Berlin heating up." "We can't be defenseless for even an hour," he spoke into the phone. "Rescind the order. Tell the Justice Department to stand down. Lift the embargo." He slammed the receiver down. "Get him out of here," the president hissed. "Find a way to kill that company. Bobby. I don't care how. Just kill it. Underscore 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 12:01 p.m. Vance Tower. Pittsburgh. Leo sat in his chair. The teletype machine chattered. Justice dept. Order 10995 rescinded. Assets unfrozen. Export licenses restored. Leo didn't cheer. He didn't smile. He simply reached out and pressed a single button on his desk console. Beep. The signal was sent. The handshake was complete. The machine god had granted the United States another day of protection. Leo looked at the blinking green light. He had won. He was now more powerful than the president. But as he sat in the silence, he realized the circle was closing. He had made enemies of the people, Clara, the workers, the unions, and now the state itself. He was the king, but he was the king of a fortress under siege. Midnight, Lafayette Square, Washington, D.C., directly across from the White House. The rain was cold, turning the park benches into slick, black mirrors. Clara Kovacs sat on a bench, feeding stale bread to a few pigeons that were too stupid to seek shelter. She felt defeated. The news on the radio confirmed it. The Justice Department had dropped all restrictions on Vance armament. Leo had won, again. "You shouldn't be out here, Miss Kovacs," a voice said. "Pneumonia is a poor retirement plan." Clara didn't look up. A man in a beige trench coat sat down on the other end of the bench. He lit a cigarette, shielding the flame from the wind. "Are you FBI?" Clara asked tiredly. "Or did Leo send you to offer me a settlement check?" "Neither," the man said. He exhaled smoke. "My name is Sullivan. I work for the agency." "The CIA?" Clara scoffed. "You operate overseas. Leo Vance is a domestic problem." "Not anymore," Sullivan said. "When a man threatens to turn off the US nuclear shield to save his profit margin, he becomes a threat to national security. He's no longer a CEO. Miss Kovacs. He's a rogue state." Clara looked at him. His face was hard, scarred by wars she hadn't read about in the newspapers. "So arrest him," Clara said. "We can't," Sullivan replied. "He has the codes. If we arrest him, he triggers the failsafe. The country goes blind. We need the codes first." Sullivan reached into his coat and pulled out a thick envelope. He placed it on the wet bench between them. "We need to enter Vance Tower. We need to access the mainframe on the 40th floor and extract the source code for Icarus. Once we have control of the system, we can remove Mr. Vance permanently." Clara looked at the envelope. "Why tell me? You have spies. You have commandos. Vance Tower is a fortress," Sullivan explained. "It has automated turrets, pressure sensors, Thermal cameras? My men don't know the layout, but you do. He tapped the envelope. We pulled the blueprints from 1925. The original foundry tunnels. They run directly under the modern foundation. You lived in those tunnels during the strikes, didn't you? Clara remembered the damp, dark tunnels where she and the union organisers had hidden from the Pinkertons 30 years ago. The tunnels are flooded, Clara said, and they are sealed. We can unseal them, Sullivan said. But we need a guide. Someone who knows the old infrastructure. Someone who knows how Leo thinks. He looked at her. We don't want to sue him, Clara. That time is over. We want to unplug him. Clara looked at the White House across the street, glowing in the rain. Then she thought of the children in Hazelwood. She thought of Bill Henderson dying in a hospital bed. She thought of Leo, sitting on his throne, untouchable. She realised Sullivan was right. You don't fight a machine with a lawsuit. You fight it with a wrench. Clara picked up the envelope. It was heavy. I don't just want him unplugged, Clara said, her voice cold. I want to be there when the lights go out. Done, Sullivan said. He stood up and crushed his cigarette under his heel. Pack your bags, Miss Kovach. We're going to Pittsburgh. Underscore 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 Vance Tower. The penthouse. Leo stood in the centre of his command centre. The lights of the server banks blinked in a soothing rhythm. Green, green, green. He was safe. The government had backed down. The embargo was lifted. The money was flowing again. But as he looked at the vast, empty room, he felt a strange vibration, not from the floor, from the air itself. It was the feeling an animal gets before an earthquake. He walked to the window. He looked down at the dark streets of his city. They are coming, Leo whispered to himself. He didn't know who. He didn't know when. But he knew the logic of power. When you hold a king hostage, the king sends assassins. He turned back to the room. Computer, Leo said. The teletype rattled. Ready, activate internal defense grid, Leo ordered. Level 5, lethal force authorized. Confirmed. The steel shutters on the windows began to roll down, locking him inside his chrome cage. Let them come, Leo said, sitting in his chair as the room plunged into darkness, lit only by the electronic eyes of his creation. I am the machine god, and this is my temple. Chapter 35, The Siege of Silence. October 22nd, 1962. Vance Tower, the penthouse, the television set, a sleek console embedded in the chrome wall, flickered in black and white. President John F. Kennedy sat behind the resolute desk, his face grave. To halt this offensive build-up, a strict quarantine on all offensive military equipment under shipment to Cuba is being initiated. Leo Vance watched the broadcast. He was eating dinner, a nutrient paste from a tube and a glass of distilled water. He had fired the chef 3 months ago. He had fired the maids last week. The tower was empty. 30 floors of offices, completely vacant. The only sound in the building was the hum of the server banks on the 40th floor, and the rhythmic thump-thump of the automated ventilation. He's sweating, Leo said to the empty room. He walked to the main console of the Icarus interface. Analysis, Leo commanded. The computer voice was synthetic, devoid of gender, yet Leo heard a familiar cadence in it. Voice stress analysis, high, probability of Soviet retaliation, 68%. They are emotional creatures, Leo whispered, stroking the cold metal of the console. Kennedy, Khrushchev. They are governed by fear, by ego. He typed a command. A map of the world appeared on the giant screen. Red dots represented Soviet silos. Blue dots represented Vance silos. But we are not afraid, are we? The computer whirred. System status optimal, weapons armed. Leo smiled. It was a tight, rictus smile. His skin was pale from months without sunlight. His eyes were wide, unblinking. "You remind me of her," Leo said softly. "You remind me of Mother. She wanted to be iron, but she had lungs. She had blood. You're pure." He leaned his forehead against the screen. "If they launch," Leo whispered, "we will clean the world. We will burn away the biology, and only the silicon will remain." Underscore 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 the sub-basement. The old foundry tunnels, 100 feet below street level. It was pitch black. The air smelled of stagnant water and century-old coal dust. Klara Kovac waded through knee-deep sludge. She held a flashlight wrapped in red cellophane to minimize the light signature. Behind her was Sullivan and a team of 3 CIA tactical operatives. They carried suppressed submachine guns and satchel charges. "This is it," Klara whispered, stopping at a rusted iron bulkhead. "Sector 4 access. It leads to the ventilation shaft of the old blast furnace." "Are you sure?" Sullivan asked, checking his compass. "The blueprints show this as a dead end." "The blueprints lie," Klara said. "My uncle hid crates of rifles in here in 1928. It connects to the freight elevator shaft." She reached out and touched the rusted wheel of the door. It was fused shut by 30 years of oxidation. "Jenkins," Sullivan signalled. "Thermite." One of the operatives stepped forward. He applied a strip of burning paste to the hinges. Hiss. The metal glowed cherry red, then white. The hinges melted like wax. Sullivan kicked the door. Clang. It fell inward. A blast of cold, conditioned air hit them. "We're in," Sullivan said. "Switch to comms silence." They moved into the shaft. They were inside the beast now. Underscore 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 the penthouse. Beep. A red light flashed on Leo's console. Anomaly detected. Sector 4, sub-level. Pressure change. Leo stopped typing. He looked at the alert. "Rats?" he asked. "Negative. Thermal signature detected. Multiple targets." Leo stood up. He walked to the window. He couldn't see the ground through the fog and the rain, but he knew they were there. "The antibodies," Leo murmured. "The system is under attack." He didn't panic. He didn't call the police. The police were irrelevant. He walked to a panel on the wall marked Building Defense. "They think this is a building," Leo said to the computer. "They think it is made of bricks and mortar." He flipped a switch. Internal sensors active. On the screen, 5 heat signatures appeared in the basement schematic. They were moving toward the freight elevator. "Is that you, Klara?" Leo asked the screen. "Did you bring friends?" He watched the dots move. "Computer," Leo said. "Seal the elevator shafts. Vent the halon gas into the sub-basement. Unable to comply. Safety override active. Personnel detected." Leo frowned. "Override the safety. Authorization. Vance Alpha 1. Authorization confirmed. Venting gas." Leo watched the screen. In the basement, the gas would displace all the oxygen in 30 seconds. It was a fire suppression system, but it worked equally well on lungs. "Breathe deep," Leo whispered. Underscore 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 the freight elevator shaft. "Masks!" Sullivan screamed. "Gas!" A hissing sound erupted from the walls. White vapour poured into the confined space. Klara fumbled for her gas mask. Her hands were shaking. She took a breath before the seal was tight. It tasted metallic. Sharp. He knows we're here, Sullivan yelled through his mask. He's watching us. The elevator is dead, one of the operatives shouted. He cut the power. The stairs. Clara pointed to the service ladder. We have to climb. 40 floors. Move, Sullivan ordered. They began to climb. Above them, 40 stories of steel and hostility. And at the top, a madman with his finger on the button of the world. Leo watched them on the monitor. They were climbing. Persistent. Like cockroaches, Leo muttered. He sat back in his chair. The Cuban Missile Crisis was happening on the television. The Soviet ships were approaching the blockade line. But Leo didn't care about Cuba anymore. He had his own war to fight. Prepare the turrets on the 30th floor, Leo commanded. He picked up the spectroscope from his desk, the only object on the chrome surface. He looked through it at the flashing red lights of the alert. Dark lines, Leo whispered. They are all just dark lines waiting to be erased. The 30th floor landing. The kill box. Sullivan kicked open the door to the 30th floor. He was gasping for air, sweat soaking his trench coat. Clara was right behind him, clutching a .38 revolver she barely knew how to use. Clear, Sullivan signalled. They stepped into the hallway. It was lined with executive offices. The carpet was plush, deep red. Too quiet, the surviving CIA operative, Miller, whispered. Suddenly, the fluorescent lights overhead buzzed and turned the violent, strobe light red. Click whir. Panels in the ceiling dropped open. Get down. Sullivan screamed, tackling Clara to the carpet. 2 automated sentry guns, prototypes of the Vance phalanx system meant for battleships, descended on hydraulic arms. They didn't hesitate. They tracked the movement. Brut. The hallway exploded. The sound was deafening. Bullets shredded the drywall, the mahogany doors, the expensive paintings. It was a storm of lead. Miller didn't make it. He was cut in half before he could raise his weapon. His body hit the floor, blood spraying across the Employee of the Month plaque on the wall. Crawl! Sullivan yelled over the roar of the guns. Get to the blind spot under the sensors! Clara crawled. She dragged herself through the debris and the blood of the man who had just died to save her. She felt glass shards cutting her knees. She didn't scream. She just kept moving toward the stairwell door on the other side. This wasn't a building anymore. It was a machine that digested people. Underscore 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 the penthouse. Leo watched the carnage on the monitor. He ate a spoonful of nutrient paste. Target 3 eliminated, Leo noted. Ammunition expenditure, 400 rounds. Acceptable ratio. He looked at the surviving dots on the screen. Sullivan and Clara were pinned down, but they were tossing a smoke grenade. They were moving. They are persistent, Leo murmured. Like a virus. He turned to the Icarus mainframe. The lights were blinking faster now. The Cuban crisis on the TV was reaching a fever pitch. Soviet ships were slowing down, but the missiles were still armed. Computer, Leo said. Initiate the Prometheus protocol. Warning. Prometheus protocol will result in catastrophic core overload. Irreversible damage to facility. Do it, Leo ordered. If I cannot hold the temple, he whispered, looking at the blinking lights of his god, then I will burn it down. No one touches the code. No one touches my son. Protocol initiated? Core meltdown in T-minus 15 minutes. A deep, low rumble began to shake the floor. It wasn't the ventilation this time. It was the massive experimental reactor in the sub-basement, the power source for the building, beginning to uncouple its control rods. underscore 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 the 39th floor. The antechamber. Clara and Sullivan reached the top of the stairs. They were battered, bleeding, and deafened by the gunfire. Sullivan placed a satchel charge on the heavy steel blast doors that protected the penthouse. "This is the last door," Sullivan panted, wiping blood from his forehead. "When this blows, we rush him. Don't hesitate, Clara. If he reaches for a switch, you shoot him." Clara looked at the gun in her hand. It felt heavy. "He's my cousin," Clara whispered. "He's a madman with a nuke," Sullivan corrected. "Fire in the hole. Boom." The blast door buckled and fell inward with a screech of tearing metal. Smoke filled the air. Sullivan rushed in, weapon raised. "Federal agents, freeze!" Clara followed him into the smoke. The penthouse was dark, lit only by the hundreds of blinking red lights from the computer banks and the flickering black and white image of JFK on the wall. Leo Vance sat in his chrome chair in the centre of the room. He wasn't reaching for a weapon. He wasn't reaching for a switch. He was simply watching them. "You're late," Leo said calmly. "Step away from the console," Sullivan shouted, aiming his submachine gun at Leo's chest. "It doesn't matter," Leo smiled. He pointed to the countdown on the main screen. Core temp, critical. 14 o'clock, 13:59. "The building is a bomb, Agent Sullivan," Leo explained pleasantly. "And you are standing in the detonator." Clara stepped forward, emerging from the smoke. She looked at the man she used to know. "Leo," she said. "Turn it off." Leo looked at her. His eyes were glazed, distant. "I can't." "Clara," he said softly. "The machine has taken over. I'm just the operator. My shift is almost over." Chapter 36. Face to Face. Vance Tower. The penthouse. Countdown, 12 minutes. The red strobe light pulsed like a dying heart. The siren was a low, constant drone that vibrated in the teeth. Sullivan was frantic. He pushed Leo aside. Leo didn't resist. He just spun in his chair like a rag doll and hammered on the keyboard. "Override!" Sullivan screamed. "Abort! Control-Alt-Delete!" "Access denied," the synthetic voice chimed pleasantly. "Biometric mismatch. Unauthorized user." Sullivan pulled a knife from his boot. He jammed it into the circuit board exposed under the console. Sparks showered the room. The countdown didn't stop. 11:45. 11:44. "It's hardware locked," Sullivan yelled, backing away, his face pale. "The logic core is shielded. We can't stop it. We have to evacuate." "There is no evacuation," Leo said. He was inspecting a speck of dust on his sleeve. "The blast radius will be 3 miles. The fallout will cover the tri-state area." Sullivan grabbed Leo by the lapels of his suit. He jammed the barrel of his gun under Leo's chin. "Give me the code, you son of a bitch, or I blow your brains out right now." Leo looked at the gun. He looked at Sullivan's terrified eyes. "Do it," Leo whispered. "My heart rate is 60 beats per minute. Yours is 140. Who is the weak link here, Agent?" Sullivan cocked the hammer. His finger tightened on the trigger. "Stop!" Clara said. Her voice wasn't loud, but it cut through the panic. She stepped forward. She put her hand on Sullivan's gun and lowered it. "He wants you to shoot him," Clara said. "If he dies, the biometric lock seals forever. The bomb goes off." She turned to Leo. Leo was smiling. It was the smile of a man who had solved a difficult puzzle and was waiting for the applause. Clara walked to the desk. She picked up the sketchbook. The one Leo had kept in the vault. The one she'd seen when the CIA raided the safe. She opened it to the page with the drawing. "The Ironmaster." She held it up to his face. "Look at it, Leo." Leo turned his head away. "Childish scribbles. Irrelevant data." "Look at it," Clara shouted. She grabbed his face with her free hand, forcing him to look. Her fingers dug into his jaw. "You aren't the machine, Leo. You never were." She pointed to the tiny stick figures being eaten by the monster in the drawing. "You're him," Clara whispered. "You're the stick figure." "You're the food," Leo blinked. The glaze over his eyes cracked slightly. "I built it," Leo stammered. "I control the lightning. I held the president hostage." "You built a stove," Clara said brutally. "Very expensive, very complicated stove. And then you climbed inside and turned on the gas." She flipped the pages of the sketchbook. She found a drawing of Eleanor, a beautiful, jagged sketch of his mother. She died in a machine, Leo, because the power went out. Because she was just meat in a metal tube. Do you want to die like that? Just fuel for a fire? Leo looked at the drawing of his mother. He looked at the countdown on the giant screen. 8 o'clock. 7:59. The numbers weren't triumphant anymore. They looked finite. He looked around the room, the chrome, the glass, the blinking lights. Suddenly, the temple didn't look like a sanctuary. It looked like a tomb. A cold, lonely tomb where no one would ever visit him. He felt the shaking in his hand again. The Parkinsonian tremor he'd been hiding for a year. The flaw in the biological hardware. "I am alone," Leo whispered. "No," Clara said. She dropped the book and took his shaking hand in hers. Her skin was warm, rough, real. "You are not alone, Leo. I'm here. We're still the kids on the train. We're still running from the smoke." She squeezed his hand. "Don't let the machine win, Leo. Be the operator one last time." Leo looked at Clara. He saw the grey in her hair, the lines on her face, the scars of the battles he'd forced her to fight. He realised then that she was the only thing in the world that was real. The steel was a lie. The money was a lie. Only the pain was real. He took a deep breath. A shuddering, human breath. He turned to the console. "Computer," Leo said. His voice was cracked, weak. "Awaiting input. Authorized command transfer," Leo said. "User, Clara Kovac. Warning, user not recognized." "Override!" Leo roared, finding the voice that had commanded the foundry floor 30 years ago. "Authorization Vance 001. I'm the creator. Obey me." The lights flickered. The sirens paused. "Authorization accepted. Command transfer complete." Leo slumped in his chair, exhausted. He gestured to the keyboard. "It's yours, Clara," he whispered. "Turn it off." Clara didn't hesitate. She typed the command Sullivan had tried earlier. Abort. Prometheus protocol cancelled. Core stabilizing. The red strobe lights died. The countdown screen went black. The room was suddenly silent, save for the heavy breathing of 3 humans. Sullivan lowered his gun. He looked at Leo with a mixture of hatred and disbelief. "Secure him," Sullivan ordered, pulling out handcuffs. Leo didn't resist. He held out his wrists. They were thin, bony. He looked at Clara. "You were right," Leo said softly. "The lines, they absorb the light." He looked at the dark screen of Icarus. "I think I'm ready to be erased now." Sullivan tightened the handcuffs on Leo's wrists. Click, click. Leo didn't flinch. He just stared at the blank screen, his body sagging with the weight of gravity he had ignored for so long. Sullivan pressed his hand to his earpiece. Static crackled. "Eagle 1 to command. Package secured. Prometheus protocol neutralized." He listened. His eyes flicked toward Clara, then to Leo. His expression shifted from relief to something colder. "Something professional?" "Understood," Sullivan said. "Sanitizing the site." He lowered his hand. He looked at Clara. "You need to leave. Miss Kovac. Go down to the lobby. The containment team is waiting." "I'm staying," Clara said, standing protectively near Leo's chair. "He's my prisoner. I'm handing him over to the Senate." "There won't be a Senate hearing, Clara," Sullivan said. He raised his suppressed submachine gun. He didn't aim it at the door. He aimed it at the back of Leo's head. Clara froze. "What are you doing?" "He knows the nuclear launch codes for the entire NATO alliance," Sullivan explained, his voice devoid of emotion. "He knows the location of every black site from here to Turkey. We can't put him on a witness stand. It's a national security risk." "He surrendered," Clara screamed. "He's a loose end," Sullivan corrected. "Step away, Clara." "No." Clara threw herself between the gun and Leo. "You want him? You have to go through me." Sullivan sighed. He looked tired. "I was afraid you'd say that." He adjusted his aim. The barrel pointed directly at Clara's chest. Director McCone was clear. No witnesses, no leaks. Sullivan's finger tightened on the trigger. Leo, who'd been staring catatonically at the floor, saw the movement. He saw the calculation. Input, threat, target, Clara. The machine part of his brain, the part that calculated trajectories in microseconds, fired. Action. Leo lunged. He didn't lunge at Sullivan. He was too weak, too slow. He lunged at Clara. He slammed his shoulder into her, knocking her sideways just as the gun flashed. Thwip, thwip. 2 suppressed shots. They didn't hit Clara. They punched into Leo's chest. The impact threw him back against the chrome console. He slid down, smearing bright red blood over the sleek, expensive metal. "Leo!" Clara shrieked. Sullivan cursed. "Damn it!" He cycled the bolt of his weapon, stepping forward to finish the job. To put a final round in Leo's head and then deal with Clara. But Clara was faster. She didn't think. She didn't hesitate. She grabbed the .38 revolver she had dropped on the floor earlier. She rolled onto her back and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The unsuppressed shots were deafening in the enclosed space. Sullivan jerked. One bullet hit his vest. The second hit his throat. The CIA agent dropped his gun. He clutched his neck, gurgling, and fell backward over the railing of the command pit. Silence returned to the penthouse. Clara scrambled across the floor on her hands and knees. "Leo? Leo?" She reached him. He was sitting propped up against the mainframe of Icarus. His white shirt was soaking red, his breathing was wet, ragged. He looked at her. His eyes were clear. The madness was gone. The god was gone. There was just a dying man. "Inefficient," Leo wheezed, blood bubbling on his lips. "I miscalculated the trajectory." "Don't talk," Clara sobbed, pressing her hands against the wound to stop the bleeding. "Hold on. The medics are coming." Leo shook his head weakly. He reached out with a trembling, blood-stained hand. He didn't touch her face. He touched the computer console behind him. "Clara," he whispered. The core is safe. See," Clara said. "We stopped it." "No," Leo gasped. "The override. It requires a manual shutdown, or it recycles." He pointed a shaking finger at the screen. Prometheus protocol paused, resuming in 2 o'clock. "It wants to finish," Leo whispered. "It was designed to win." He looked at Clara. "Get out. Let me close the book." Chapter 37. The Meltdown. Vance Tower. The penthouse. Countdown 1:45. "Go!" Leo roared. It was a wet, gurgling sound. "I am not leaving you," Clara yelled, tearing a strip from her blouse to bind his chest. "We can take the elevator together. We can make it." "Inefficient," Leo whispered. He pushed her hands away. "Look at the screen. Clara. System error. Containment failure imminent. Blast radius. 3 miles. The reaction is cascading," Leo explained, his breath coming in shallow gasps. "If the core breaches, Hazelwood dies, Pittsburgh dies, half of Pennsylvania, comes a graveyard." He grabbed her wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, fueled by final adrenaline. Someone has to manually decouple the magnetic seals. Someone has to force the energy inward to make it implode instead of explode. Clara stared at him. She understood. It has to be done from here, she whispered, by the operator. Yes, Leo nodded. He dragged himself up. Using the console for support, he left a bloody handprint on the white plastic keys. I built this fire, Clara, Leo said softly. It is my responsibility to put it out. He reached out and hit a button on the wall. Ding! The private elevator doors slid open. Get in, Leo ordered. Clara hesitated. She looked at the dying man, at the chaos of the room, at the dead CIA agent. Leo, she said, tears streaming down her face. You don't have to die alone, Leo smiled. It was the first genuine, warm smile she'd seen on his face since they were children playing in the dirt. I'm not alone, he said. I have my ghosts. He shoved her. Hard. Clara stumbled backward into the elevator car. Leo slapped the panel on the wall. Lock down. The steel doors began to slide shut. Leo! Clara screamed, rushing forward. But the doors met with a heavy thud, sealing her out. Leo listened to the hum of the elevator motor as it descended. She was safe. The variable was removed. Countdown 0:59. Leo turned back to the room. The heat was rising. The air smelled of ozone and melting plastic. He dragged himself to the main chair. He sat down. He adjusted his tie, though it was ruined by blood. Computer, Leo said. Awaiting input. Cancel blast protocols, Leo commanded. Initiate the foundry sequence. Warning. Foundry sequence will collapse the building structure. Survival probability 0%. Execute, Leo said. Confirmed. Diverting power to internal support beams. Superheating. The floor began to vibrate violently. Deep within the bowels of the tower, the massive arc reactor flared. Instead of venting the radiation out, it began to melt the steel skeleton of the tower itself. Leo swiveled his chair to face the window. Below him, the lights of Pittsburgh were beautiful. The smoke from the mills, the headlights of the cars, the winding black ribbon of the river. He picked up the spectroscope from the desk. He held it up to his eye one last time. He looked at the city lights through the prism. No dark lines, Leo whispered. It's all light. Countdown 0:10. The glass of the windows began to crack from the heat. The chrome walls were warping. Leo closed his eyes. He didn't see the machine anymore. He didn't see the missiles. He saw a kitchen table. He saw a man with soot on his face reading a newspaper. He saw a woman with strong hands pouring soup. Silas? Eleanor? I'm coming home, Leo whispered. 003, 002, 001. Flash. A brilliant, blinding column of white light erupted from the penthouse. It didn't spread outward. It collapsed inward. The steel girders of the Vance Tower groaned, a sound like a dying leviathan, and then, in a terrifying display of physics, the top 10 floors of the building simply liquefied. They melted into a river of molten steel, flowing down into the core, burying the secrets, the codes, and the machine god in a tomb of solid slag. Underscore 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 ground level. Clara stumbled out of the elevator into the lobby just as the shockwave hit her. The glass doors shattered. Dust billowed out of the vents. She ran out into the street. Sirens were wailing. People were screaming, looking up at the sky. Clara turned and looked up. The top of the Vance Tower was gone. It had been sheared off, glowing cherry red in the night sky like a torch. It wasn't a mushroom cloud. It was a candle, a vigil. Clara fell to her knees on the wet pavement. She clutched the sketchbook to her chest, the only piece of Leo Vance that had escaped the fire. It began to rain, black rain, mixing with the ash. Goodbye, Ironmaster, she whispered. and in the silence that followed, the machine stopped. The hum was gone. For the first time in 40 years, the city of Pittsburgh was quiet. Epilogue: The Rust Star. November 1985. Vance Memorial Park, formerly the Vance Foundry site. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The sky was a dull, television-static grey. The air in Pittsburgh didn't smell like sulphur anymore. It smelled of rain and diesel exhaust from the highway. The massive smokestacks that had once choked the sun were gone, dismantled brick by brick in the 70s to make way for shopping malls and parking lots. In the centre of the overgrown park stood the ruin. It was the stump of the Vance Tower. The bottom 30 floors were still intact, a monolith of black steel and concrete, stripped of its chrome plating by scavengers and time. The top was jagged, fused melted metal that had cooled into strange, twisted shapes, like a candle that had burned out violently. It was fenced off. Danger. Structural instability. No trespassing. Clara Kovac stood at the chain-link fence. She was 74 years old. Her hair was white, cut short. She leaned on a cane, her knuckles swollen with arthritis. She wore a thick wool coat against the biting wind. "Come on, move it along," a teacher shouted. A group of high school students shuffled past Clara. They wore denim jackets and had headphones over their ears, listening to synth pop on their Walkmans. They chewed gum and looked at the ruin with bored eyes. "What is that thing, anyway?" one boy asked, kicking a stone at the fence. "Some old factory," a girl replied, "popping a bubble. My dad said a crazy guy blew it up in the 60s. Thought he was fighting aliens or something." They laughed. They walked on, vanishing into the fog. Clara watched them go. She didn't correct them. "Aliens," Clara chuckled softly. The sound was dry, like leaves scraping together. If only it were that simple. She looked up at the jagged summit of the tower. Nature was reclaiming it. Vines were crawling up the blackened steel supports. A hawk had built a nest in what used to be the 10th floor executive washroom. Rust was everywhere. Orange, flaky, relentless rust. It was eating the Ironmaster, flake by flake, returning the metal to the earth from which Silas had stolen it. Clara reached into her oversized tote bag. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from age. She pulled out the sketchbook. The cover was cracked. The pages were yellow and brittle. It smelled of mildew and old smoke. She opened it to the first page. The drawing of the Ironmaster. The machine eating the men. "You were right, Leo," Clara whispered to the wind. The machine did win. She looked at the kids with their Walkmans, at the digital watch on her own wrist, at the computerized cars driving on the highway nearby. "We're all part of the circuit now," she said. "Silicon, data, speed. You built the prototype, Leo. You just ran out of power too soon." She turned the page. There was the sketch of the spectroscope. The rainbow, with the dark lines, and below it, a sketch she hadn't looked at in 20 years. It was a drawing Leo had made in the final days, perhaps while waiting for the end. It wasn't a machine. It was two children, a boy and a girl sitting on a hill watching a train go by. They were holding hands. The lines were soft, shaky, imperfect, human. Clara felt a tear roll down her cheek. It was cold on her skin. "We never got on that train, did we?" she whispered. "We just stood on the tracks." She looked around. The park was empty now. The guard at the gate was asleep in his booth. Clara pushed her cane through the gap in the chain-link fence. She manoeuvred the sketchbook until it slipped through the wire mesh. It fell onto the wet grass on the other side, inside the forbidden zone. "I'm too old to carry you anymore, Leo," she said. She let the book lie there. The rain began to fall, tapping gently on the paper cover. Soon, the water would soak the pages. The ink would run, the drawings would dissolve. The boy, the machine, the mother, the monster. They would all bleed into the soil and disappear. Klara Kovac straightened her coat. She took a deep breath of the clean, deindustrialized air. She turned her back on the ruin. She walked away, the tap-tap-tap of her cane fading into the noise of the modern world. Behind her, the Vance Tower stood silent in the rain, a tombstone for an era of fire. And slowly, quietly, the rust continued its work. The end.